Chapter 555. Cold Mountain City. After receiving Qin Shujian's order, everyone left in advance regardless of whether they were willing or not, leaving this place empty. However, although Cold Mountain City was empty, outside Cold Mountain City, it was overcrowded. Thousands of forces handed over a 9th-grade material. Their purpose was to observe Qin Shujian forging a Dao artifact. At this time, all the experts stood aside, quietly waiting for time to pass. For the powerful cultivators. One night, when they closed their eyes to meditate, time passed in a flash. When the sun rose, everyone's mood also became tense. Qin Yuanbai stood aside, looking at Cold Mountain City in front of him, and said with a faint smile, in Elder Ling's opinion, what is the probability of Qin Shujian succeeding? It's hard to say. Ling Huayu thought for a moment, shook his head and said, forging an ordinary Dao artifact and forging a city into a Dao artifact are two different concepts. It's hard to make a conclusion without seeing it with my own eyes. Then Elder Ling, do you think he can succeed? Maybe. Ling Huayu said indifferently, since he has the confidence, he must have the confidence to succeed, but he may fail miserably. Then let's see. Qin Yuanbai smiled slightly. Yesterday, he wanted to see Qin Shujian, but unfortunately, Sect Master Qin was so arrogant that even he didn't have the chance to see him. However, the reply given by Sky Origin Sect was indeed impeccable. For Qin Yuanbai. In fact, it didn't matter much whether he met him or not, because he would meet him sooner or later. At this time, Qin Yuanbai also looked elsewhere and said with a faint smile, the commotion caused by Sky Origin Sect this time is not small. It has attracted so many experts, which is surprising. With his experience, he could also see many familiar faces. Qin Yuanbai was a heavenly supreme cultivator. Those who could be recognized by him were definitely not weak in status and strength. Qin Yuanbai was looking at the others. The others were also looking at him. After all, Qin Yuanbai's reputation was still very big in the cultivation world. As the sect master of Nine Palace Sect, he was also a top expert in the cultivation world. Many people showed a surprised look when they saw Qin Yuanbai. No one had expected this. The sect master of the Nine Palace Sect would personally come. It was also at this moment. Another person flew over. An old man and an old woman. When they saw the two of them, most of the people were puzzled, as if they didn't know these two unfamiliar experts. However, when Qin Yuanbai looked at the other party, his expression suddenly changed. Shortly after, he left Ling Huayu's side and came in front of the two. Qin Yuanbai of the Nine Palace Sect greets Grand Secretary Fang and Grand Secretary Su of the Imperial Astronomer. His words were filled with politeness. This time, Qin Yuanbai was truly shocked. He knew that the news of Qin Shujian forging a Dao artifact would definitely attract the attention of many experts. However, Qin Yuanbai never expected that Qin Shujian would attract all the elders of the Imperial Astronomer. As the sect leader of the Nine Palace Sect, Qin Yuanbai was not completely ignorant. As for Su Zhon, he had met him once. As for Fang Yilan, Qin Yuanbai also participated in the Battle of the Imperial City, but fortunately, he was on the side of the Imperial Court and was not punished by the human emperor. Fang Yilan fought against the demon saint of the demon clan. Her strength was already at the level of a Grand Master. This time, the news of Qin Shujian attracted the attention of the two elders of the Imperial Astronomer. Qin Yuanbai realized that he seemed to have underestimated the influence of this matter. Qin Yuanbai came over to greet them. Fang Yilan and Su Zhon also knew each other and nodded politely. You're welcome, Sect Master Qin. Qin Yuanbai wasn't very strong. But no matter what, he was still the sect master of a top sect and a divinity realm expert. Although Fang Yilan and Su Zhon were elders of the Imperial Astronomer, they still had to show respect to each other. Qin Yuanbai said with a smile, Elders, if you have time later, please come to my Nine Palace Sect. I'll be sure to welcome you. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely come. Su Zhon nodded with a smile. That's a deal. I won't disturb you two for now. Qin Yuanbai also knew when to stop, so he left on his own accord. This scene. It was also seen by many people. They didn't know Su Zhan and Fang Yilan, but they knew Qin Yuanbai. To be treated so politely by Qin Yuanbai. How could the identity of these two be simple? Some powerful cultivators also heard the conversation between the two sides. When they heard the words elders, they were puzzled at first, but soon their expressions changed drastically. Elders. There were many people in the world who could be called elders. In some forces, the elders would also be called elders. But there were only a few elders who could be treated so politely by Qin Yuanbai. In addition, these two unfamiliar faces. Then there was only one answer. The imperial astronomer. The person who came was an elder of the imperial astronomer. Only the mysterious imperial astronomer would have experts who others didn't know. In comparison, the others also understood in their hearts. Suddenly, thus, someone went forward to greet him. To this, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan would smile and nod in response at first, but in the end, their faces were already indifferent and they couldn't be bothered to respond. As for whether this would embarrass others or not, the two of them were not worried at all. Since when did the elders of the imperial astronomer need to be afraid of offending others? Seeing the impatience of the two, the rest of the people didn't dare to go forward. In case they didn't get to know them and instead increased their dislike. When no one came forward, Su Zhan said impatiently, "This kid is just trying to keep us in suspense. It's been so long and he still hasn't come. He's really arrogant. If you have such strength, you can be arrogant." Fang Yilan looked at him with disdain. Didn't he know why he came here? He still couldn't settle it, so he came to observe and learn. Why didn't she realize before that Su Zhan was so proud? After being rebuked for no reason, Su Zhan was furious. He wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his anger. Time passed by. Not long after, it was already noon. In front of Liangshan City, a figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the figure. Qin Yuanbai's originally indifferent expression became dignified at this moment, staring at the figure's back. The Battle of the Imperial City. He didn't meet Qin Shujian, but he had seen his appearance. Qin Yuanbai was no stranger to this figure. It was just that when Qin Shujian appeared just now, he realized that he didn't notice it too much. It was only when Qin Shujian appeared that he reacted. This process. Maybe it was just a moment, and others might not be able to notice anything. But for a Sky Realm expert, the difference of a moment was actually very big. It seems that the strength of this sect leader Qin has really reached an incredible level. Qin Yuanbai thought in his heart with his hands behind his back. Just from the appearance of the other party, Qin Shujian's strength was definitely not simple. However, Qin Yuanbai's heart didn't fluctuate too much. Experts didn't only look at one aspect. Only after a real fight could the outcome be decided. Compared to Qin Yuanbai, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan looked at each other and saw the dignified look in each other's eyes. "I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think so. This kid really came into contact with the rules." At this moment, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan both gasped in their hearts. Rules. Once one understood the rules, it meant that a cultivator had officially stepped into the fourth level of the Sky Realm. Only by understanding the rules could one enter the Sage Realm. Logically speaking, a Sage Realm expert wouldn't shock the two Almighties. But Fang Yilan and Su Zhan were very clear. Qin Shujian had only stepped into the Sky Realm for about a year. A year ago, he broke through the Sky Realm, and a year later, he entered the Sage Realm. This rate of growth was simply unheard of. After the shock, Su Zhan took a deep breath and said through divine thought, "This kid must have a big secret." He reached the fourth level of the Sky Realm in a year. Wouldn't he be promoted to Almighty in another year? I originally thought that he was the reincarnation of an Almighty, but now it seems that he's definitely not as simple as that. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of an ancient expert. Hearing that, Fang Yilan didn't refute. Because breaking through from the first level of the Sky Realm to the Sage Realm in a year was too shocking. Although she wasn't sure which stage of the Sage Realm Qin Shujian was at, even if he was at the fourth level of the Sky Realm, it was shocking enough. Reincarnation of an Almighty? Fang Yilan shook her head. This was just a ridiculous guess. No matter how strong an almighty was, he was still an almighty. It was understandable that he grew quickly in the early stages, but how could he still grow so quickly after breaking through to the sky realm? In that case, the other party was either the reincarnation of an ancient expert, or he had a great opportunity. At the thought of this, Fang Yilan immediately thought of the sea region. When Qin Shujian was in the imperial city, he was still at the first level of the sky realm, but now, he had suddenly advanced to the fourth level of the sky realm. In her opinion, it was very likely that he had obtained some great opportunity. As for the source of the opportunity, it might have come from the sea region. Coupled with the various phenomena of Yuanzhong earlier, for a moment, Fang Yilan thought about many things. At this moment, in her eyes, Qin Shujian's body was already covered in a layer of fog, making it difficult for her to see clearly. However, Fang Yilan didn't have any intention of asking Qin Shujian. Because no one would talk about the opportunity. If she were to ask, she might even become enemies with the other party. However, Fang Yilan was once again concerned about the sea region. If there's a chance, I might enter the sea region to explore again. Who knows, there might really be some opportunities left behind from the ancient times. As for the thoughts in her heart, Fang Yilan didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Su Zhan was also looking at Qin Shujian with a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Originally, he just wanted to observe the other party's method of forging Dao artifacts. In the end, he encountered an even greater impact. On the other side, after Qin Shujian arrived, he also immediately noticed the presence of Fang Yilan and the others. There was no choice. The aura of an almighty was too dazzling. Others might not notice anything, but Qin Shujian was definitely not among them. If it was in the past, with the arrival of an almighty, Qin Shujian would also be nervous. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Even without the Godslayer, his strength was comparable to an almighty. If he used the Godslayer, he could kill anyone below the 9th level of the celestial being. He could also fight against experts above the 9th level of the celestial being. With such a big trump card, Qin Shujian really couldn't think of any reason for him to keep a low profile. At this moment, divine thought spread out like an abyss. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying power sweeping through their bodies. Even the great cultivators of the God martial arts realm trembled in the face of this divine thought power. As for Qin Yuanbai, his expression changed drastically. Before they even fought, he found that he had already lost. That boundless divine sense was something that he couldn't compare to. As for Fang Yilan and Su Zhan, their faces also changed slightly. He's definitely not at the 4th level of the celestial being. The two of them looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. The 4th level of the celestial being. It was absolutely impossible. Because the 4th level of the celestial being couldn't have such a vast divine thought. Only the 6th level of the celestial being and the peak of the saint realm could do this. Or even a half-step almighty. At the thought of this, the two of them took a deep breath in unison. He was King in human. Qin Shujian spread out his divine thought and said loudly, "It's my honor to be able to come and watch me forge a Dao artifact. But as I said before, anyone who wants to watch must submit a 9th level material. Those who are not qualified to watch now, please retreat thousands of miles away from Liangshan City and don't approach before the forging is completed." As soon as he finished speaking, some people in the crowd looked inexplicable. 9th level materials were precious and some people didn't have them, so they wanted to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, with so many people here, they didn't think that Qin Shujian could accurately identify them. After 3 breaths, Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. "It seems that some people don't take me seriously." After saying that, his face suddenly turned cold. Then, some people who were hidden in the crowd suddenly exploded, and their blood splattered onto the people around them. The sudden change, many people were shocked. As for Qin Yuanbai and a few other celestial beings, their expressions were normal as if they had already expected this. Su Zhan glanced at the others and sneered. "Naive. The divine thought of a celestial being is all-pervasive. As long as there is a wisp of qi, they can distinguish many things. If you want to hide from them, you have to practice more." Hearing this, Everyone was silent. Although they had submitted the materials, they were still afraid that Qin Shujian would kill them by mistake. Fortunately, after the first killing, Qin Shujian didn't make any more moves. During the forging, I hope that no one will disturb you. Otherwise, it will be an endless hatred. This hatred is not only related to you, but also the sects and forces behind you. After saying that, someone immediately said, Sect Master Qin, please rest assured. We are just here to watch and won't interfere. If anyone dares to make a move, we will kill them without you doing anything. That's right. Sect Master Qin should hurry up and do it. Some people were also waiting anxiously. They had been dawdling for a long time and still hadn't started. Even if they weren't tired, they were still anxious. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't delay any longer. His divine thought covered the entire cold mountain city. The next second, the vast cold mountain city was directly lifted up by the power of the divine thought. Immediately, Qin Shujian formed a seal with both hands. His true essence turned into a sea of fire and instantly enveloped cold mountain city. If he wanted to forge, the first step had to be melting. Only after melting cold mountain city could he integrate other materials into it and cast it into a perfect Dao artifact. This process would be very long. When Qin Shujian made his move, the others also held their breaths and paid attention to his every move. Those who were able to come here to observe were not weak in the Dao of forging. Qin Shujian formed a seal with his hands, and the scene of his true essence turning into a sea of fire was also reflected in their minds. It was the same melting of materials. However, when Qin Shujian performed the seals, there was a feeling that they were completely natural. His every move was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Immediately, many people had some understanding in their hearts. Su Zhong nodded slightly and said, "You do have some skills. At least you did well at the beginning stage of controlling the fire." At the beginning, they couldn't see anything. Qin Shujian's method of controlling fire. He could do the same, and he wouldn't be the slightest bit worse. Cold Mountain City was only an ordinary spirit artifact. After all, it was forged by Qin Shujian when he was breaking through to the spirit martial force. The materials used were not that high. In less than half a day, Cold Mountain City had completely melted and turned into a dark green liquid. Immediately after, Qin Shujian controlled the sea of fire while taking out the corresponding materials from his storage ring. One by one, he threw them into the sea of fire. At the same time, his true essence turned into a solid sledgehammer. Qin Shujian held the sledgehammer in his hand and struck the liquid unhurriedly. Bang! As the sledgehammer fell, the sound of thunder resounded. The materials that were thrown into the sea of fire trembled and merged into the liquid. The materials went in. The sledgehammer fell. This process continued. Qin Shujian originally planned to use the innate embryo as the foundation and then use a portion of the level 9 materials to refine a good Dao artifact. Then, the Dao artifact could grow bigger and naturally transform into a large city. But now, Qin Shujian didn't have such thoughts. Since he had enough materials this time, he might as well forge a large city. As the materials continued to merge, wisps of dense multicolored light seemed to bloom from the sea of fire. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared, holding a sledgehammer and hammering. Heaven and earth anomaly. Su Zhong's relaxed expression was no longer, and it turned incomparably solemn. Heaven and earth anomaly. This kind of situation would only occur when forging a powerful divine weapon. Normally, heaven and earth anomaly would appear when the divine weapon was about to be forged. When the thunder tribulation descended, it would appear along with the thunder tribulation. However, only a short while had passed. The heaven and earth anomaly had already appeared. This indirectly meant that the heaven and earth law had already sensed that the item that Qin Shujian was forging was extraordinary, so the heaven and earth anomaly had appeared in advance. Dao artifact, Su Zhong murmured. As for the other blacksmiths, they were all watching Qin Shujian's every move closely. Many people had never seen the heaven and earth anomaly before, but those who were knowledgeable understood what the heaven and earth anomaly meant. At this moment, for them, every time Qin Shujian swung the sledgehammer, there would be Tao rhymes circulating. It was clearly a simple hammer, but it gave people a very mysterious feeling. As the hall master of the blacksmith hall, Shen Yuqing wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. After seeing Qin Shujian forge divine weapons several times, he had already understood something in his heart. This time, he would watch Qin Shujian forge Tao artifacts again. Shen Yuqing had a feeling in his heart that perhaps he would become a master blacksmith this time. A master blacksmith. The materials continued to merge, and the heaven and earth anomaly became clearer and clearer. In the end, Qin Shujian roared angrily and directly used the divine power of heaven and earth. Then, he held the hundreds of feet-long true essence sledgehammer in his hand and continuously struck the materials. Bang! Bang! Every time the sledgehammer fell, the deafening sound could be heard from thousands of miles away. There seemed to be thunder in the sky. At this moment, the sea of fire was burning and the sledgehammer was pounding. Even if it was a 9th-grade material, it couldn't withstand such forging. Among these powerful materials, there was an extremely rich spiritual artifact contained within them. After the melting of Cold Mountain City's body, it had gradually merged with these materials. Wisps of grey impurities appeared. Then, they were immediately burned to ashes by the sea of fire. The originally dark green liquid gradually became transparent as time passed. While maintaining the sea of fire. While maintaining the true essence sledgehammer. Qin Shujian's consumption of true essence at every moment was calculated in the form of an ocean. If it were a god martial arts realm cultivator, their true essence would be exhausted in at most 15 to 30 minutes. But for Qin Shujian, after opening 8,000 star acupoints, his foundation had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, after opening the acupoints, he could absorb a huge amount of spirit qi of heaven and earth to replenish himself with every breath. So even now, he still didn't consume much true essence in his body. 3 days passed. 3 full days passed. The heaven and earth phenomenon had become substantial. From afar, it didn't seem like one person was forging. Instead, it seemed like 2 people were forging together. In the sky, lightning gathered. Then, there was a thick lightning bolt that bombarded the sea of fire below. Seeing this scene, a cultivator immediately shouted, "How can there be a lightning tribulation now? Isn't the forging not completed yet?" The forging wasn't completed. It was impossible for a lightning tribulation to descend. This was the rule. Su Zhan said in a deep voice, "It's very simple. It's because the thing he's forging has already surpassed the boundary of a spirit artifact. Although it hasn't reached the level of a Tao artifact because of the innate embryo, it's already beyond the boundary of a spirit artifact. However, exceeding the scope of a spirit artifact is already the default limit of heaven and earth. Therefore, heaven and earth automatically judged that he has completed the creation, and thus, the lightning tribulation will descend." After saying this, Su Zhan's mind was also shaken. A lightning tribulation descended just like that. In his eyes, the thing that Qin Shujian was forging didn't even have an outline. It was purely fused with a lot of materials and forcibly raised to a level beyond a spirit artifact. It was already so at the liquefaction stage. If it was fused with the innate embryo, then this Tao artifact would definitely not be a simple 1-seal or 2-seal Tao artifact. Su Zhan thought to himself, the stronger the Tao artifact, the stronger the lightning tribulation. If you are really confident in succeeding, don't fail to pass the lightning tribulation. Thinking about it was just thinking. He didn't stop it. For Su Zhan, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed this time, Qin Shujian would definitely be able to gain a lot of insights. Even if he was a bystander, it was the same. Chapter 556. Crack. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell and bombarded the material that Qin Shujian was hammering. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not stop it at all. Now it was only in the melting stage. Because there were too many materials, it caused a qualitative change. Now that the thunderbolt fell, it was a good thing for Qin Shujian. As the sledgehammer fell, the power of the thunderbolt that came down was all scattered and then integrated into the material. Suddenly, the material that had already become transparent was now dyed with a faint purple color. That was the power of the thunderbolt of heaven and earth. Bang! Boom! Every time the hammer fell, the material solidified a little, and also caused a thunderbolt to fall. It was an intimidating aura. It had already spread faintly. In the eyes of others, they only saw a giant that was 3,000 feet tall, holding a sledgehammer and hammering in an orderly manner. Every time the hammer fell, there was a myriad of Tao rhymes overflowing. Heaven and earth shook. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, at this moment, in the eyes of some people, Qin Shujian did not seem to be hammering the material, but more like hammering the entire world. Fang Yilan did not know much about forging, so she could not see too many clues. After watching for a while, she turned her head to look at Su Zhan and said, "Can you see anything?" "Very strong." Su Zhan just said 2 words simply. In his view, every time Qin Shujian hammered, it just happened to fall on the most ingenious node of the material, to the greatest extent, removing the impurities in the material. This kind of method was not something that ordinary people could do. Even Su Zhan could not completely remove all the impurities in a material. Once all the impurities were removed, it was equivalent to returning to the most primitive state. That state had already surpassed the level of the 9th level. At this moment, in Su Zhan's view, Qin Shujian's hammering was forging all the materials to a perfect level. At this moment, he already had some understanding in his heart. On the other side, Fang Yilan's face was also slightly solemn. Su Zhan was proud and arrogant. If even he said that Qin Shujian was very strong, then it meant that Qin Shujian was really strong. Another 2 days passed, the thunderbolt had already dissipated. But the sky was still covered by dark clouds, as if something terrible was brewing. Now, all of the materials had been melted. Qin Shujian took out 5 innate embryos from his storage ring and threw them all into the melted materials. "What?" Su Zhan was shocked. Fang Yilan said, "What's wrong with that? 1 innate embryo can be forged into a Tao artifact. Under normal circumstances, 5 innate embryos should be gradually merged into the Tao artifact. This way, the power of the lightning tribulation and the difficulty of merging them will be greatly reduced." If he reached his limit, he could stop halfway. But now that he has thrown in 5 innate stage embryos, it means that from the beginning of the forging, the difficulty will be at its peak. Once his strength can't support it, it will completely fail. Su Zhan's expression was grave. It didn't matter if he failed. However, if he failed, all those 9th tier materials and 5 innate embryos would all be destroyed. So many materials were lost. Even Su Zhan felt heartache for Qin Shujian. With the addition of the innate embryos, the entire forging process reached its peak. At this moment, Qin Shujian's muscles were all twisted together. With a solemn expression, he held the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it down heavily. He didn't use his spiritual force to form the sledgehammer because there was no need for that. In terms of effect, spiritual force and vital essence were the same. However, in terms of appearance, the former was more pretentious, while the latter was more simple. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian would definitely use the spiritual force sledgehammer to temper it. However, he couldn't do so now. This time, he was forging Cold Mountain City. He had already invested too much. If he failed, he would be so heartbroken that he would cry. Therefore, now was not the time to be pretentious. As long as the Tao artifact was successfully forged, that would be the real pretentious moment. Bang! The sledgehammer fell. The flames instantly disappeared. At this moment, there was no need for flames. With the integration of the innate embryos, he only needed to keep hammering and combining the two into one. As the flames dispersed, Qin Shujian condensed the vital essence sledgehammer with all his strength and suddenly smashed it down. The sledgehammer fell. The void shook. After the integration of the innate embryos, the liquid-like materials gradually solidified under the sledgehammer's hammering. A squarish silhouette had already appeared. And when the outline appeared, the dark clouds in the sky finally brewed to the extreme. Crack! A thick purple lightning bolt bombarded down. In an instant, the mighty heavenly might caused everyone's expression to change drastically. In front of the purple lightning, those great cultivators of the god martial arts realm already felt a terrifying threat. Su Zhan whispered, It's going to be promoted to a Dao artifact. Yes. It was going to be promoted to a Dao artifact. Now was the beginning of the solidification process, and there was already a Dao artifact Thunder Tribulation descending. Once the Thunder Tribulation passed, it would become a one-seal Dao artifact. If there was a Dao artifact Thunder Tribulation descending when the solidification was successful, then this Dao artifact could at least become a two-seal Dao artifact in the end, or perhaps even stronger. But when the solidification began, there was a Dao artifact Thunder Tribulation descending. Then this Dao artifact. In the end, it would definitely not be as simple as a two-seal Dao artifact. Su Zhan took a deep breath. He had already thought about it. After this matter was over, no matter what, he would invite Qin Shujian over to help forge the Eastern Continent's portal. When it came to forging, Su Zhan had always thought that no one in the world could surpass him. Even for other grandmasters of forging, he was very disdainful in his heart. But now, Su Zhan finally understood that there was always someone better than him in this world. When it came to forging, he was not as good as Qin Shujian. At this point, the forging had progressed to almost half of the stage. The blacksmiths who came to observe all gained a lot. However, the ones who really gained a lot were those high-grade blacksmiths and grandmasters of forging. This time's observation. It had already paved the way for them to become masters and grandmasters in the future. After completely digesting these things, they would at least have a certain success rate even if they did not have a 100% chance of breaking through. Originally, they had spent a 9th-tier material as a stepping stone. For many people, it was quite a heartache. But no one felt heartache. For them, a 9th-tier material in exchange for a chance to observe was really worth it. If it was possible, they would rather use more 9th-tier materials in exchange for a few more chances to observe. In this way, they would be able to break through 100%. But this kind of thing could only be thought of. Perhaps after this time, there would not be such an opportunity again for thousands of years. So, no one dared to be careless or distracted. They all watched Qin Shujian's every move seriously, secretly verifying with the path they had taken, trying to deduce a higher level. Rumble. Thunder fell, and the power of heaven was vast. Qin Shujian held the vital essence sledgehammer in his hand and knocked on the solid material. Now, he did not dare to be distracted easily. With each strike of the hammer, Yi Zichen was stunned. The outline gradually became clear and solid. Another 3 days passed. The lightning tribulation disappeared, and the city could now be seen from the square outline. The moment the thunder tribulation dissipated, a Dao seal was already engraved in it. The appearance of the Dao seal meant that what Qin Shujian was forging now officially stepped into the level of a Dao artifact. Although it was only a one-seal Dao artifact. But in the eyes of others, it was already shocking. Unlike the last time Qin Shujian forged a Dao artifact by himself, this time, the Dao artifact was completed in front of everyone. Now that the Dao seal had been formed, even if the forging failed, no one would say anything. A forging master said with emotion, "I have no regrets to see the birth of a Dao artifact in my lifetime." In the direction of the 9 Palaces sect. Ling Huayu's beautiful face had become serious, and her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Shujian motionlessly. A Dao artifact. It's already a one-seal Dao artifact, so when this Dao artifact is completed, it will be at least a 3-seal level. A 3-seal Dao artifact. Even among the top sects, it was at the level of a sect. In the cultivation world, there were only a few 4-seal Dao artifacts. Many top sects only had a 3-seal Dao artifact to suppress their luck. As for the higher level, it was very difficult. Only in the hands of the imperial court. Only then could there be a high-level Dao artifact. In the past, the 13 constabularies had a 6-seal Dao artifact. Right now, the Dao artifact that Qin Shujian was forging already had the foundation of a top sect. As long as there were no problems, when the Dao artifact was completed, it would definitely be at the 3-seal level. Until now, Ling Huayu no longer had the intention to compete with Qin Shujian. She could only observe the other party's forging process with an attitude of learning humbly. Qin Yuanbai didn't understand forging. But he understood Ling Huayu. Ling Huayu's solemn expression had already explained a lot. Elder Ling, what do you think his chances of success are now? If we don't consider the interference of the thunder tribulation, the success rate is at least 80%. If it's considered a thunder tribulation, it's hard to say. Ling Huayu replied with a rather meaningless answer. Then, she changed the topic and said, at this point, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, it's a success for Qin Shujian. Because the Dao seal has been formed, it proves that the forging of the Dao artifact has been successful. Did he succeed? Qin Yuanbai looked at the Dao seal that was emitting heavenly might and was silent for a moment. It was a success, because the Dao seal had already appeared. Then, Qin Yuanbai said, if the Nine Palaces sect can provide innate embryos, Elder Ling, are you confident that you can forge a Dao artifact? Sect Master, are you talking about something like Qin Shujian or an ordinary one-seal Dao artifact? What do you think, Elder Ling? If it's like Qin Shujian, I can't do it. If it's just a one-seal Dao artifact, I have a 30% chance of success. Ling Huayu thought for a moment and gave a fairly accurate answer. A 30% chance. This success rate was already not small. If it was in the past, Ling Huayu could say it in a very proud tone, but now, she didn't have this idea. Forging Dao artifacts was indeed very powerful. But one had to distinguish between people. With a gem like Qin Shujian in front of her, Ling Huayu didn't think that she was qualified to compete. Beside her, Qin Yuanbai was also slightly silent. He could hear the lack of confidence in Ling Huayu's words. At this moment, Qin Shujian was still forging. Even with his vast vital essence, after such a long period of continuous forging, he had consumed nearly 1/3 of the vital essence in his body. Bang! Another hammer fell, the void twisted crazily, and a vast wave spread out. No one knew when. The thunder tribulation had fallen again. Dao artifact. Every time a Dao artifact was forged, it would attract a thunder tribulation. The last thunder tribulation was a one-seal Dao artifact. This time, the arrival of the thunder tribulation meant that the Dao artifact was transforming from a one-seal to a two-seal. The pressure suddenly increased. Qin Shujian focused his mind, and only the vital essence hammer in his hand and the cold mountain city that had already condensed below. At this moment, he seemed to have changed places. In the dark, a familiar force was being summoned. Originally, because of the long tempering, he felt a little tired, but at this moment, it disappeared. Not only that, a new force surged from Qin Shujian's body, making the strength of his hammer even more terrifying. Boom! The shadow of the long river came rushing over. The vast river came from the void and went into the void. And when the vast river appeared, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. Su Zhan and Fang Yilan's expressions changed greatly. The long river of laws. They did not expect that at this time, Qin Shujian would draw out the long river of laws. The long river of laws. It existed in the dark, between reality and illusion. If one wanted to summon the long river of laws, they would have to touch the laws to a very deep level, or completely master the laws. Only then would it be possible to summon it. Or else, if others wanted to summon the long river of laws, there was only one possibility. It was the cultivator's own belief. In an instant, the compatibility with the long river of laws rose to an extremely high level. Su Zhan stared at the long river of laws and said in disbelief, how could he summon the long river of laws at this time? Could it be that the laws he understands are unique to the forging path? If that was the case, Qin Shujian was born to be a blacksmith. Fang Yilan also stared at it. After a long time, she shook her head and said, no, it's not the forging path's laws. I feel an incomparable power from it. Maybe what is compatible with is not the forging path's laws, but the power laws. The power laws. Su Zhan's expression was a little strange. There were very few people who could simply comprehend the rules of power. Those who used saber techniques and comprehended saber intent were generally compatible with the saber laws. Those who used sword techniques and comprehended sword intent were generally compatible with the sword laws. Even those who used fists to fight enemies were likely to be compatible with the fist laws. There were countless laws between heaven and earth, and any one of them could be comprehended. However, the power laws were different because such laws were too general. Any cultivator, they would use power. But there was no one in the current human race who could truly comprehend the power laws. To put it bluntly, every cultivator would use power, but very few cultivators would actually feel the existence of power. This was a very mysterious thing. Originally, Suzhong thought that Qin Shujian would comprehend something similar to the Saber Dao. After all, he had heard of it before. He knew that Qin Shujian's saber technique had also reached an extremely profound level. But he never thought that Qin Shujian would be compatible with the power laws. Then, Suzhong took another deep breath and said, to be able to summon the long river of laws at this time, even if he didn't reach the 6th level of the celestial human realm before, I'm afraid he's almost there now. Once the long river of laws was summoned, the level of understanding would skyrocket. Not to mention reaching the 7th level of the celestial human realm and touching the laws. But at least, at the stage of understanding the laws, it had already reached an incredible level. Fang Yilan sighed and said, "It seems that our human race is really going to have another powerhouse." The powerhouse that she was talking about. It was at least the peak of the Saint Realm, or even a half-step almighty existence. The vassals rebelled. A large number of peak Saint Realm powerhouses had fallen, and it had already weakened the human race by a lot. It was just that the demon race had been expelled now, so it was not obvious. But to be serious, in the various mansions, now, they were lacking a 6th level of the celestial human realm to suppress. Under such circumstances, an additional vassal-level powerhouse would be a good thing for the human race. And in Fang Yilan's opinion, Qin Shujian would definitely not stop at the 6th level of the celestial human realm. With the other party's talent, the probability of him breaking through to the almighty realm in the future was almost 100%. On the other side, at this time, Qin Yuanbai had completely fallen into a daze, and the smile on his face had also stiffened. Looking at the illusory long river, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What was that? If he was not mistaken, it should be the legendary long river of laws. The inheritance of the Nine Palace sect was not weak. At its peak, it had also given birth to a Saint Realm powerhouse. As the current sect master of the Nine Palace sect, although Qin Yuanbai had not reached the Saint Realm, he still knew about the existence of the laws. But knowing was one thing. When he really saw the laws, he still could not suppress the shock in his heart. The long river of laws, could it be that Qin Shujian has really advanced to the 4th level of the celestial human realm? Qin Yuanbai did not dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Before coming to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, he also scoffed at Qin Shujian's title of the #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world. As the saying went, there was no first place in literature, and there was no second place in martial arts. Before they truly fought, the so-called #1 title was nothing more than a joke to others. Only those ordinary cultivators would believe in this title. For a top powerhouse like Qin Yuanbai, unless he was really beaten into submission, he would not think that he was weaker than others. It was just that the moment he saw the long river of laws, Qin Yuanbai's heart was in a mess. 4th level of the celestial human realm, the long river of laws. Even if Qin Shujian had just stepped into the 4th level of the celestial human realm, his strength was not something he could compete with. Moreover, Qin Yuanbai looked at the long river of laws that was summoned. In his heart, he did not believe that Qin Shujian was only at the 4th level of the celestial human realm. Originally, he still had the thought of exchanging pointers with Qin Shujian. But now, there was no more. Because there was no need for that. When the long river of laws appeared, Qin Yuanbai knew that he had lost because of the other party's cultivation base. Lost before the fight. For him, this was something that was very difficult to accept. But the matter was in front of him, and Qin Yuanbai would not ask for humiliation. On the side, Ling Huayu was also shocked by the appearance of the long river of laws, but she was just a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm. She did not understand the laws at all, nor did she recognize the long river of laws. So, the moment she saw the long river of laws, Ling Huayu turned her head to look at Qin Yuanbai, wanting to get an answer from him. But just as she turned her head, she saw Qin Yuanbai's pale face. Instantly, Ling Huayu's heart sank, and she asked, "Does Sect Master know what that illusory long river is?" "I know." Qin Yuanbai's expression recovered a little, and then he spat out a few words with difficulty. "The long river of laws." "The long river of laws?" Ling Huayu's eyes flashed with doubt. Qin Yuanbai glanced at her and added, "Only powerhouses above the 4th level of the celestial human realm can understand the laws, and only then can they summon the long river of laws." Boom. These words shocked Ling Huayu so much that her delicate body trembled. She didn't know anything else. But Ling Huayu still understood the words 4th level of the celestial human realm. Sect master means that Qin Shujian is already at the 4th level of the celestial human realm? Her tone was a little stuttering, and she seemed a little nervous. There was no other way. This news was too shocking. Qin Yuanbai also calmed down a lot at this moment, took a deep breath, and said, "If I'm not wrong, he's at least at the 4th level of the celestial human realm, maybe even higher. Didn't he just break through to the celestial human realm not long ago? How could this be?" Ling Huayu couldn't believe it. Qin Yuanbai shook his head and said, "There's no need to investigate the cause. Qin Shujian's advancement to the Saint Realm is without a doubt. Our 9 Palace sect can't be enemies with him in the future. They couldn't fight against him. At least before the 9 Palace sect had a Saint Realm powerhouse, they couldn't fall out with Yuanzong. Or else, even if the 9 Palace sect used all their trump cards, they might not be able to resist." After seeing Qin Shujian's strength, killing intent rose in Qin Yuanbai's heart. This killing intent wasn't directed at Qin Shujian, but at the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. The two sects had initially blocked Yin Bancheng's breakthrough with the tacit consent of the 9 Palace sect. Later on, when Yuanzong secretly attacked the two sects, the 9 Palace sect had also stopped them. After all, they were the sects of the Whiteyong Prefecture. It was impossible for the 9 Palace sect to sit back and watch the two sects suffer from Yuanzong's persecution. But now, Qin Yuanbai no longer had the idea of protecting the two sects. Because Yuanzong was too strong. If Yuanzong found an excuse to attack them for the sake of the two sects, or bore a grudge, it would be a terrible nightmare for the 9 Palace sect. Although the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect were by Yong Prefecture's sects. But to the 9 Palace sect, they didn't have much of a connection. At this moment, Qin Yuanbai had already given up on the two sects in his heart. Not only that, he was also considering whether to take the initiative to condemn the two sects and then sell Yuanzong a favor. But once he did so, the 9 Palace sect would be a little embarrassed. Just as Qin Yuanbai was struggling, the spectators were also shocked by the long river of laws. The illusory long river was nurturing a terrifying power, suppressing the void and condensing it. But just like Ling Huayu, if one wasn't a celestial human, they wouldn't know what laws were, let alone the existence of the long river of laws. So, although the others were shocked, they didn't know anything about the long river of laws. On the other side, when the long river of laws appeared, Qin Shujian's strength skyrocketed. Every thunderbolt that fell was scattered by his hammer, and then injected the power into the Tao artifact. The thunder tribulation this time. It lasted for a full 5 days. The moment the thunderbolts retreated, the city had become clear, and the two Tao seals emitted a terrifying heavenly might. At this point, the two-seal Tao artifact had been formed. Chapter 557. A month passed. Every few days, there would be a thunderbolt. The thunderbolt lasted for a few days and then subsided again. The spectators. They went from being calm at the beginning to being shocked and then to being calm at the end. A month passed. Qin Shujian didn't stop at all. Every time he hammered, he used the same strength to forge the Taoist weapon in a perfect way. At this time, the 8,000 star acupoints in his body had become dim. A month of continuous high consumption. Even with Qin Shujian's foundation, he was beginning to find it hard to bear. However, at this moment, the forging had reached a critical moment. If he gave up, All his previous efforts would be wasted. At this time, some of the spectators had also consumed a lot of mental strength. They had to sit cross-legged on the spot to recover their mental strength. Su Zhan looked inexplicable and said faintly, "It has been a month. His foundation is probably not much worse than that of a mighty figure." How serious was the consumption in a month? Although Su Zhan didn't do it personally, he could understand. Even with his strength, such a high load of forging without stopping for a month would be too much for him. Although Su Zhan didn't know how Qin Shujian was doing, he knew that he must have reached a limit. Similarly, at this moment, the forging of the Taoist weapon had also reached a critical moment. In Su Zhan's opinion, there were at most 5 to 7 days before the Taoist weapon should be completed. At this moment, the Taoist weapon had reached the 4-seal level. The 4-seal Taoist weapon was not finished yet. When the last step was completed, it would at least be at the peak of the 4-seal, or even at the 5-seal Taoist weapon. Thinking of this, Su Zhan immediately said, "I am Su Zhan, the elder of the imperial astronomer. I believe you have heard of my name. If you can't hold on, reduce your strength a little and I will help you." Qin Shujian, who was forging, heard Su Zhan's voice in his mind. Su Zhan. He had never heard of this name. However, Qin Shujian knew a little about the name of the imperial astronomer. However, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to Su Zhan's words. What was he thinking? He was about to succeed. If he interfered now, when the Taoist weapon was forged in the future, it would not be that Qin Shujian had succeeded in forging the Taoist weapon, but his name would be added. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not prepared to let anyone pick the peaches. You've already expended a lot of energy. If you continue to expend energy like this, you might damage your foundation. Godslayer's voice appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he continued to smash down with his sledgehammer. Wang. His stellar acupoints dimmed, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Look at this. Qin Shujian directly took out the jade box and consumed the heavenly spirit jade nectar inside. Originally, he hadn't planned on consuming the heavenly spirit jade cream so quickly. However, now that he was clearly running out of energy, if he didn't use the heavenly spirit jade cream, he might really fail. He drank the heavenly spirit jade elixir. A terrifying spiritual power burst out from his body. Qin Shujian's face suddenly turned red, and the range of his hammering also changed a little. Immediately, the Dao artifact shook. Qin Shujian immediately recollected himself. He no longer cared about the changes happening within his body. Instead, he focused all his attention on the Dao artifact before him. The originally dim star acupoint. At this moment, under the impact of the spiritual power, it directly recovered to its peak state. However, after the recovery of the star acupoint, the remaining spiritual power was still vast. This vast spiritual power, because he didn't control it, finally converged into all the opened star acupoints. Rumble. The originally opened star acupoints, when this spiritual power poured in, were all slowly expanding. A new force surged in his body. Qin Shujian's strength of swinging the sledgehammer became more stable. As time went by, a new Dao rhyme emerged from the Dao artifact, as if to condense the 5th Dao seal. Catcher when the 5th Dao seal was about to condense. The thunder in the sky finally fell. The Dao artifact shook. The shadow of a city emerged, bearing the bombardment of the thunder. One day later, the shadow of the city shattered. The thunder fell on the Dao artifact itself. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to it and was still hammering the Dao artifact, constantly integrating the power of the thunder into it. In the eyes of others, Qin Shujian was about to collapse, but he swallowed something that made him recover to his peak state in an instant. Others couldn't see it. Su Zhan couldn't see it either. Just when he made a mistake, his heart trembled, thinking that the Dao artifact was going to fail. He didn't expect that later. Qin Shujian forcibly reversed a little deviation. At this time, everything was on track. In Su Zhan's view, after this thunder tribulation was over, the Dao artifact would be officially successful. In front of him, a giant of 3,000 feet was wildly dancing with a sledgehammer in its hand. Below it was a vast city suspended in the air, bearing the tempering of the sledgehammer and the thunder. 5 days passed. The thunder dissipated. Tens of thousands of rays of light spread out from the Tao artifact. It's going to succeed. Everyone's heart trembled, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. 5-seal Tao artifact. In the tens of thousands of years of the human race, this should be the first man-made 5-seal Tao artifact to be born. Compared to the joy of others, Qin Shujian's face became more serious. Just when the Tao artifact was about to succeed, he suddenly took out 2 porcelain bottles and then suddenly crushed them with force. The porcelain bottles shattered. 2 drops of essence blood appeared, and a vast pressure swept across heaven and earth, and a shocking dragon roar covered everything. Just as everyone's faces were filled with shock, not knowing what had happened, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Shujian's sledgehammer had fallen, fiercely bombarding the 2 drops of essence blood. The 2 drops of essence blood wanted to resist, but now that Qin Shujian's strength had reached its peak state, no matter how powerful the 2 drops of essence blood were, they were still smashed into the Tao artifact. Boom, the essence blood entered the Tao artifact, and the aura of the whole city pervaded. The thunder tribulation that should have retreated in the sky condensed again at this moment. Rumble. The dark red thunder of destruction fell, and the void collapsed wherever it passed. The target of the thunder. It was the Tao artifact that was being forged below. Is he crazy? Su Zhong shouted in disbelief. He didn't know whether Qin Shujian was crazy or not, but he knew that he was going crazy. What was going on? The Tao artifact was clearly about to be completed, so why did he still use essence blood to temper it? Those 2 drops of essence blood were obviously owned by an extremely powerful existence. On the essence blood, Su Zhong felt a terrible oppression. That kind of oppression was definitely not something that an almighty could possess. In other words, those 2 drops of essence blood were supreme treasures nurtured by an expert above an almighty. Such supreme treasures, each drop was incomparably precious. In terms of value, they were more precious than ordinary Tao artifacts. Now that Qin Shujian directly smashed 2 drops of essence blood into it, the effect was needless to say. The Tao artifact that had already become a 5-seal Tao artifact was already approaching a 6-seal Tao artifact under the effect of the 2 drops of essence blood. Looking at the vanishing thunder, Qin Shujian dispersed the sledgehammer, grabbed the cold mountain city with one hand, and then rushed directly toward the thunder clouds. Boom, the falling thunder collapsed. Only to see the 3,000-foot-tall giant holding the giant city submerged into the thunder clouds. At this moment, the thunder clouds seemed to be completely enraged. Waves after waves of terrifying energy flowed out, causing everyone who felt this energy to change their expressions. Qin Yuanbai stared at the thunder clouds in the sky without blinking. He saw a giant holding a huge city in his hand, fighting in the thunder clouds. It was the power that was overflowing. It made Qin Yuanbai, a celestial being, tremble all over. Yes, tremble. In front of the last thunder clouds that condensed, the power of the falling thunder had already reached the saint level. In front of this kind of thunder tribulation, a transcendent realm celestial being had no capital to contend at all. Even Qin Yuanbai was like this, one could imagine the others. There were some timid cultivators. Now they had quietly retreated a distance, afraid of being affected. In the field, the only ones who were not afraid of thunder were the 2 elders of the imperial astronomer. Su Zhong sighed. Daring to break into the thunder clouds with a Tao artifact, this kid is really brave. In the end, regardless of whether the Tao artifact succeeded or not, Qin Shujian was qualified to be called the #1 Grandmaster Forger of the human race. Boom. Boom. Shocking noises kept coming out from the thunderclouds. More than half a day passed. The shadow of a city suddenly appeared, causing the entire thundercloud to explode. The next moment, the city fell, and the huge shadow covered nearly 1,000 miles of land. Retreat, retreat quickly. The onlooking experts were scared out of their wits when they saw the city that was being crushed down. Retreat. There was no need to remind them, those people had already frantically retreated. They didn't know what level the current cold mountain city had reached, but the falling power had already crushed the void. Not to mention the great cultivators of the god martial arts realm, even a celestial being would definitely be suppressed by the falling power of the city. So, the onlookers were surprisingly united and retreated in all directions. Rumble. Cold Mountain City fell. The area that originally belonged to the stone forest was completely covered by the city. Not only that, even many places in the endless mountain range, including the mountains and rivers, were directly swallowed by Cold Mountain City at this moment. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Everyone was shocked. When the others came back to their senses, they had already seen a huge city that covered an area of 1,000 miles appear in front of them. The city wall was 100 feet high, with Dao runes engraved on it. Only one of the 4 city gates was left. In front of the city gate, 6 Dao runes merged together to form 2 words, Cold Mountain, and on the city wall, a person stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the world. An aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth spread out in all directions with the city as the center. Everyone who felt this aura trembled in fear, as if they had encountered a terrifying existence. As for the other demonic beasts, they all prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. First, there was a dazzling light. Then, there was a purple aura that stretched for 1,000 miles. The destiny of origin sect boiled violently, and the rich yellow destiny turned into a huge cold mountain city. A person stood on the city wall, and his appearance was no different from Qin Shujian. At this moment, the city could be considered to have been completely refined. And at this moment, the heavens and the earth went silent. P.S. This is a small chapter, because I felt that it was just right to write it here. Also, the title of the book has been officially changed to I Am Decent. Please support the original book. Chidian Chinese Network. Chapter 558. No one expected it. There would be such a huge commotion on the day the Dao artifact was completed. Looking at the figure standing on top of the city wall, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. There was also a raging wave in his body. The spiritual power of the heavenly spirit jade serum had expanded all the star acupoints by 1/5, but there was still some spiritual power that had not been exhausted. That was not all. He had just rushed into the thundercloud and accidentally absorbed a lot of thunder power into his body. Although Qin Shujian looked calm on the surface, as if everything was under control. But in fact, he was panicking. The 8,000 star acupoints formed a star river diagram, constantly suppressing the thunder power and the spiritual power of the heavenly spirit jade serum, and then decomposing them into pure energy to open up new acupoints. Boom! A star acupoint had quietly opened up. That was not all. Under the control of Qin Shujian, the vast energy flew toward one star acupoint after another. Half a day passed. The onlookers were speechless. It had been half a day, and the other party was still standing on the city wall acting cool. But, thinking of the power just now, the others did not dare to move for a while. Who knew what situation Qin Shujian was in now? If they disturbed the other party and caused him to bear a grudge, then the loss would outweigh the gain. As for Su Zhon and Fang Yilan, they looked at each other. Both of them could see that Qin Shujian's situation seemed to be a bit strange at the moment, and there seemed to be something wrong with his body. Should we go over and take a look? No hurry, this kid has a lot of trump cards, maybe he is settling it. If we go over, we will be a hindrance. Su Zhon shook his head. He now had an inexplicable confidence in Qin Shujian. This kid had the confidence to rush into the thundercloud and directly cast a 6-seal Dao artifact. He must have some trump cards on him. In the eyes of today's Su Zhon, unknowingly, he had already placed Qin Shujian in an equal position with himself. Although the other party was not a mighty figure, but with such strength, he was not much weaker than a mighty figure. And the method of casting a Dao artifact was even more shocking. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to lose face, even Su Zhon wanted to consult Qin Shujian and see if there was a chance for him to learn a thing or two from him. Too strong. He was too king powerful. From beginning to end. Su Zhon never thought that Qin Shujian would be able to forge a 6-seal Dao artifact. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. They were both Grandmaster Forgers, so how could the gap between them be so huge? In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer was also deeply moved. He realized that he had underestimated Qin Shujian. He did not expect the other party to be so bold as to directly charge into the thunderclouds. If he was not mistaken, the other party's combat power should be more than 12,000 points. Even though this was an amplification of the rules. However, even without the precept's amplification, the other party's combat power was still at least over 8,000. 8,000 combat power was nothing. In ancient times, the minimum combat power of immortals was 100,000, and with the power of the precepts, it was at least 500,000. But there was one thing to know. Qin Shujian was not an immortal now, nor was he a powerhouse above Celestial being level 7. The other party was only Celestial being level 4, a cultivator who had just entered the Saint stage. Celestial being level 4. 8,000 combat power. The god-slaying saber did not know what kind of background its current master had. At Celestial being level 4, he already had 8,000 combat power. Then, if he grew to Celestial being level 7, what level would he reach? Could it be that, after so many years, the human race is going to have another powerhouse who can fight immortals as a Celestial? Godslayer was shocked. Fighting immortals as a Celestial. In ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could achieve this. Among the emperors of the 10,000 races, only a few emperors could fight immortals when they were in Celestial being level. Qin Shujian in front of him. Godslayer saw the possibility of him fighting immortals above his level. If he really grew according to his current foundation, the probability was not small at all. After so many years of silence, the human race has finally produced such a powerhouse again. Godslayer felt a little excited. Perhaps he would be able to regain the might of the primordial age and slaughter an immortal once more. No. It should be the demon slayer. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer was trembling non-stop. In the next moment, a wisp of saber chi shot up into the sky. The long saber phantom in the void trembled, and an ancient and desolate aura swept all over the world. It was also at this moment. When the long saber phantom appeared, all the weapons in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain involuntarily bowed and trembled, as if they were worshipping a supreme saint. F***CK. Su Zhon finally could not help but curse. He was different from other cultivators. The elder of the imperial astronomer was not a country bumpkin, but a truly knowledgeable powerhouse. The long saber phantom. Others might not recognize it, but how could Su Zhon not recognize it? That familiar yet unfamiliar aura was too damn familiar. Zhu Bing. Neither Fang Yilan nor Su Zhon expected that Qin Shujian would have a Zhu Bing on him. Now the long saber phantom. It was just a wisp of Zhu Bing's aura that leaked out. But even so, this wisp of aura was enough to kill a powerhouse who had just entered the celestial being realm. That's right. This was Zhu Bing's overbearingness, a divine weapon that could challenge those of a higher realm. With the current strength of Qin Shujian, if he held Zhu Bing in his hand, Su Zhon felt that he would have to kneel down. Because Zhu Bing was too strong, so strong that it was unreasonable. Fang Yilan also had a panicked look on her face and said in a panic, Zhu Bing, is that Zhu Bing's aura? Tell me, am I sensing it wrong? I also want to sense it wrong, but that is indeed Zhu Bing. Su Zhon smiled bitterly and replied with difficulty. Zhu Bing was a matter of great importance. Neither of them dared to say it verbally, so they changed to talking through voice transmission. The panic in Fang Yilan's eyes did not dissipate, and then she said through voice transmission, it seems that we have to re-estimate Qin Shujian's strength. With Zhu Bing in hand, ordinary powerful figures are no match for him. This matter is of great importance. We have to report it to His Majesty immediately. There's no need for us to report it. With such a big movement, it won't take long for the news to spread to the Central State Prefecture. Su Zhon shook his head. Even so, he still took out his communication jade amulet and sent the message back. Whether the news would be automatically transmitted to the Central State Prefecture was one thing. Whether to report it or not after seeing the news was another thing. On the other side, with the eruption of Zhu Bing, the power of the Star River map seemed to become stronger in an instant, and a sharp saber chi converged in it, suppressing the violent power together with it. When the power was suppressed, pure energy was extracted, and one star acupoint after another was opened. Another half a day passed. Qin Shujian did not move because he was breaking through. The others did not move because they did not dare to move. When the long saber phantom appeared, everyone felt that they were locked by a terrifying existence, as if they would suffer a destructive blow if they moved. Even Qin Yuanbai. Now his face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. The reason for this situation was purely because he was afraid. The sect master of the Nine Palace sect was also a human, and a diviner supreme cultivator was also a human. Humans would be afraid. Qin Yuanbai was not timid. He, who was in a high position, had seen too many things, but during the time he was in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, too many things happened that made him lose his mind. Until now. Although the long saber phantom had dissipated, that power seemed to be deeply engraved in Qin Yuanbai's mind. Inner demon. It had taken root in his heart. If he could not get rid of this inner demon, Qin Yuanbai would not be able to take another step forward in his life. Regarding this, Qin Yuanbai did not notice it at all. Now his mind was trembling. He did not dare to move. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that he would disturb Qin Shujian, and then he would give himself a fierce stab. The Nine Palace sect has not given birth to a new diviner yet. If I die, the Nine Palace sect will definitely decline. Moreover, I have only broken through to the diviner realm for a few hundred years, and I still have a few thousand years of lifespan left. I can't die like this. That's right, I can't die, I absolutely can't die. Qin Yuanbai kept muttering in his heart, but his face was terrifyingly pale, and beads of sweat could be faintly seen on his forehead. Ling Huayu on the side also noticed Qin Yuanbai's strangeness. Although she was also intimidated by the Godslayer. But it was not as serious as Qin Yuanbai's. Sect Master. Ling Huayu shouted in a low voice with vital essence. Qin Yuanbai immediately woke up, and his back was already soaked in sweat. Ling Huayu asked with concern, Sect Master, are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Yuanbai wiped the sweat from his forehead, and an ugly smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Ling Huayu's heart also sank. She was sure that there was definitely something wrong with Qin Yuanbai, but she was not sure what the problem was. Although the long saber phantom just now was frightening. But even she was not frightened to this extent, how could Qin Yuanbai, as a celestial being, be more frightened? Ling Huayu was suspicious. But now was not a good time to ask. And although she was an elder of the Nine Palace sect, she was not very close to Qin Yuanbai, so she did not pay much attention to it. Now the long saber phantom had dissipated. But the scene just now had been deeply engraved in everyone's mind. No one dared to act rashly. At least Qin Shujian did not dare to. They did not dare to move. On the city wall, Qin Shujian stood still, and the star acupoints in his body were constantly opening. When all the energy was consumed, he finally stepped into the fifth level of the celestial being. The fifth level of the celestial being. 10,800 star acupoint. When the star acupoints reached 10,800, they formed a bigger Ju Tian again. Vast power emerged. As soon as the aura leaked out, it was suppressed by Qin Shujian. Fifth level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian smiled. Back when the celestial spirit Jade Elixir expanded the star acupoints, his battle strength had reached about 8,000. Now that he had broken through to the fifth level of the celestial being, the star acupoints formed the Ju Tian Great Circulation, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Qin Shujian felt. His strength had at least doubled from the original foundation. In other words, his original combat power of 8,000 had now risen to 16,000. This was the terrifying part of breaking through to the next level. After becoming a celestial being, each breakthrough would cause a huge change to one's strength. And the higher the level, the greater the change. His battle strength had reached 16,000. And when he was forging the Tao artifact, he summoned the phantom of the Long River of Laws. At that moment, Qin Shujian's understanding of the power of laws reached a deeper level. So now, not only did his cultivation method break through to the 5th level of the celestial being, but his laws also reached the standard of the 5th level of the celestial being. 4th level of the celestial being, laws increased by 50%. 5th level of the celestial being, laws increased by 7.5%. At this time, Qin Shujian's battle strength had reached 16,000. Coupled with the law increase, it had reached 28,000. 28,000. Qin Shujian felt that if the Almighty did not use their domain to weaken him, he could already kill the average 7th level of the celestial being with his bare hands. Even if it was to weaken him. With his 18,000 battle strength, he could still kill the Almighty. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was satisfied. Then, he looked at the people around him. He had also noticed the Godslayer's strange movements just now, but he did not stop it. Zhu Bing's exposure was both a bad and a good thing. In the past, Zhu Bing's exposure would inevitably attract some covetous eyes. With his strength, he might not be able to protect or intimidate those people. But now, it was different. His strength had broken through to the 5th level of the celestial being, and his 18,000 battle strength, coupled with a Zhu Bing, Qin Shujian was sure that other than the human sovereign, even if Marquis Baiyun came, he was confident that he could beat him to a pulp. With such strength, even if he were to expose the existence of his ancestral armament, so what? Because anyone who dared to covet Zhu Bing's existence, Qin Shujian was confident that he could kill them. Even if it was the human sovereign. He might not be a match for the human sovereign, but he was also confident that he could retreat. Moreover, with Qin Shujian's understanding of the human sovereign, the other party would not attack him for a Zhu Bing. Marquis Baiyun also had a Zhu Bing, but the human sovereign did not touch it. The human sovereign would most likely not covet the Zhu Bing in his hands. After figuring out the key points, Qin Shujian's aura changed again. He said loudly, "Cold Mountain City will be sealed for 3 days. 3 days later, Cold Mountain City will open again. Everything will go on as usual. As for the details, you can come to the Yuan sect to discuss with the elders of our sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian ignored the others and prepared to fly away. But when he was about to leave, he paused for a moment and turned to look at Qin Yuanbai. Then, he said with a smile, "If anyone wants to see me, I will also be waiting for you at the Yuan sect." With that, he left Cold Mountain City. He had already left. But the doctrine artifact was still here. The pressure that had not dissipated made people's hearts tremble. It was as if there was a shocking dragon's roar. After a long time, some people turned and left. They knew that after today's matter spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The Cold Mountain Spirit region would be the center of the storm. But they thought of the city that suppressed everything, Qin Shujian's proud figure standing on the city, and the last long saber shadow. They all fell silent. So what if it was the center of the storm? With such an existence suppressing it, unless it was a great calamity that could overturn the world, what else could shake this place? Although the Cold Mountain Spirit region was small, it might be the safest place besides the Central State Prefecture. The Central State Prefecture had the human emperor. The Cold Mountain Spirit region had Qin Shujian. Unknowingly, some people had already placed Qin Shujian and the human emperor in the same position. It was predictable. After today, no one would be able to shake Qin Shujian's title as the strongest person in the cultivation world. At the same time, all the blacksmiths in the world would also respect him. The world is going to change again. It was unknown who it was, but before he left, he sighed. The world was going to change. In just a few years, the world of cultivation seemed to have changed several times. Every change was related to Qin Shujian. Let's go. When Qin Shujian left, Qin Yuanbai immediately turned and left. He knew that Qin Shujian was hinting at him. The current Qin Yuanbai. He no longer dared to face Qin Shujian alone. The inner demon had been planted. Unless he could break the inner demon, he would take the initiative to avoid Qin Shujian when he saw him in the future. Ling Huayu was a little puzzled by Qin Yuanbai's urging. But she didn't ask much. Looking at his back leaving, she had no choice but to follow him. If it was possible. Ling Huayu hoped that she could exchange some forging experience with Qin Shujian. If she could gain something, it would naturally be the best thing. But looking at the current situation, she had no chance. His crippled. Looking at Qin Yuanbai's back, Fang Yilan said indifferently. How could Qin Yuanbai's strange behavior be hidden from her? Su Zhan shook his head and said, Qin Shujian is indeed terrifyingly strong, but Qin Yuanbai's temperament is too bad. He was planted with the inner demon just like that. It seems that this generation of the Nine Palaces sect has been crippled. If no new celestial being is born, maybe the Nine Palaces sect will decline in the future. The inner demon was planted. In the future, his cultivation would not improve half a step. Unless he could break the inner demon, but it was too difficult to do so. Of course. If he could break the inner demon, Qin Yuanbai's strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But the probability of doing so was too low. Subsequently, Su Zhan said, let's go. You and I can go and meet this sect master Qin, all right. Fang Yilan nodded slightly. Then the two of them left. There were not many people left. They were those who had gained something but couldn't wait to go back, so they had to stay and digest it. After a long time, Shen Yuqing's body trembled slightly. Her originally murky eyes gradually became clear. She took out a casting tool from the storage ring, and then directly ignited a flame. She took out the materials that she had prepared for a long time and threw them in. Seeing this scene, no one went to disturb her. Because they didn't dare. The clothes that Shen Yuqing was wearing were the symbol of Yuan sect's elder. Many people knew the master of the casting hall. Qin Shujian's power had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this time, unless one's brain was fried, otherwise, no one would go against Yuan's own. Inside Yuan sect, Zheng Fang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Shujian's words had already spread to the entire Yuan sect. He had also heard it clearly, although he didn't personally go and observe the forging process. However, within the sect, he was able to see all of those scenes. Sect master always comes up with these difficult problems. It's not easy to live in peace. Zheng Fang sighed, but there was an unconcealable smile on his face. The stronger Yuan sect was, the happier he was. Zheng Fang could foresee that after the news of Cold Mountain City spread, all the sects in the world would flock to this number one city in the world. That's right. The number one city in the world. In Zheng Fang's eyes, Cold Mountain City could already be called the number one city in the world. A city with a six-seal Dao artifact. No other city in the human race could compare to it. Even if it was the imperial city. In fact, it was just an ordinary city. Now that Cold Mountain City had become a six-seal Dao artifact, no other city in the world could compare to it. At this time, a voice sounded in Zheng Fang's ears. There are people from the Imperial Astronomer at the foot of the mountain. Go and welcome them. Imperial Astronomer. Zheng Fang's expression froze, and he immediately walked down the mountain. At the mountain gate, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan appeared there. This is Jiang Feng. Looking at the black-robed man sitting there, Su Zhan said in surprise. Fang Yilan said, it should be him. Only a zombie can have that tyrannical aura. It's a pity that Jiang Feng was also an outstanding talent of his generation, but he didn't expect to end up in such a state after passing away. Su Zhan sighed. He was also familiar with Jiang Feng. After all, Jiang Feng became famous thousands of years ago. At that time, Su Zhan hadn't become an elder of the Imperial Astronomer yet. He was just an expert in the Imperial Court and had some dealings with the Heavenly Corpse sect. But after becoming an elder of the Imperial Astronomer, Su Zhan no longer interacted with the sects of the cultivation world. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Feng, he felt a little emotional. But it was just an emotional feeling. As for anything else, there was nothing else. Not long after, Zheng Fang came to the mountain gate, cupped his hands, and said, I'm Zheng Fang. I'm here to welcome the two elders of the Imperial Astronomer on the orders of the sect master. Thank you. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan also cupped their hands in return. This was basic etiquette. If it were someone else, the two of them wouldn't care. But although Zheng Fang's strength was ordinary, he was the great elder of the Yuan sect and couldn't be treated as an ordinary cultivator. Then, the two of them followed Zheng Fang and stepped into the sect. As soon as they entered the sect, both of their expressions changed slightly. That rich spirit qi almost made them think that they had appeared in a cultivation mystic realm. Su Zhan couldn't help but ask, "How many spirit stones did your sect bury to have such rich spiritual qi?" "There are no spirit stones, but there is a celestial eldar," Zheng Fang said with a smile. In an instant, the two elders fell silent. They were thinking about one thing. Just what kind of person could use such a casual tone to say that their sect had a celestial spirit tribe member? Now, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan both felt a little depressed. In front of the Yuan sect, they didn't seem to be elders of the imperial astronomer, but more like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. But the two of them were very clear. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but that the Yuan sect was too rich. A large number of level 9 materials were used as they wished, and upper sky embryos were taken as they wished. And Zhu Bing. And the blood essence of experts above the celestial being. Until now, there was still a celestial eldar in charge. Eldar had been declining for many years, and no celestial eldar had appeared for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, someone told him. How could the two of them not be shocked that there was a celestial eldar in the Yuan sect? Although many people already knew about this matter. But Su Zhan and Fang Yilan stayed in the endless mountain range, so it was inevitable that the news was somewhat blocked. P.S. Here's the first update. Go to sleep after reading it. I'll update the rest of the day. I've been staying up until 3 or 4 o'clock every day. I really can't take it anymore. Chapter 559. In front of the courtyard. Looking at the courtyard that was already a superior-grade spiritual artifact, Su Zhan was much calmer. Other than cursing in his heart, there was nothing else he could do. Compared to the six-seal Dao artifact city, the superior-grade spiritual artifact courtyard was still acceptable. However, when he walked in and saw Qin Shujian sitting there making tea, he cursed in his heart again. Spiritual artifacts. All of them were spiritual artifacts. Even the damn teacups were spiritual artifacts. Indeed. A Grandmaster Forger could be a little willful, but even so, he shouldn't be so willful. Refining spirit artifacts also required the consumption of some precious materials. To waste to such an extent, Su Zhan couldn't help but complain. As for Fang Yilan, she was much calmer. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Pavilion elders, I apologize for not going out to welcome you. I hope you don't blame me." While speaking, he brewed a cup of spiritual tea for the two of them, then stretched out his hand and gestured, "Please, thank you." Su Zhan and Fang Yilan looked at each other and then sat down. As soon as they sat down, Fang Yilan's expression changed slightly. Looking at the spiritual tea in front of her, she couldn't help but take a sip. Then, she said with slight surprise, "I wonder where this spiritual tea came from. It's of such a high grade." It wasn't that she hadn't drunk high-level spiritual tea before. Even in the Imperial Astronomer, there were 8th grade spiritual teas. However, compared to the spiritual tea here, the spiritual tea in the Imperial Astronomer was a grade lower. On the other side, Su Zhan couldn't help but drink a cup. He suddenly felt a burst of spiritual energy explode in his body, warming his body and recovering all the energy he had consumed in the past month of observation. He smacked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. However, considering his identity, he quickly stopped. Qin Shujian said, "It's nothing, but the Eldar in the sect bloomed, so I took some." Eldar bloomed? Celestial Eldar. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan were instantly speechless. Celestial Eldar bloomed and then used to make tea. This was a bit too extravagant. Not to mention the respected status of celestial experts. As far as they were concerned, there was not a single Eldar in the entire Eastern continent. Perhaps the expert in Yuan Zone was Eldar's only celestial. Su Zhan felt a little sour in his heart, but he didn't dwell on this issue. Even if it was the spiritual tea produced by the Celestial Spirit Clan, it wouldn't be of much help to their current cultivation. It would only satisfy their appetite. However, if that celestial eldar grew to a higher level in the future, the flowers it produced would be used on the celestial. Even if it would take a long time. However, with the existence of that eldar, Yuan Zhong could maintain its prosperity for at least 10,000 years. Subsequently, Su Zhan said, I came here this time to ask Sect Master Qin for help with something. What is it? Qin Shujian was surprised. Help. He thought that the two of them would come over to talk about forging or ask about his gains in the sea. In the end, they didn't ask for anything, but for his help. This was somewhat unexpected. Su Zhan said, now, His Majesty has built 4 majestic heavenly passes in the heaven and earth restriction. They will be the gateway to the eastern continent in the future. These cities are to resist the experts of the other 3 continents. Therefore, ordinary cities are not qualified to become heavenly passes. At this point, Su Zhan wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Shujian understood and said with a chuckle, Senior, do you mean that His Majesty intends to build the majestic cities into Dao artifacts? No, Dao artifacts require a large number of innate embryos, and you also know that there is a certain time limit after the innate embryos are born. Therefore, even if there were innate embryos in the past, they can't be preserved now. We only need to cast the cities into spirit artifacts, but to be honest, I'm good at forging spirit artifacts, but it's a little difficult to continue casting them. Since he had already spoken, Su Zhan no longer pretended and said frankly, therefore, I hope that Sect Master Qin can help us forge them together. At this time, we will also report to His Majesty. At that time, Sect Master Qin can also ask for anything. It would be good if he could forge a Dao artifact city. Like Cold Mountain City. If there were 4-6 seal Dao artifacts, it would be enough to suppress everything. Unfortunately, it was not possible. Not to mention a Dao artifact like Cold Mountain City, which was a huge city, even if it was an ordinary city Dao artifact and then enlarged into a majestic city, it was impossible. Because no matter if it was the former or the latter, it would consume innate embryos. The former would consume more materials. Although the latter would consume less materials, it would at least require a celestial being to oversee the city and constantly maintain the Dao artifact form. In this way, the consumption might be even greater. Therefore, no matter from which perspective, forging a Dao artifact city was not desirable. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also understood. The problem of materials was the biggest problem. Originally, he only planned to forge an ordinary city and then throw Jiang Feng over, letting him oversee the city and maintain the operation of the Dao artifact. But later, the various sects gave him enough materials, and there were also a lot of innate embryos. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not go through so much trouble and directly forged a 1,000-mile city. His extravagant method could not be found in the eastern continent. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said, the imperial court wants to build a gateway to the eastern continent. This is only the imperial court's matter, but also the matter of the entire eastern continent's human race. As a member of the human race, I definitely cannot sit by and do nothing. It's fine to not mention the request, but I have something to say first. Please speak, Sect Master Qin. There is a certain amount of risk in forging a city. I can't guarantee success. If it fails, I won't be responsible. Qin Shujian said indifferently. Forging a city was fine, but it was free. He would treat it as voluntary labor to help the eastern continent. But if there were problems, he would not be responsible. The main reason was to forge Cold Mountain City. Now that the origin sect was mostly empty, there was not much extra energy. Su Zhan smiled and said, Sect Master Qin is righteous. With your methods, if you cooperate with me this time, there is basically no possibility of failure. Even if we fail, the Imperial Court will bear all the responsibility. When will we set off? Qin Shujian asked. Su Zhan thought for a moment and said, there are only about 3 months left before the 1-year deadline given by His Majesty. If Sect Master Qin has nothing else to do, it's best if you go as soon as possible. 3 months' time. Qin Shujian thought for a moment. Forging Cold Mountain City was so difficult, but it would only take about a month. If that was the case, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, it would take about 2 to 3 months to build the 4 cities. With this thought, Qin Shujian said, "How about this? I have just forged a Dao artifact and have consumed a lot of energy. I need to rest for a few days. After I finish resting, I will immediately set off. During this period, if the 2 of you have nothing to do, you can stay in Cold Mountain City for a few days. I will send someone to accompany the 2 of you." Cold Mountain City was closed to the outside world for 3 days. In fact, to put it bluntly, they would give people 3 days to make a bid and then sell the location in the city. In fact, when Cold Mountain City was successfully forged, they could directly move in. Hearing this, before Fang Yilan could say anything, Su Zhong nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble Sect Master Qin." He was also very curious about Cold Mountain City, a freshly forged 6-seal Dao artifact. Su Zhong also wanted to find a chance to study it. After all, it was different from a natural Dao artifact. Cold Mountain City was a man-made Dao artifact. It was different from a natural Dao artifact. If he could find some clues from it, Su Zhong felt that it would be helpful to his current forging skills. Soon, the 2 of them left. In the courtyard, only Qin Shujian was left. Actually, he had already recovered all the energy he had consumed to forge the city when he broke through to the 5th layer of the sky-human realm. What he said to the 2 of them was just Qin Shujian's excuse. At this moment, Qin Shujian took out the remaining 2 porcelain bottles from his storage ring. His expression was somewhat helpless. 6 drops of essence blood. Only 2 drops left. He originally planned to use up the harvest from Heavenly Pattern Island and then raise his realm to the 5th layer of the sky-human realm or even the 6th layer of the sky-human realm. But looking at the current situation, Qin Shujian shook his head. The remaining 2 drops of essence blood, not to mention the 6th layer of the sky-human realm, even the peak of the 5th layer of the sky-human realm could not reach it. The reason was, it was because of the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream. When Qin Shujian swallowed the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream, he did not have time to refine it at all. He directly used it violently, causing most of the spiritual energy to expand the star acupoints. The remaining spiritual energy was used to open the acupoints. As a result, he had the foundation, but his realm did not break through by much. However, if one were to calculate it seriously, one could not say whether it was a loss or a gain. Because the realm did not break through, but it expanded the acupoints, further increasing his foundation and strength. In other words, the realm did not change, but the battle strength increased by a lot. Later on, he could break through to the 5th layer of the sky-human realm. It was all because of the energy that rushed into the thunderclouds. Thinking of the energy in the thunderclouds, Qin Shujian looked at the clear sky. He suddenly had a bold idea. "I advise you not to court death." The Godslayer reminded him faintly. Qin Shujian instantly woke up and then released the stone saber from his sea of consciousness. He said, "Senior, what do you mean?" The Godslayer said, "Although the laws of heaven and earth do not have intelligence, they have instincts. Last time, you were able to break into the thunder tribulation to absorb energy. That was because heaven and earth were not prepared. Next time, don't even think about it. Heaven and earth will give you a chance to fleece you once, but they will definitely not give you a second chance. If you dare to do it like last time, I can guarantee that you will be greeted by the world-destroying divine thunder." World-destroying divine thunder. From these 4 words, Qin Shujian felt the aura of destruction. What is the world-destroying divine thunder? That's the punishment of the laws. There are strong and weak world-destroying divine thunders. The weak ones can kill celestials, while the strong ones can kill immortals. Generally, the world-destroying divine thunder will not appear. Only things that are not allowed to be born are born. Perhaps someone wants to exploit the loopholes of the laws, so the world-destroying divine thunder is sent down. The Godslayer said faintly. The meaning of his words was very clear. If one dared to exploit the loopholes of the laws again, the next one to be struck by the world-destroying divine thunder would be you. Immediately afterward, the The Godslayer added, "The world-destroying divine thunder likes to find those who challenge the laws the most. In ancient times, there was a peerless expert who broke the thunder tribulation with his bare hands and helped others to defy the tribulation to become an immortal. In the end, the world-destroying divine thunder fell down and an expert comparable to an emperor was turned into ashes. There were also experts who cultivated some kind of mysterious cultivation method, which was based on stealing the power of the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, when the world-destroying divine thunder fell down, the power of the thunder was vast and mighty like a prison, and the immortals retreated. As for that expert, his spirit was annihilated and he no longer existed." Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. The Godslayer's words made him feel as if the world-destroying divine thunder was hanging above his head and would strike down at any time. He coughed twice to hide his panic. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, you can't resist the world-destroying divine thunder." "Haha, if Zhu Bing could resist the world-destroying divine thunder, how could he have transcended the tribulation?" The Godslayer said sarcastically, "Kid, don't think that Zhu Bing is omnipotent. If he was really omnipotent, how could Zhu Bing be so rare in the world? The power of the laws was much stronger than he imagined. Even the laws mastered by immortals are just a drop in the ocean among the many laws. If you really anger the laws, not to mention me, even if the Emperor of Heaven comes back to life, he may not be able to protect you." The Godslayer felt that it was necessary to intimidate Qin Shujian. Or else, when this kid was crazy, he would really want to take advantage of the laws. It was not easy for the human race to produce an expert with the potential of an ancient human emperor. He could not be gone just like that. As Zhu Bing of the human race, the Godslayer needed to protect such a potential seed for the rise of the human race. Immediately, Qin Shujian dispelled the bold idea in his heart. He had originally planned to forge a spiritual weapon and take advantage of the thunder tribulation to rush in and absorb it crazily. If he could really do that, Qin Shujian felt that it would not be long before he could cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral canon to perfection. But looking at the current situation, he was afraid that before he could cultivate it to perfection, he would provoke the world-destroying divine thunder first. According to the Godslayer, the world-destroying divine thunder could even kill immortals, let alone a small celestial being. So, Qin Shujian simply admitted defeat. He felt that it was not shameful to admit defeat. Cultivation was a competition of who had a longer life, not a competition of temporary glory. After Qin Shujian extinguished the idea of taking advantage of the laws, he focused his attention on the resources he had. The only thing that could play a role now was the 2 drops of Star Sage's blood essence. With the idea of transforming all the resources into his own strength, Qin Shujian directly crushed the porcelain bottle and released the 2 drops of blood essence. Without waiting for the other party to show his power, Qin Shujian suppressed the blood essence with his bare hands. Immediately, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Unlike before, when he swallowed 1 drop each time, this time Qin Shujian directly swallowed 2 drops of blood essence. After breaking through to the 5th level of the celestial being, his combat strength was guaranteed to be 16,000. The current Qin Shujian was already bursting with confidence. When the 2 drops of blood essence entered his stomach, a terrifying fluctuation immediately erupted. "Suppress it for me." Qin Shujian's face was solemn. 10,800 star acupoints formed a powerful star river diagram and forcibly suppressed the 2 drops of blood essence. No matter how the blood essence roared and roared, it could not shake the star river diagram in the slightest. Once, when he had 5,600 star acupoints, Qin Shujian could suppress a drop of blood essence. At this moment, the star acupoints had reached 10,800 star acupoints and the power was several times stronger than before. Suppressing the 2 drops of blood essence was even easier. The blood essence roared. The star river diagram suppressed. A large amount of pure energy was broken down and poured into all parts of the body. Qin Shujian crazily ran the cultivation method and then controlled all the energy to attack the new star acupoints. Boom! His body kept roaring. Soon, the star acupoints were opened. It lasted for 2 whole days. Qin Shujian exhausted all the power of the blood essence and finally opened up 1,200 star acupoints on the original foundation. Combined with the current star acupoints, there were a total of 12,000 acupoints. Accordingly, Qin Shujian's combat strength also increased by about 1,000. In other words, now, his combat strength had risen to 17,000. Regarding this, Qin Shujian felt that it was necessary for him to understand the specific situation of the Almighties. Senior, I would like to ask you, what is the combat strength of a cultivator above the 7th level of the celestial being? Godslayer also knew what he was thinking and said bluntly, as I said, the minimum combat strength of a cultivator in the 7th level of the celestial being is about 5,000. However, if some cultivators have a strong foundation, their combat strength will be above 5,000. But it's hard to determine what level they have reached. But as far as I know, the strongest cultivator in ancient times had a minimum combat strength of 35,000. The 8th level of the celestial being usually has a minimum combat strength of 10,000, the 9th level of the celestial being has 20,000, and the 10th level of the celestial being has 40,000. Almost every breakthrough of the celestial being level will increase by several times. In other words, the more solid your foundation is in the early stage, the greater your potential in the later stage. Therefore, many times, some experts will deliberately suppress their realm in order to improve their foundation to a level where there is no room for improvement. When they finally break through, they will have more powerful combat strength. But at the same time, there are also experts whose foundation is too strong, causing the difficulty of breaking through to become higher, resulting in them wasting their lives in one realm. The god-slaying saber warned. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. According to what Godslayer said, the strongest cultivator in ancient times had a combat strength of 35,000. If it was multiplied, it meant that Godslayer had a combat strength of 70,000 at the 8th level of the celestial being, 140,000 at the 9th level of the celestial being, and 280,000 at the 10th level of the celestial being. For an ordinary immortal, their minimum combat strength was about 100,000. This was a comparison. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. As expected. He was not the only genius. There might be other monstrous geniuses in the world. An ordinary 10th level of the celestial being had a combat strength of 40,000, while Godslayer had a combat strength of 280,000. Killing a 10th level of the celestial being with a combat strength of 40,000 would be as easy as eating and drinking. This was the difference between a monstrous genius and an ordinary cultivator. Qin Shujian was also calculating his own combat strength at the moment. Then, for every breakthrough above the 7th level of the celestial being, how many times will my combat strength increase? There is no fixed number before the 7th level of the celestial being. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was silent for a moment. When he first entered the 5th level of the celestial being, his combat strength was 16,000. If he deduced that to the 5th level of the celestial being, it would be about 20,000. Then, when he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial being, his combat strength would be about 40,000 to 60,000. If he could enter the 7th level of the celestial being, it would be at least 70,000 to 100,000. Calculating like this, Qin Shujian felt a lot more relieved. He realized that monstrous geniuses were not as awesome as him. However, after hearing Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian had an idea in his mind. If he deliberately suppressed his realm and used energy to open up his star acupoints, and then used the source of life to increase it, he might be able to become the strongest celestial being cultivator in history. As for the hidden danger of having a strong foundation and no hope of breaking through, in front of the source of life, it did not seem to be a problem. Just like how he used the Tianling acupoint to open up his acupoints, the star acupoints opened up by the 2 drops of blood essence were also the same size as the star acupoints. In other words, no matter how strong the foundation was at the beginning, it would automatically reach the same level when breaking through later. In front of a rapid breakthrough and unparalleled combat strength, some people would choose the former without hesitation, some people would hesitate, and a small number of confident people would directly choose the latter. But for Qin Shujian, he did not need to hesitate much and would directly choose the latter. There was no other reason. The joy of cheating was simply not something that others could experience. In the past, when I was halfway through my cultivation, the consumption of the source of life was the same. So, now that I am opening up my foundation and then using the source of life to break through, it should not increase the consumption. While Qin Shujian was thinking in his heart, his eyes gradually became brighter. In the past, he had complained about this. He had worked hard to cultivate halfway and then used the source of life to increase it, but in the end, it was still the same fee. But now, Qin Shujian did not have the intention to complain, because he found that he seemed to have found a way to take advantage of the source of life. This was not a loophole. In fact, it was a good thing. In other words, in fact, I don't need to rush to break through the realm, but slowly use the existing opportunities to strengthen my foundation and then store enough source of life to break through the realm in one fell swoop. In this way, the combat strength will be there, and the realm will not lag behind. The only difference is that the speed of the source of life may be slower than the speed of my cultivation. In just a few months, he had directly crossed 4 realms. Qin Shujian thought that his cultivation was faster than using the source of life. But some things were not calculated in this way. As long as he could increase his realm before his lifespan was exhausted, he could ensure that he would not die. With the current speed of collecting the source of life, it should not be difficult to do this. The rest. It was the problem of combat strength. So what if his realm was suppressed for a period of time? If he had a combat strength of 100,000 at Celestial being level 5, then even many mighty figures could be defeated. At that time, what was the difference between him and the mighty figures? Thoughts flashed. Qin Shujian muttered to himself, in fact, the division of realms only depends on the length of one's lifespan. Under normal circumstances, as long as one's strength is enough, then the division of realms is not so clear. With my current strength, I can defeat a Celestial being level 7. Then, am I a Celestial being level 7 or level 5? Godslayer on the side was also silent. He found that his deliberate warning seemed to have some opposite effect. Chapter 560. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his own life source. When he was at Heavenly Pattern Island, he only had about 300 million life source left after upgrading his 9 tribulations immortal body. Now, after more than 2 months, his life source had returned to 2 billion. On average, there was about 1 billion life source entering his account in a month. This was the benefit of recruiting a large number of disciples. If there were no new 210,000 disciples to supplement, Qin Shujian calculated that it would take at least 2 years to reach this level. 1 billion a month. 1 year was 12 billion. That would be 120 billion in 10 years. This was under the condition that all the disciples did not increase their strength. If the disciples could still increase their strength, Qin Shujian estimated that the amount of life source entering his account would continue to increase by a lot. 120 billion life sources. Qin Shujian estimated that it was probably enough for 1 upgrade. After all, he was now at the 5th level of the Heaven-Human realm, not the 1st level of the Heaven-Human realm. The increase in his life source would definitely be very different. But no matter what, with the current situation of the life source entering his account, even if he just lay down and slept, he would be able to accumulate enough life source to break through to the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm. However, the total of 230,000 disciples is still too little. If there are 3 million, wouldn't there be 120 billion life source entering my account in a year? Qin Shujian's finger tapped lightly as thoughts surged in his mind. Recruit more disciples. This was indeed a good idea. But the more disciples he recruited, the more resources he would need to spend. With the current foundation of Yuan sect, he could not digest so many people. Unless, wait for this batch of disciples to fully mature. Otherwise, it would be impossible in a short period of time. Moreover, Qin Shujian was also a little worried. Now that the demon clan had left, the beasts had become rootless duckweed. If the people of Yuan sect were too ruthless, would it be possible to kill all the beasts here? Thinking of the beasts, Qin Shujian thought of the sea area. Compared to the beasts, there were more beasts in the sea area. Unfortunately, the sea area was too dangerous. If he really pulled 200,000 disciples into the sea, probably only the players would be able to come out alive. No, it should be resurrected. Any natural disaster of the heaven-human realm. Yet, he was able to beat up 200,000 disciples and make them call him daddy. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Based on the current situation, there are still quite a lot of demon beasts in the endless mountain range. In addition, it won't be long before we can open up the 3 continents. There should be places in the 3 continents that need to be harvested. Speaking of which, the players seem to have quieted down quite a bit recently. For some reason, Qin Shujian thought of the players. During this period of time, very few news from players would reach him. Until now. It was only then that Qin Shujian realized that he had forgotten about the players at some point in time. Or rather, it was not forgotten, but simply ignored. This was because the growth of players was too slow. Compared to him, they were on a completely different level. At this moment, the players at the top were still wandering about in the domain spirit god realm. But now, Qin Shujian could already suppress a celestial with his bare hands. They were both big shots with cheats. It was obvious that Qin Shujian's cheats were much greater than the players' cheats. Seeing Qin Shujian's silence, Godslayer had a bad premonition in his heart. He said, "What I said just now was not a random threat. Everyone knows the importance of a strong foundation. However, any genius will involuntarily choose to break through after suppressing their foundation to a certain extent. Because they understand that if they continue to accumulate, it will not do them any good. So what if their real combat power is unparalleled? So what if they can kill immortals at the first level of the celestial realm? Such a first level of the celestial realm will be at the first level of the celestial realm for the rest of their lives and will turn into ashes after 5,000 years. On the contrary, immortals can continue to live freely in the world. This is neglecting the essentials. I understand what Senior is saying," Qin Shujian said with a smile. Godslayer was speechless. Did the other party understand? He definitely understood. But for some reason, Godslayer always felt that Qin Shujian had not given up on some bad plan. For this, Godslayer sighed in his heart. He realized that in the future, he still could not speak carelessly. If he destroyed the Emperor seeds, it would be a great sin. On the same day, the news of Qin Shujian's construction of Cold Mountain City spread like the wind. After more than a month, this forging attracted the attention of the world. The moment the Tao artifact was forged, there was a natural phenomenon, and a terrifying aura suppressed eternity, showing the power of this Tao artifact. A 6-seal Tao artifact. In the sects of the Eastern continent, the strongest Tao artifact on the surface was only a 4-seal Tao artifact. Now that Qin Shujian had successfully forged a 6-seal Tao artifact, those people were speechless. At the same time, during the forging process, the Long River of Laws was summoned and also spread. As for the Long River of Laws, 99% of the people did not know it. However, there was still 1% of people who knew about the existence of the Long River of Laws and understood what it meant. Therefore, after this news spread out, an even bigger piece of news came out. Qin Shujian was not an ordinary first-tier celestial being, but at least a 4th-tier celestial being. The first 3 tiers of the celestial being were extraordinary, and the middle 3 tiers were celestial beings. On the surface, no celestial being had appeared in the cultivation world. Now that Qin Shujian had exposed his cultivation, he directly confirmed the title of the strongest person in the cultivation world. Celestial being. Yin Bancheng did not know how to express his current expression. He had long known that his strength was inferior to Qin Shujian's. But now, it seemed that it was more than inferior. One was a first-tier celestial being, and the other was at least a 4th-tier celestial being, crossing a gap of several small realms. Although Yin Bancheng had not stepped into the celestial being realm, He also knew that the gap between a fourth-tier celestial being and a third-tier celestial being was actually very big. However, compared to the shock of others. After a short period of shock, Yin Bancheng quickly calmed down. So what if he was a celestial being? He could not beat him in the first place, and now he could not beat him. When an opponent was so powerful that it was unattainable, the other person would no longer have the heart to fight. It was not the time to have the heart to fight. Yin Bancheng also saw the benefits to the Traceless sect after Qin Shujian's strength was exposed. Now that our sect is in an alliance with the Sky Origin sect, the stronger Qin Shujian is, the more stable this alliance will be. With the Sky Origin sect in the Baiyun Mansion, at least there will not be any turmoil in the cultivation world. As for our sect's resources, it doesn't matter if we have fewer resources. Anyway, our target is the other 3 continents. After all, the Baiyun Mansion is just a small place, so we don't have to keep an eye on it. In the main hall. Hearing this, Jing Bianyun was silent for a moment, and then said, "Is the gap between a celestial being and a celestial being really that big? It's huge, isn't it? Last time, Qin Shujian defeated me with a single word. If we really fought, it would be difficult for me to contend with him." Yin Bancheng shook his head. There was no need to hide this matter. Others might not know the reason why they did not attack the giant spirit sect, but Jing Bianyun had to know. Jing Bianyun thought for a moment and said, "Will the Sky Origin sect attack our Traceless sect?" What he was worried about now was, he did not have any plans for the Sky Origin sect, but the Sky Origin sect had plans for his sect. Yin Bancheng said, "It's impossible. If Qin Shujian really wanted to attack our Traceless sect, he would have found a way long ago. What force in the cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion can stop the Sky Origin sect? And if that's the case, Qin Shujian will not give me a chance to break through to the celestial being realm. His target is the 3 continents, so our target should also be the 3 continents, not just look at what's in front of us." At this time, Yin Bancheng had seen through a lot of things. Then, Jing Bianyun asked, "Grand Elder, do you know what kind of divine weapon the long saber phantom that appeared at the end was?" "I don't know, but it should be a high-grade Dao artifact." Yin Bancheng replied with uncertainty. Ancestral armaments were not things that others could know about. After all, those who really knew about Zhu Bing's existence were few and far between. The Traceless sect's inheritance was not weak. But even if it was not weak, it had only been around for thousands of years. However, after the end of the ancient times, Zhu Bing in the world had become rare to a certain extent. Only those who were truly at the top would know about the existence of such a divine weapon. Hearing this, Jing Bianyun did not say anything else. Compared to the calmness of the Traceless sect, the other sects and forces were greatly shaken. Especially those who had a grudge against the Sky Origin sect. At this moment, they felt a huge pressure. Baiyong Mansion. In the main hall of the Yin-Yang sect, the 2 sects met again. Shi Yin-Yang frowned at this time and looked at the Crimson Heaven sect master Lu Yang, who also had an ugly expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Shujian is a saint. Neither of us expected this. If the Sky Origin sect wants to attack us, the 9 Palace sect may not be able to withstand this pressure." Lu Yang was also badly battered and said irritably, "Do we still need to wait for the Sky Origin sect to make a move? The cultivators of the Yuan Pavilion have already caused a lot of losses to our 2 sects. If this continues, the foundation of our 2 sects will not be severed, but there is no chance for us to develop and grow." At the mention of this matter, both of them became irritated. No one expected that. The Sky Origin sect would really be so stubborn. Since the sects could not make a move, they would use the Yuan Pavilion to disgust them. However, the strength of the Yuan Pavilion was still very strong. The rogue cultivators registered in it, as well as the people of some sects, were also very strong. So far, the Yuan Pavilion did not seem to have any heavenly beings registered, but there were a lot of God martial realm cultivators. Originally, the 2 sects had joined forces. In front of the Yuan Pavilion, they could withstand it. But now that the news of Qin Shujian being a saint expert had spread, the 2 sects immediately sensed that things were not good. With the stinginess of the Sky Origin sect, They would definitely not let it go so easily. In the past, the Nine Palace sect had blocked in front of them. Now, the Nine Palace sect might not be able to withstand a saint expert. So, Shi Yinyang and Lu Yang both understood that they should think of a way to retreat. After a while, Lu Yang said, "If there is no other way, we will go to the Nine Palace sect and find a way to get them to mediate the grievances between us and the Sky Origin sect. Anyway, the Sky Origin sect only cares about benefits and can ignore everything else. Destroying our two sects will not benefit the Sky Origin sect. After all, a rabbit will bite when cornered. If we are willing to give an apology, the Sky Origin sect should give in." Shi Yinyang also nodded in agreement. As for whether it was the Sky Origin sect or them who gave in, there was nothing to say. At this time, a powerful aura came, and then they saw that the mountain gate array that had not been activated yet was shattered. The Yin-Yang sect experts were all alarmed. "I am Chi Fei of the Nine Palace sect. I am here on the orders of the sect master." A cold voice spread, causing the Yin-Yang sect experts who were about to attack to stop. Then, they saw a middle-aged man step into the main hall. In the main hall, Shi Yinyang and Lu Yang also stood up. The unforeseen event just now had also alarmed them. At this moment, seeing Chi Fei enter as if there was no one around, the two of them were not angry. Instead, a bad premonition surged in their hearts. No matter what the Yin-Yang sect said, it was also a large sect in the Whiteyong prefecture. The Nine Palace sect had always been very polite to these sects. It was rare for them to break the mountain gate array and barge in like this. Thoughts surged in Shi Yinyang's mind, but his expression did not change. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Qi, welcome. I apologize for not going out to meet you. I don't dare to let Sect Master Shi welcome me." Chi Fei sneered. Shi Yinyang frowned and looked puzzled. "I don't know what Elder Qi means. I don't think I have offended Elder Qi or the Nine Palace sect. If you have offended me and the Nine Palace sect, then it's fine. But your Yin-Yang sect has offended someone you can't afford to offend." Chi Fei's expression was cold. He then looked at Lu Yang and said, "Since Sect Master Lu is also here, I will not beat around the bush. I have only one thing to do today, and that is to convey the order of my sect master. Yin-Yang sect, Crimson Heaven sect, please accept the order." Hearing this, their hearts sank once more. However, they did not hesitate. They cupped their hands and said, "Shi Yinyang, Lu Yang, accepts the order. Your two sects have offended the Sky Origin sect and brought disaster to my Whiteyong prefecture. You must find a way to appease the Sky Origin sect's anger. If the Sky Origin sect attacks the Whiteyong prefecture, then my Nine Palace sect will destroy your two sects to appease the Sky Origin sect's anger." Chi Fei conveyed Qin Yuanbai's words. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yinyang and Lu Yang were shocked. They had wanted to go to the Nine Palace sect to ask if there was a solution, but before they could even make a move, the Nine Palace sect had come to condemn them first. Both of them knew Qin Shujian was a saint expert and would definitely put pressure on the Nine Palace sect. But no one had expected this. The dignified Whiteyong prefecture's top sect would kneel so quickly. They had already kneeled before it even began. Shi Yinyang opened his mouth and said, "Elder Qi, there's no need to say more. Sect Master has given you 3 months to resolve this matter. If you don't resolve it by then, the Nine Palace sect will personally destroy your two sects to apologize to the Sky Origin sect. Now that things have come to this, take care of yourselves." Chi Fei waved his hand, ignored the two, and turned to leave. In his opinion, if the two sects couldn't appease the Sky Origin sect's anger, then there was no need for them to exist. Chi Fei had come and left without hesitation. In the main hall, only the two of them had gloomy expressions. Impudent. He's just a small Nine Palace sect elder. How dare he be so arrogant? Lu Yang was furious. Chi Fei's attitude as if no one else was present had angered him. However, Lu Yang only dared to vent some of his anger after the other party had left. He still had to give the other party face. Shi Yinyang's expression was ugly as he said coldly, "Our sects pay tribute to the Nine Palace sect every year in vain. Now that something has happened, the Nine Palace sect is trying to shirk responsibility. Qin Yuan Bai is a disgrace to the Whiteyong prefecture. Even if they had to kneel, they should have at least resisted. But now, the Sky Origin sect hadn't said a word and the Nine Palace sect had already knelt. This made Shi Yinyang feel cold all over. Qi Fei's words weren't false. The Nine Palace sect had obviously given up on their two sects. Without the protection of the Nine Palace sect, the two sects would be destroyed by the Sky Origin sect in minutes. Thinking of this, Shi Yinyang let out a long sigh. The aura on his body suddenly weakened as he sighed. Well, Brother Lu, let's contact the Sky Origin sect and see how this matter can be resolved. That's the only way. Lu Yang also sat back in his seat, closed his eyes and sighed. The Nine Palace sect's decision had caught them off guard. The Nine Palace sect had also supported them from behind when they had stopped Yin Bancheng from breaking through. Otherwise, how could Lu Yang have obtained the Sky Origin decree? Unfortunately, now the Nine Palace sect wanted to pull them out and push them out to take the blame. In the face of such a thing, whether it was the Yin Yang sect or the Crimson Heaven sect, they could only grit their teeth and endure. They couldn't afford to offend the Sky Origin sect, nor could they afford to offend the Nine Palace sect. At this moment, the two of them suddenly understood. The so-called large sects were actually not worth mentioning in front of the top sects. Those who weren't at the Sky Origin sect were just ants in the end. Even if they broke through to the Sky Origin sect, in front of some more powerful experts, they didn't seem to have any right to speak. Just by looking at how quickly Qin Yuan Bai had knelt in front of Qin Shujian, it could be seen. The cultivation world was shocked. The imperial court was also shocked. The news that Su Zhon and Fang Yilan sent back also made the human emperor, a top expert who suppressed the human clan, slightly change his expression. Zhu Bing. In the back garden of the imperial palace, the human emperor was sitting in a pavilion, but a eunuch was beside him. Although the human emperor looked calm now, however, his heart was also greatly shaken. He also didn't expect that Qin Shujian would have Zhu Bing on him. When I first met him, he didn't have the aura of Zhu Bing on him. In this case, he should have obtained the Zhu Bing on him recently. The human emperor thought to himself. As the top expert of the human clan, even the Marquis of Bayun who had Zhu Bing on him couldn't hide from his perception, let alone Qin Shujian. The human emperor was sure. In the past, Qin Shujian didn't have Zhu Bing on him. In other words, the other party had obtained Zhu Bing in the past few months. In the past few months, the only time Qin Shujian made a move was when he left the Great Zhao and went to the sea area. In an instant, the human emperor figured out the key point. In this case, Qin Shujian should have obtained an opportunity in the sea area of death, so his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he also obtained a Zhu Bing. However, in the ancient war, most of the Zhu Bing was destroyed. How could there be a Zhu Bing left in the sea area of death? Could it be related to the deepest part of the sea area? The human emperor wasn't sure. He paid more attention to the sea area of death than anyone else. Others didn't know how terrifying it was in the sea area, but the human emperor knew it very well. In ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors entered the sea area, but they didn't gain any advantage and had to retreat from it. The danger inside was not what ordinary people could imagine. Even if an immortal went deep into the sea area, there was only a dead end. When the human emperor first received information about the sea area, he was also shocked. However, he was relieved that the things in the depths of the sea area wouldn't come out. In other words, as long as they didn't go in, there wouldn't be a big problem. That's right. The sea area has been mysterious since ancient times. In the ancient war, maybe some races really escaped to the sea area and finally preserved their inheritance. If that's the case, the Zhu Bing in Qin Shujian's hands should be a Zhu Bing of a foreign race. I wonder if the human race also left their inheritance in the sea area. The human emperor held the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, a mysterious light flashed in his deep eyes. Although he was shocked by the Zhu Bing in Qin Shujian's hands, but the divine weapon chose its master. Since Zhu Bing had chosen the other party, it wasn't something that others could interfere with. What the human emperor really cared about was whether there were any inheritances left in the sea area. Thinking of this, the human emperor also had the idea of exploring the sea area. But, thinking of the dangers in the sea area, he temporarily suppressed this impulse. It wasn't that the human emperor was afraid of death. It was that the current situation of the human race didn't allow him to do such a thing. In a few hundred years, the demon abyss would definitely come. Right now, the most important thing was to open up the 3 major continents and strengthen the eastern continent. The other 3 continents were definitely not weak. If the human race didn't have him, they might not be able to resist. Therefore, the human emperor didn't have the impulse to take the risk. But now, he remembered this matter. Then the human emperor smiled again and thought to himself, it's good that the human race has another Zhu Bing. He'll have a better chance of winning in the future. Grow up. Becoming a saint is too weak. Diviners are too weak. If you want to be useful to the human race, you have to at least become an immortal, or even grow to the level of the Emperor of Heaven. He wasn't afraid that the human race would produce experts that would threaten the rule of the great Zhao. He was only worried that the human race's experts wouldn't grow fast enough. At this time, the human emperor seemed to reappear in his mind, the glory of the 10,000 races in ancient times. The heavenly court. After the human emperor muttered to himself, he stopped thinking about this matter. Compared to the human emperor, Marquis Baiyun was shocked. To be honest, he didn't expect that Qin Shujian would have Zhu Bing. But when the Godslayer emitted his aura, the stone spear in his sea of consciousness had already told him the answer. In the inner hall, Marquis Baiyun said in a deep voice, "You said that you felt Zhu Bing's aura. Then do you know what kind of Zhu Bing that is?" "It's hard to say. The distance is too far. If he hadn't emitted his aura, I wouldn't have been able to feel it." The stone spear paused and then continued. "But I'm sure that I know Zhu Bing because his aura is too familiar. If I can observe him closer, I'll definitely recognize him." Marquis Baiyun nodded slightly. Then, he shook his head and laughed. Becoming a saint. Qin Shujian really has a great opportunity, at this moment. A powerful aura rose from the Marquis Baiyun's mansion. In the sky, a strange phenomenon appeared. Marquis Baiyun immediately walked out and looked outside. The smile on his face became even more obvious. It's begun. P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Chapter 561. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, it was finally time for Xiao Hong to break through. In order to help him break through successfully, the Marquis mansion spent a lot of effort. At this moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Marquis Baiyun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the scene above. Then, his divine will incarnation appeared in the sky and said, "Today, someone in the Marquis mansion is breaking through. I don't want anyone to disturb or investigate." After saying this simple sentence, the divine will incarnation dissipated. In Zhongyang City, some cultivators who had some thoughts because of the strange phenomena extinguished all their thoughts when they saw the divine will incarnation. Marquis Baiyun, the only almighty expert in the Baiyun mansion. If Qin Shujian was the most powerful expert in the cultivation world, then Marquis Baiyun was the most powerful expert in the Baiyun mansion. Now, Qin Shujian was so powerful that no one dared to provoke him. And no one dared to provoke Marquis Baiyun. For so many years, Marquis Baiyun's methods were gentle. But in fact, if they really angered him, they would not have a good ending. Even if they angered Qin Shujian, at least they would know how they died. If they angered Marquis Baiyun, they might not even know how they died. Seeing the strange phenomena in the sky, many people sighed secretly. In the past, there was not a single heavenly being in the Baiyun mansion for thousands of years. Now, in just a few years, 4 people have broken through. Frequent breakthroughs. It meant that the strength of the Baiyun mansion was gradually increasing. But at the same time, the frequent breakthroughs gave these people a bad premonition. But they couldn't tell what kind of premonition it was. Liangshan City. 3 days had not passed, and the city gate was not opened. Many people from the sects and forces were now gathered in the Yuan sect to discuss relevant matters. But those blacksmiths who heard the news gathered near Liangshan City to observe the city that could be called the #1 city in the world. The technique is so natural. There are no traces of smelting at all. It's really wonderful. The Daoist rhymes are circulating. This city is clearly the manifestation of the great Tao of forging. If I can settle down here, I might be able to break through my original realm. It's really wonderful. All the blacksmiths who were observing the city were full of praises. At that moment, the city had just been completed and the Tao runes within it had yet to be completely concealed. When some of the blacksmiths touched the wall with their hands, they gained a certain level of understanding. There were even some who stuck their entire bodies to the wall as they wanted to become one with it. In the face of such an ugly situation, no one blamed him for anything. Even disgust and displeasure did not appear. Because they all knew. What exactly did this city represent? It was the pinnacle of the human race's forging path, an insurmountable peak. An old blacksmith looked at the city and sighed. The #1 blacksmith in the world is worthy of his name. Grandmaster Qin is the #1 blacksmith in the human race for the past 10,000 years. It's not just 10,000 years. In the past tens of thousands of years, there might not even be a Grandmaster blacksmith who can compare to Grandmaster Qin. That's right, the title of #1 in the world is well deserved. If I could sit down and listen to Grandmaster Qin's lecture, I would definitely have a chance to become a Grandmaster in the future. It's a pity that Grandmaster Qin is unwilling to accept disciples. It's really a pity. The other cultivators also voiced their opinions. It was hard to say the words #1 in the world. However, as long as it was acknowledged by everyone, it would have great credibility. Ever since Qin Shujian built Liangshan City, in the world, there were no longer any Grandmaster blacksmiths who dared to compete with him. There was already one in the first place. The others did not have the intention to compete for the second place. Because everyone would only remember the second place and not who the second place was. In fact, this was the case. A cultivator looked at the two words Liangshan on the city gate and suddenly felt something. He could not help but fly closer and reach out to touch it. In the end, before his palm touched the two words Liangshan, he encountered a terrifying backlash. Ah! That cultivator let out a miserable scream and fell from the sky. Then, he fell to the ground. For a moment, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The old blacksmith shook his head and said mockingly, "A Tao artifact has a spirit. How can anyone touch it? You don't know the rules and crossed it without permission. You deserve such an outcome." The others. They all looked at the scene in front of them indifferently. No one did anything. The two words Liangshan. It was formed by the Tao seal of Liangshan City. That was the core of the city. Whoever dared to touch it would definitely encounter a powerful backlash. That person who touched the core of the city must have bad intentions. No one would sympathize with such an outcome. At this moment, thunder exploded in the sky. Although there was no lightning, dark clouds were densely covering the sky. Everyone was awakened by this fluctuation. Then, they looked in a certain direction. There, they saw Shen Yuqing holding a sledgehammer and sweating profusely as he forged. This aura, a spirit artifact. It's not an ordinary spirit artifact. It's a superior grade spirit artifact. The surrounding cultivators all focused their attention on Shen Yuqing. Those who could forge superior grade spirit artifacts were all grandmasters. Soon, someone recognized Shen Yuqing's identity. That's Shen Yuqing, the head of the Yuan sect's blacksmith hall. Rumor has it that he's a remnant disciple of the destroyed Pill Cauldron clan. Looking at him, he should be breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. He wanted to say that he was a remnant disciple of the Pill Cauldron clan. But considering Shen Yuqing's identity, he immediately changed his words. A blacksmith sighed and said, he can become a Grandmaster at such a young age. His son's sect might have another Grandmaster. Hearing that, the others also fell silent. Shen Yuqing was at most 30 years old. A 30-year-old Grandmaster blacksmith. He could be ranked among the top in the entire Great Jiao. To put it arrogantly, he could even be ranked first. Such a young grandmaster had a high chance of breaking through to become a grandmaster blacksmith in the future. In addition, with the guidance of a grandmaster like Qin Shujian, the chances of him breaking through were even higher. I heard that Shen Yuqing was only an intermediate-grade blacksmith before he joined the Sun sect. It's only been a few years and he's about to break through to become a grandmaster blacksmith. Apart from his talent, I'm afraid he can't do without Grandmaster Qin's guidance in the future. Sigh, if I can get Grandmaster Qin's guidance, it might not be impossible for me to break through to become a grandmaster in 3 to 5 years. The person who spoke was an old cultivator. Hearing that, someone laughed and said, "You'll be buried in 10 years. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until the time to break through." As soon as he said that, many people immediately laughed. The old cultivator was not angry. He shook his head and said, "If I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening." In response, no one refuted him. The lightning in the sky was condensing. After a while, it still didn't strike. At this moment, Shen Yuqing's whole body and mind were focused on the long sword in front of him. He was forging it in an orderly manner. He forged while forging. He recalled the extent of Qin Shujian's hammering when he was forging Liangshan City. Gradually, Shen Yuqing's speed slowed down. Every time the hammer fell, there seemed to be some kind of indescribable feeling. The blacksmiths who were just watching at first. At this moment, they also quieted down and watched Shen Yuqing forge the sword without blinking. The people who were able to come here were all cultivators who had touched the Tao of forging. Although not everyone was a grandmaster, many of them had reached the middle grade or superior grade. In their eyes, Shen Yuqing's forging was as smooth as flowing water, as if it was a natural process. The crisp and pleasant sound of the hammer could penetrate deep into one's soul. This was the process of a superior grade blacksmith transforming into a grandmaster blacksmith. But obviously, the hammering technique that Shen Yuqing was forging now was not purely his own, but an imitation. He was imitating Qin Shujian's methods and then absorbing them step by step. No one knew when. Su Zhon had already appeared in the crowd. Looking at Shen Yuqing's concentrated look, there was a look of appreciation in his eyes. "He's a good seedling. If he wasn't a member of Yuan Zhong, I might have taken him in as a disciple to inherit my mantle." In Su Zhon's opinion, although Shen Yuqing was imitating. But how could Qin Shujian's forging methods be so simple? To be able to imitate it was already extraordinary. Moreover, the other party was so young and could break through to the grandmaster level. As long as he sculpted well in the future, it would not be difficult for him to become a grandmaster. To personally cultivate a grandmaster blacksmith. This was a great achievement for anyone. Every grandmaster blacksmith did not have the confidence to let their descendants break through to the same level as them. Because it was not easy to become a grandmaster. It was not that one could definitely break through if there was a way. There were many things that required comprehension. Only with enough comprehension could there be hope to break through to a higher level. Now in Su Zhon's eyes, Shen Yuqing had this talent. However, he had no intention of snatching him away from Yuan Zhong, and even if he did, Shen Yuqing would not go with him. With the guidance of the best grandmaster blacksmith in the world, who would want another grandmaster blacksmith? How to choose? As long as one was a normal person, they would know. Liang Mountain, Yuan Zhong. Qin Shujian was discussing the future plans of the sect with the other elders in the sect. After all, Yuan Zhong was now very large. More than 200,000 disciples. A lot of work was needed. Although Qin Shujian wanted to be a hands-off boss, it was impossible for him to really ignore everything. At the very least, he had to talk about some general things to let the other elders understand. When the thunderclouds appeared in Liang Mountain City, Niu Feng looked surprised and said strangely, "What's going on? Why did the thunder tribulation appear? It seems that our sect will have another grandmaster blacksmith." Qin Shujian smiled slightly, obviously in a good mood. Hearing this, Zheng Fang looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Sect master, do you mean that Elder Yuqing is breaking through?" Shen Yuhua on the side. She also looked at Qin Shujian, wanting to know the answer. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "That's right. Elder Yuqing has already learned something after watching me forge it." The Thunder Tribulation appeared this time because Elder Yuqing forged a high-grade spiritual weapon. Then, he also stood up and said, "This matter will end here. Elders, you should also supervise the various branches to improve the strength of the disciples as soon as possible. The war should not be far away. I have already agreed to the request of the Imperial Astronomer and will leave the sect for a few months in a few days. If there is something that can't be solved, let Jiang Feng kill it. If even Jiang Feng can't solve it, First Elder can enter the secret realm and ask Mu Yang to help." Who was Mu Yang? Now in the main sect, the core elders knew very well. He was the Eldar expert who had broken through to the celestial being realm some time ago. Zheng Fang nodded and said, "I understand." Now, Yuan Zhong had a total of 3 celestial beings, including Qin Shujian. Even if Qin Shujian left, there would still be 2 celestial beings in the sect. This kind of strength was already much stronger than ordinary top sects. Before the 3 major continents were connected, there would not be any big changes in the Great Jiao, so Qin Shujian was not too worried. If there were 2 celestial beings in charge, if it could still cause chaos in the sect, then the entire Baiyun Manor and even the entire Great Jiao would definitely be in chaos. A spiritual sword soared into the sky. The Thunder Tribulation fell from the sky. The spiritual sword endured the Thunder Tribulation. No matter how the Thunder Tribulation struck, the sword only trembled and showed no signs of breaking. The Thunder Tribulation lasted for half a day. Finally, the Thunder Tribulation dissipated. The long sword entered the sky and let out a crisp sound. Finally, Shen Yuqing stretched out his hand and the long sword flew directly to him as if it had sensed something. Holding the sword hilt, a feeling of telepathy surged in his heart. Instantly, a gratified smile appeared on Shen Yuqing's face. A master blacksmith. When he was able to forge a high-grade spirit weapon, he would be officially promoted from a high-grade blacksmith to a master blacksmith. Congratulations on becoming a master. Congratulations. The others all cupped their hands and congratulated him. No matter what the other party's background was, to be able to become a master meant that he had reached the point of perfection in this Tao. His status was not weaker than a great cultivator of the god martial realm. In fact, a master blacksmith status was even higher than a great cultivator of the god martial realm. Therefore, the others would not be stingy with their congratulatory words. If they could get familiar with him, it would be good for the future. Moreover, Shen Yuqing was not an ordinary master blacksmith. He was the master of the Yuan sect's blacksmith hall and had a noble status. Moreover, there was a high chance that he would break through to the master stage in the future. It would definitely be beneficial to have a good relationship with such an expert in advance. Shen Yuqing was also in a good mood. He put away the long sword, then cupped his hands and smiled. "Everyone, congratulations." At this moment, Qin Shujian flew over and landed in front of Shen Yuqing. Seeing his appearance, Shen Yuqing immediately bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master." As for the others, their expressions changed drastically and they did not dare to be rude. "Greetings, Sect Master Qin." "Greetings, Master Qin." Qin Shujian looked at the others and said with a faint smile, "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities." Then, his gaze fell on Shen Yuqing again and said, "Elder Yuqing has become a master today, which is also a great joy for the sect. I'll give this to you." A small jade box appeared and was then handed to Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing took it with a puzzled expression, but his expression soon changed and he thanked him with a look of surprise. "Thank you, Sect Master. It's nothing." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, then looked at Su Zhan and Fang Yilan in the crowd and said, "Since the 2 elders are here, let's go together." "Elders? What elders?" Just when the others were puzzled, Qin Shujian had disappeared in front of them. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan in the crowd disappeared with him. On the other side, Shen Yuqing cupped his hands to the crowd and then left. This time, his harvest was not small. After breaking through to the master realm, he obtained a high-grade longsword, which was refined by himself. It was innately connected with his mind and could exert a stronger power when used. Besides that was what Qin Shujian gave him. The 9th level elixir, pure yang elixir. As a disciple of the alchemy sect, how could Shen Yuqing not know the importance of the pure yang elixir? But what he did not expect was that Qin Shujian would have the pure yang elixir and give it to him. In Shen Yuqing's view, he only needed to spend a few years to polish his realm and finally rely on the pure yang elixir to have a chance to break through to the God Martial realm. The God Martial realm. In the past, the strongest person in the alchemy sect had not reached this realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian, Su Zhan, and the others had left the Liang Mountain spirit domain and were rushing to the Endless Mountains. Now the Imperial Court had built a portal in the Endless Mountains. However, the three of them did not intend to take the portal. When one's cultivation reached their level, unless the journey was really long. Or else, using the portal might not be much faster than traveling on their own. None of them spoke and continued on their way in silence. They ran into some monsters along the way. However, with the strength of those demonic beasts, it was impossible for them to detect the three of them. That was all. In less than half a day, a majestic city was already in sight. When the three of them arrived, Feng Jiao, who had been supervising the construction of the city, went up to them. "Greetings, Grand Secretary Fang and Grand Secretary Su." After that, he gave Qin Shujian a puzzled look. Someone who could stand with Su Zhan and Fang Yilan couldn't be a nobody. Unfortunately, Feng Jiao was sure that he had never met Qin Shujian before. Seeing the puzzled look in Feng Jiao's eyes, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and smiled. "I'm Qin Shujian. Nice to meet you, Master Feng. So, it's sect leader Qin. Forgive my rudeness." Feng Jiao was astonished and hurriedly cupped his hands in return. He knew very well who Qin Shujian was. Especially during this period of time, Qin Shujian was in the limelight. The most powerful cultivator in the cultivation world. The best forger in the world. Feng Jiao couldn't afford to offend any of them. Although he had the support of the Imperial Court, no one was worthy of his attention unless they were on the same level as him. Su Zhan said calmly, "Master Feng, sect leader Qin is here for the construction of the city. You can go about your business. You don't have to stay here for the time being. If that's the case, I'll be on my way. Please let me know if you need anything." Feng Jiao said respectfully. Then, he nodded politely to Qin Shujian and left. He could take over the construction of the gateway to the Eastern continent. Feng Jiao had a high status in the Imperial Court, or he wouldn't have been qualified to take over such a task. However, he was in the presence of the Imperial Astronomer. Only the lords of the various prefectures had the right to speak to him as an equal. The elders in the Imperial Astronomer didn't have official positions, but they had a high status. The only person who could give orders to the Imperial Astronomer was the human emperor. Even when Shi Yang was on the throne, he couldn't give orders to the Imperial Astronomer. Feng Jiao left. Su Zhan said, "Sect leader Qin, this is the gateway to the Eastern continent that His Majesty ordered to be built. There are 4 cities in total, forming an absolute defense. It will be the means to defend against the 3 major continents in the future." Hearing Su Zhan's words, Qin Shujian looked at the city in front of him. The city walls were hundreds of meters tall and spanned thousands of kilometers. It was no different from the Cold Mountain City he had built. In order to build Cold Mountain City, the Sky Origin sect had spent more than half of its resources and had taken many 9th-grade materials from various sects in advance to finally succeed in building it. Now that the Imperial Court was building 4 cities in one go, it was needless to say how much it would cost. Only such a large family and business could afford such a consumption. Qin Shujian said, "How much resources does the Imperial Court plan to use?" "You can use the National Treasury's resources as you wish." Su Zhan immediately replied. The gateway to the Eastern continent was extremely important, so it didn't matter how much materials they used. It didn't matter even if they emptied the National Treasury. This was because the Imperial Court's next plan was to use war to support war. The army would enter the 3 major continents and plunder enough resources to strengthen the Great Zhao Empire. Qin Shujian rose into the air and had a panoramic view of the entire city. This was not all. Even the other 3 cities were in his eyes. The 2 of them didn't stop Qin Shujian's actions. Fang Yi sent a message with divine sense and said, "How confident do you think he is? There shouldn't be a problem." Su Zhan thought for a while and replied, "If it was before Cold Mountain City was built, he wouldn't dare to answer like this." But after this, Su Zhan didn't have any doubts about Qin Shujian's ability in the Tao of forging. If Qin Shujian were to make a move, he would definitely succeed. If even he failed, then no one in the entire Great Zhao Empire would succeed. After a long time, Qin Shujian landed on the ground. Su Zhan hurriedly asked, "How is it? Does Sect Master Qin find any problems?" "There aren't any problems. This time, the Imperial Court has put in a lot of effort. From what I see, the materials used to build the city are all at the 5th or 6th level and mixed in with other top-level materials. Sect Master Qin's eyes are as sharp as torches." Su Zhan was now an experienced bootlicker. No matter what Qin Shujian said, he would nod and agree. Then, he would flatter him without leaving a trace. Fang Yilan watched from the side and rolled her eyes. Before inviting Qin Shujian over, Su Zhan's words were full of disdain. Now that he had invited him over, his attitude had changed. To this, Fang Yilan was also full of disdain. However, although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she silently watched the 2 of them talk. When it came to Tao of forging, Fang Yilan didn't understand at all. The matters of the experts were naturally left to the experts. This time, Su Zhan was the main person in charge. Strictly speaking, she was just an assistant. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "I have a question that I would like to ask." "Please speak, Sect Master Qin. To what extent does the Imperial Court intend to build the 4 cities? You must know that there are also different types of spirit weapons. Although top spirit weapons can't suppress fate, they aren't any weaker than ordinary Tao weapons." Qin Shujian said calmly. The top spirit weapons that he mentioned had already surpassed the category of upper spirit weapons. However, due to the limitations of the Carnate embryo, they couldn't be upgraded to Tao weapons. P.S. I'm still writing the rest. Support the original, Chijian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Chapter 562. It was not easy to forge a top-notch spiritual weapon. The cities of the 5 branches of the Yuan sect were all top-notch spiritual weapons, but they were not comparable to Tao weapons. At least, their quality had not reached this level. Although they were both spiritual weapons, the cities had the advantage of size. Even a top-notch spiritual weapon could exert the power of a Tao weapon. However, once it fought with a real Tao weapon, it would still be damaged. If it was a top-notch spiritual weapon that surpassed the top-notch spiritual weapon, it would be completely different. Even if it was a Tao weapon, this level of spiritual weapon was not weak at all. Strictly speaking, a spiritual weapon of this level was actually a Tao weapon. The difference was, a spiritual weapon could not gather and suppress luck, but a Tao weapon could. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian had only forged a top-notch spiritual weapon once, and that was when he forged Cold Mountain City. Before the innate embryo was integrated, it had reached the level of a top-notch spiritual weapon. Su Zhan obviously understood what Qin Shujian meant. After hearing his words, he was silent for a moment and said, "How confident are you in forging a top-notch spiritual weapon, Sect Master Qin? You should know that there is not much time, and the door of the Eastern continent cannot be lost. As long as there are enough materials, there will be no failure," Qin Shujian said confidently. "Sect Master Qin, are you serious?" "Elder Su, if you don't believe me, I have nothing to say." Qin Shujian looked a little unhappy. He invited him over and said so much. If it were not for the sake of the Imperial Astronomer and the Imperial Court, he would have turned around and left. Hearing this, Su Zhan looked a little embarrassed. "Sect Master Qin, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that this is a serious matter, so I asked. Now, he no longer had the arrogance of an elder of the imperial astronomer. In front of Qin Shujian, Su Zhong felt as if he had returned to the beginning, when he had just learned about forging and faced a grandmaster forging. Even he himself did not notice this feeling. The scene of Qin Shujian forging Cold Mountain City had completely convinced Su Zhong. Qin Shujian wasn't really angry. After all, the other party was still an elder of the Board of Astronomy, so he still had to give him some face. If you want to forge a top-notch spirit artifact, you must use materials of the 9th level as the main ingredient. Moreover, if you want to strengthen the power of the artifact, it's best to supplement it with the blood essence of a powerhouse. Qin Shujian had his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the majestic city before him. It was as though he could see the scenes of bloody battles in the future. After a pause, the 4 cities are the gateway to the eastern continent. Sooner or later, this place will be useful. The more we invest now, the fewer casualties we will have in the future. Once the city is successfully built and supplemented with powerful formations, even celestials won't be able to cross this place. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back. His words were filled with an iron-blooded killing intent. Actually, no one knew what was in the 3 continents. However, once the 3 continents were opened, war was inevitable. It was the same even if the other 3 continents were ruled by the human race. This was because the human race did not need too many voices. Just like in ancient times, all the races only had one voice, the Emperor of Heaven. This was the only way. Only then could they maximize their power. This was also the only way to integrate all the resources and nurture enough experts to deal with the upcoming calamity. Therefore, unless the 3 continents obediently surrendered, the Great Zhao would definitely go to war. However, think about it from another perspective. If he was a person from the 3 continents, he would not submit to an unfamiliar force for no reason. If he wanted to subdue the 3 continents, he had to use iron-blooded methods. Without killing, how could he deter the world? Actually, everyone understood this principle. Qin Shujian was aware of the tragedy of the ancient times. He was even more aware of the terror of the demon abyss. With the current strength of the human race, if they encountered the demon abyss, it would be a dead end. There would not be any chance of survival. Therefore, the human race, or rather the eastern continent's only chance of survival, was in the other 3 continents. Otherwise, the human emperor would be the strongest in the human race. A Nirvana realm expert was very strong. However, no matter how strong a Nirvana realm expert was, what use could they have? There were many immortals in the demon abyss, let alone a Nirvana realm expert. The Azura demon god that was born a few years ago. He was just the weakest among all the demon gods. According to the information that Qin Shujian received, demons could be resurrected after death. However, every time they were resurrected, they would lose a level like the players. If he guessed correctly, the Azura demon god should have been very strong in the past. However, because he died too many times, he fell to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. In the demon abyss. Who knew how many demons were stronger than the Azura demon god? Therefore, if the human race wanted to fight for a chance of survival, they had to regain the strength of the ancient times. They had to be stronger than the ancient times. Otherwise, they would not have any chance. Qin Shujian did not know how the ancient times survived that great calamity. However, he knew very well. Such a thing had happened once. It was very difficult to replicate it a second time. Regarding this, Fang Yilan and Su Zhong did not answer easily. After a while, Fang Yilan took out a communication jade talisman and sent the news back. If they really wanted to forge a top-notch spirit artifact, they would need to consume a lot of resources. Because this was not 1 city, but 4 cities. In terms of majesty, a prefecture city could not be compared to it. Not long after, Fang Yilan's communication jade talisman rang. His Majesty has agreed to Sect Master Qin's proposal. I wonder how many materials Sect Master Qin needs. Give me the corresponding amount and the imperial treasury will immediately send it over. Qin Shujian did not hesitate. He estimated the situation of the 4 cities and gave a rough number. Then, he continued, in addition, I need 100 spirit stones as consumption. Fang Yilan did not refuse and conveyed all of Qin Shujian's requests to him. She also knew the use of 100 spirit stones. When Qin Shujian was forging Cold Mountain City, he had a situation where his vital essence could not continue. However, later on, he took something to replenish his vital essence and did not fail. Now that he was forging a single city, the consumption would be less than that of Cold Mountain City. However, if the 4 cities were added together, the consumption would be far more than that. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said, now you can order all the people who are successfully building to stop. There is no need to waste any more time. Okay. Su Zhon nodded. Originally, the imperial court wanted to build the city, then use the city as a foundation and use the forging method to upgrade it to the level of a spirit weapon. Such a method. It was exactly the same as when Qin Shujian first forged Cold Mountain City. There were good and bad ways to do this. The good was that the difficulty was much lower and the consumption was much lower. However, the bad was also very obvious. It was difficult to reach a high level of forging in this way. Moreover, the city also had many flaws. If one wanted to create a perfect city, they would have to use conventional casting methods. Su Zhon had seen Qin Shujian's forging, so he understood his thoughts. Not long after, Su Zhon found Feng Jiao, who was supervising the work. Lord Feng. Elder Su, what are your orders? Pass the order to all the craftsmen to stop building the city. Then, everyone will withdraw and return to the Great Jiao. Ah! Feng Jiao was shocked and hurriedly said, the city is about to be completed. If we stop now, won't all our previous efforts be wasted? If His Majesty blames us, this old man will take responsibility. Su Zhon directly interrupted him. Seeing his resolute expression, Feng Jiao did not know what to do. Although he took orders from the imperial court. However, it was clear that the elder of the imperial astronomer had the highest authority here. After hesitating for a long time, Feng Jiao gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. Okay, this official will listen to Elder Su. Immediately. He immediately ordered all the craftsmen to stop building the city. The official who received the order immediately came to inquire. Lord Feng, what happened? Why did you stop the construction for no reason? For these officials, the construction of the city was a top priority. If it failed, at best, they would lose their official rank. At worst, they might be beheaded. This matter concerned their future and lives. Even if Feng Jiao was their superior, they would not easily listen. Feng Jiao also understood their thoughts. Hearing this, after taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, this is the elder of the Imperial Astronomer's order. This official is also following orders. Don't worry, if there is a problem, the Imperial Astronomer will take responsibility. It won't fall on you. However, if you don't listen to the Imperial Astronomer's order, even if you have contributed to the construction of the city, you will not be able to bear the consequences if they report you. The Imperial Astronomer. Hearing these 3 words, everyone's expression changed. If there was any organization in the Imperial Court that could not be offended, the Imperial Astronomer would definitely be at the top of the list. The Imperial Astronomer had a respected position and was directly subordinate to the Emperor. Moreover, the Imperial Astronomer was also a gathering of the top experts of the Imperial Court. No matter who you offend, you can't offend the Imperial Astronomer. If the people from the Imperial Astronomer were to kill them, the Emperor might not even blame them. Therefore, after Feng Jiao brought out the Imperial Astronomer's name, the others had nothing to say. On the other side, Su Zhon glanced in the direction of Feng Jiao, but his expression did not change. With his almighty realm, even the slightest movement around him could not be hidden from him. Feng Jiao used his name to give orders to others, but Su Zhon did not bother to pay attention to it. Anyway, in the eyes of many people, the Imperial Astronomer's reputation was not good. However, The people from the imperial astronomer had no intention of explaining this. They were the true top experts of the human race, and their role was to protect the entire human race. Reputation was not important. After receiving the orders from Feng Jiao and the imperial astronomer, the craftsmen who were building the city immediately stopped. These craftsmen did not understand why they had to stop the construction. Similarly, these craftsmen had no intention of asking. To them, it was fine as long as they followed the orders. The matters of the higher-ups were not something that they could interfere with. As the orders were issued, all the cities stopped work, and large groups of craftsmen were evacuated in an orderly manner. In order to build the 4 cities. This time, the imperial court had mobilized hundreds of thousands of craftsmen in order to complete the construction of all the cities within a year. However, now that Qin Shujian had taken action, these craftsmen were temporarily useless. As for whether the manpower and material resources that had been spent for so long were wasted, no one cared. For such a large imperial court, the consumption of manpower and material resources was not important at all. What was important was the materials consumed in the construction process this time, and whether the 4 cities were worthy of the name of the gateway of the eastern continent. On this day, many craftsmen evacuated. Qin Shujian wandered among the 4 cities alone. There's strength in numbers. It's only been half a year, and such a majestic city has been built to such an extent. It's really unexpected. This is nothing. In ancient times, the imperial city of the human race was tens of thousands of feet high, and it took the efforts of hundreds of millions of people to complete the construction in just a few months. That's true majesty. Even an ordinary human city is more than 1,000 feet high. The city in front of us is far inferior compared to the cities of the ancients. The god-slaying saber-bar spirit's attributes exploded as he interrupted. To this, Qin Shujian did not intend to talk back to him. If he argued with a person who was full of arguments, the other party would make him doubt his life. After conversing with God-Slayer for so long, Qin Shujian also discovered that this Zhu Bing actually had a strong attribute of a person who was full of arguments. Sometimes he could not help but wonder, was the God-Slayer brought to Heavenly Pattern Island randomly, or was it because the human race experts could not stand this person who was full of arguments, so what the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over? However, Qin Shujian also understood that if he did not reply, the God-Slayer would talk to himself enthusiastically. Therefore, after the other party finished speaking, he still replied, "Senior, you are very knowledgeable. This Qin admires you. It's SOSO. The glory of ancient times is not something you can imagine. Senior, you are right." Qin Shujian replied indifferently. As for Fang Yilan and Su Zhon, they stayed in the city and did not go with him. Because the reason Qin Shujian gave was, he wanted to walk alone to find inspiration for forging and did not want to be disturbed. After walking out of the 4 cities, Qin Shujian did not look back, but continued to walk forward. Soon, the void in front of him was violently distorted, and behind the void, there seemed to be a black river flowing. In addition to that, heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a line here, and the height of the sky and the ground was constantly being pulled closer. Heaven and earth restriction. Qin Shujian came here again. In the sea of consciousness, the God-Slayer made a bewildered sound. Qin Shujian asked, "This is the heaven and earth restriction of the eastern continent. Once this place is broken, it can be connected to the 3 continents. Senior, do you recognize the heaven and earth restriction? This is the first time I have seen such a heaven and earth restriction. It should be that after the rules were broken, it turned into a chaotic void turbulence, completely blocking this place." The God-Slayer thought for a moment and said. Qin Shujian said strangely, "The rules are broken? Could it be that the rules can be broken?" "Of course." The God-slaying saber used a tone that said you are very ignorant and then explained. "There is nothing in heaven and earth that is eternal and indestructible. Some unparalleled experts speculated that even heaven and earth will come to an end one day. Heaven and earth are already like this. The rules are derived from heaven and earth, so it is naturally impossible for them to be eternal and indestructible. However, It is not easy to break the rules. Because the prerequisite for breaking the rules is to first master the rules, because only by mastering the rules and understanding the rules can one understand the flaws and weaknesses of the rules. Qin Shujian listened quietly to the Godslayer's words. This this ancestral armament, was actually quite knowledgeable. Occasionally listening to a few words from the other party could sometimes be a great gain. After the Godslayer finished speaking, Qin Shujian said, "Senior, do you mean that an immortal here actually broke the rules and formed such a restriction?" To break the rules, one had to master the rules. Only immortals could master the rules. The Godslayer said, "If you put it that way, there is no problem. However, there are many reasons for the formation of this heaven and earth restriction. One is that an immortal broke the existing ownerless rules of heaven and earth. This ownerless rule of heaven and earth has to withstand the apocalyptic divine thunder. The second is that an immortal fought here and one of them broke the rules. As for the last, an immortal broke his own rules and turned this place into a heaven and earth restriction. No matter which possibility it is, I can tell you clearly that an immortal must have fallen here, or perhaps more than one." Boom. The Godslayer's words made Qin Shujian's heart tremble violently. An immortal had fallen in the heaven and earth restriction. If the Godslayer had not mentioned this matter, he would never have known. However, if he did not know, then did the human emperor know? In Qin Shujian's opinion, perhaps the human emperor really did know about it. The Godslayer said, "I don't feel any killing intent in these chaotic rules. If I'm not wrong, the last possibility is the most likely. In other words, the heaven and earth restriction here should be a form of protection. If you break the restriction here, you may face unpredictable danger." Protection. A protection formed by an immortal at the cost of his own life. Qin Shujian's expression changed repeatedly. The Godslayer's words made him realize that things were far more complicated than he had thought. Was the heaven and earth restriction formed to protect the human race, or to protect the eastern continent? What kind of danger could force an immortal to lay down such a heaven and earth restriction at the cost of his own life? Could there really be some terrible threat in the three continents? The human emperor insisted on opening the three continents. He might know the origin of the heaven and earth restriction, but he still insisted on doing so. He should also be confident in dealing with the three continents. But, does the human emperor really know? If the three continents are opened and an undefeatable enemy is attracted, how will the human race deal with it? Qin Shujian stood there and quietly looked at the heaven and earth restriction, his mind filled with thoughts. He did not expect to learn such important news just by coming over for a walk. Of course. Perhaps the Godslayer's guess was wrong. The first two possibilities might be the cause of the formation of the heaven and earth restriction. However, could the Godslayer be wrong? Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The other party might be unreliable sometimes, but as Zhu Bing, he was definitely not short-sighted. Since the Godslayer said so, the truth might not be far from the truth. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian did not know if he should tell the human emperor. The other party might know that it was unnecessary for him to say it. But what if the other party did not know? After the heaven and earth restriction was broken, the eastern continent aggressively prepared to fight the three continents. In the end, dozens of immortals came and hung the eastern continent up to beat them. When that time came, that would be really awkward. However, Qin Shujian also knew that the probability of dozens of immortals was too small, but no one could be sure that there would not be more immortals in the other three continents. If there were, it would be a big problem. Qin Shujian suppressed the guess in his heart and looked at the Black River behind the distorted void. "Senior, is the Black River also part of the heaven and earth restriction?" "That's what I want to say." "What do you mean?" "If the heaven and earth restriction is a protective mechanism, then the thing that truly protects the eastern continent is not the heaven and earth restriction. The Black River water behind is the key." The Godslayer's tone became more serious when he talked about the Black River. Qin Shujian looked at the Black River and did not feel any terrifying threat. He could not help but ask, "What is the Black River?" In ancient times, this river was called the Heavy River. Goose feathers couldn't float on the Heavy River, and birds couldn't cross it. Moreover, the river water was extremely poisonous. Even if an immortal entered it, his body would rot and melt completely. The Godslayer said in a low voice. The terror of the Chen River was well known. When the heavenly court was still around, there was a Chen River. It seemed that the Emperor of Heaven had found it from somewhere. Some immortals who had made a big mistake were all thrown into the Chen River to melt. Besides that, when the demon abyss attacked, many evil spirits were also buried in the Chen River. It was just that the heavenly court was destroyed, and the Godslayer did not know where the Chen River went. Now that he saw the Chen River here, he was shocked. Qin Shujian was already standing there in a daze. Goose feathers could not float, birds could not cross it, and it was highly poisonous. How was this a Chen River? It was clearly King Ruo Shui. This thing. Although Qin Shujian had not really seen it, but it was really well known. But he did not know what the Ruo Shui looked like. What Qin Shujian really knew was the characteristics of the Ruo Shui. Originally he thought that this world was different from the world he was familiar with. But now the appearance of the Ruo Shui made him somewhat suspicious. Maybe the Ruo Shui existed in every world, but not necessarily. Qin Shujian pondered in his heart. This was not impossible. Otherwise, why did he know that the name was Ruo Shui, but the Godslayer called it Chen River? But whether it was Ruo Shui or Chen River, this thing was not something that ordinary people could touch. Just as the Godslayer said, even if an immortal entered the Ruo Shui, they would die. Thinking of the terror of the Ruo Shui, Qin Shujian asked, if the heaven and earth restriction is removed, will the Ruo Shui directly rush over? If it rushed over, he would have to think of a way out. Facing the Ruo Shui, Qin Shujian did not have the confidence to resist. Godslayer said, the Ruo Shui should not rush over. The broken rules formed a disorder in the void. If the heaven and earth restriction here is broken, the void will maintain a temporary collapse. The Chen River will converge into the endless void cracks when the void collapses, and will not affect here. P.S. This one came a little late, because I ate crayfish midway. But it should not be a big problem. Anyway, you are all asleep, there is no update in the early morning. Let's talk about the rest of the day. Good night. Chapter 563. If the three great continents are so strong, why don't they break the heaven and earth restriction? Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. Even the human emperor was confident of breaking it. If the three great continents really forced an immortal to lay down the heaven and earth restriction at the cost of his own life. If the human emperor could break it, there was no reason why the three great continents couldn't. Godslayer said, if I'm not wrong, behind the heaven and earth restriction is the Chen River. The Chen River can run through the universe. Perhaps the three great continents you speak of are not facing the broken rules, but the Chen River. Even an immortal could not cross the Chen River. The heaven and earth restriction could not stop the experts of the three great continents, but the Chen River could. Godslayer said, the main purpose of the heaven and earth restriction is to stop the Chen River, and also to give you hope of breaking it. Perhaps that immortal also hoped that one day you could kill your way back. Godslayer's imagination was running wild. He did not know the exact truth, but his guess was right. And the more he guessed, the more Godslayer thought he was right. After all, this was the only way to explain the situation before them. Qin Shujian was silent. He looked gravely at the heaven and earth restriction and the weak water behind it. Perhaps the truth of the matter. It was just as the god-slaying saber had said. In the past, when the three great continents attacked the East Continent, the immortal of the East Continent could not resist. In the end, he paid the price and somehow got the Chen River. Then, he broke the rules and protected the East Continent. But there were some things that did not make sense. That was, how did the demons pass through the heaven and earth restriction and cross the Chen River? Qin Shujian said, what kind of strength is needed to break the heaven and earth restriction? At least nirvana. Godslayer thought for a moment and said, although the rules are broken, their power is not to be underestimated. A nirvana cultivator at his peak is no weaker than an immortal. A cultivator of this realm is at a critical point, and only then can he suppress the broken rules. Then, is it possible to cross the Chen River without breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth? Is there anything that can cross the Chen River? There is. Godslayer paused for a moment and said, "The heavenly demon temple you mentioned is fine." Qin Shujian was shocked. The god-slaying saber said, "Passing through the natural restrictions is very simple. As long as one possesses an ancestral armament, one will be able to directly pass through them. As for crossing the profound river, it is a bit more difficult. Ordinary ancestral armaments will not be able to cross it. Only by using Zhu Bing's unparalleled defense as a ship could they resist the erosion of the sinking river. Otherwise, even if Zhu Bing could cross the river, cultivators might not be able to. Ancestral armaments have always been focused on killing. There are not many ancestral armaments that possess truly unparalleled defense. The heavenly monstrous temple can be considered one of the few ancestral armaments. I truly do not understand what the monstrous beasts are thinking to actually consecrate such an ancestral armament. Zhu Bing should be the one killing the enemy. He made it look like a tortoise shell. What a disgrace. In the end, Godslayer could not help but complain. At this point, Qin Shujian finally understood why the demons were so confident that they could escape. It turned out that the main problem was the heavenly demon temple. He put himself in their shoes and thought about it. If Qin Shujian was a demon, he would definitely not leave after being forced to this extent by the human race. Instead, he would break the heaven and earth restriction spell and perish together with the East continent. However, the demons did not do that. The only reason was, the demons did not have the ability to break the heaven and earth restriction spell. When the demons were at their peak, they should be able to break the heaven and earth restriction spell. However, at that time, the demons did not intend to perish together with the human race. When they wanted to make a move now, they realized that they no longer had the ability to break the heaven and earth restriction spell. Therefore, they could only use the heavenly demon temple to take all the demons away. As for how the heavenly demon temple could carry so many demons, it was not hard to imagine. Even Dao artifacts could grow in size, let alone ancestral artifacts. After taking another look at the heaven and earth restriction spell, Qin Shujian turned around and left. He returned to the city. Qin Shujian found Su Zhon and said, "Elder Su, did the human emperor say anything about the heaven and earth restriction spell?" In response to his question, Su Zhon revealed a puzzled expression. "No, he didn't. Did you discover something, Sect Master Qin? In my opinion, the heaven and earth restriction spell may be a means of self-protection." "So that's what you're talking about, Sect Master Qin." His Majesty also mentioned it. Did Sect Master Qin discover it from inside? Su Zhon was suddenly enlightened. The human emperor had once mentioned this matter, but he had just mentioned it casually and no one had paid much attention to it. It didn't matter whether it was a protection mechanism or not. Since the human emperor was confident and dared to break it, there was no problem. They would just fight. After hearing Su Zhon's words, Qin Shujian understood that the human emperor should know the secret of the heaven and earth restriction spell, so he didn't think too much about it. The human emperor knew the function of the heaven and earth restriction spell and still dared to do so. There was nothing to say. If the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Qin Shujian felt that he wasn't the tallest one and it wasn't up to him to make the decision. In the next 2 days, Qin Shujian also wandered around the various cities. As there were too many materials needed to build a city, even the imperial court couldn't transfer them over immediately. There needed to be a certain amount of time. During this period of time, Qin Shujian also went to the heaven and earth restriction spell many times to observe. Because the formation of the heaven and earth restriction spell was a broken law. After the law was broken, it had already become chaotic. However, if one were to comprehend it seriously, there might be some gains. I'm still at the stage of understanding the law and haven't really touched the law. The last time I summoned the Law River, it allowed me to break through from the 4th level of the Heaven-Human realm to the 5th level of the Heaven-Human realm. If I can summon the Law River again, I might be able to break through to the 6th level of the heaven-human realm. Qin Shujian realized that if he were to rely on himself to comprehend the law, it would be too slow. However, he wasn't in a hurry to deepen his understanding of the law, because according to Qin Shujian's estimation, when his life source increased, it should be an overall increase. So, Qin Shujian's idea of comprehending the laws was just a small part of his plan. His main goal was to see if he could find anything left behind by that immortal. Senior, all cultivators who die by accident will return to heaven and earth. Are you sure that immortal can leave behind a corpse? Nonsense, returning to heaven and earth is just a law given by heaven and earth. Immortal has already grasped the law, so how can he be assimilated by heaven and earth after death? At most, his power will leak out, but his immortal body will still remain, Godslayer said. When Qin Shujian heard that, he looked at the heaven and earth restriction spell, wanting to see something. Ever since he knew that immortal would leave behind a corpse regardless of whether he died by accident or passed away, he paid attention to this matter. Not to mention immortal's legacy. As long as he could get some of immortal's blood essence, he would be able to soar after refining it. Such a good thing. Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't miss out on it. It was just that he didn't know how long the heaven and earth restriction spell had existed for, so he wasn't confident that he could find immortal's corpse. Godslayer said, after immortal dies, his power will gradually dissipate. Maybe he was washed away by the Chen River, or maybe he went to other places in the chaotic void. In my opinion, this heaven and earth restriction spell has existed for quite some time. The chances of you finding it are very small. No matter how small it is, it's still possible. How would I know if I don't look for it? Qin Shujian didn't comment and continued to wander around the heaven and earth restriction spell. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. He took this opportunity to look for it. Even if he couldn't find it, it wouldn't be a loss for him. If he found it, then he would make a fortune. Looking at the void turbulence in front of him, Qin Shujian suddenly said, "Senior, can you protect me inside?" "I can in the void turbulence, but not in the Chen River." The god-slaying saber replied simply. Qin Shujian said, "There's no need to enter the Chen River. Just walk around in the void turbulence. Then it's not a big problem." After receiving the godslayer's affirmative answer, Qin Shujian took out a stone saber from his sea of consciousness. When his vital essence touched the stone saber, he suddenly felt as if there was a gap in his body, and his vital essence was madly flowing away. At the same time, a faint mysterious fluctuation spread out and enveloped Qin Shujian. For this, Qin Shujian didn't dare to hesitate and immediately stepped into the heaven and earth restriction spell. It was the first time he really used Zhu Bing. He found that just borrowing a little power had consumed a lot of his vital essence. If he had just broken through to the celestial being level, he would have been sucked dry in less than a quarter of an hour. He entered the heaven and earth restriction spell. The surrounding void turbulence suddenly surged. At every moment, astral winds blew past. Although the astral winds looked gentle, they actually contained a terrifying amount of power. Qin Shujian saw with his own eyes that wherever the strong wind passed, the space was turned into powder. Such power! Even if a powerful person stepped into it, he would die. Qin Shujian originally planned to use the 13-grade Golden Lotus to see if it could resist the void turbulence. But after seeing this scene, he completely gave up the plan in his heart and decided to rely on the Godslayer. When he stepped into the heaven and earth restriction spell, Qin Shujian found that the Chen River, which originally seemed very close, was actually very far away from him. It was only because he was standing outside the heaven and earth restriction spell that he ignored the existence of space that he felt that the Chen River was very close. But now that he had entered the heaven and earth restriction spell and officially entered the void turbulence, he saw the real face. The god-slaying saber said, "Don't get within 100 miles of the sunken river. Otherwise, you might be swept into the sunken river. If you enter the sunken river, I won't be able to protect you. Don't blame others if you die. I understand." Qin Shujian replied. He was not prepared to die in the Chen River. The name of Ruo Shui was like thunder in his previous life. In this life, No matter whether it was called the Chen River or Ruo Shui, its essence would not change. Stepping on the void turbulence, Qin Shujian slowly moved forward. Although he had the Godslayer to protect him, he still had to pay attention to the occasional void crack that appeared. If he fell in, who knew where he would appear? From the outside, the heaven and earth restriction spell was not big. But when he walked in, Qin Shujian realized that it was actually very vast. However, in the void turbulence, there was nothing but nothingness. Qin Shujian walked for about half an hour, but he did not gain anything. Until now. The vital essence in his body had been consumed by a quarter. Godslayer said, "Kid, if you can't hold on, hurry up and go back. When you don't have enough vital essence, you won't be able to resist the void turbulence." Qin Shujian did not reply. He continued to walk forward, wanting to see something. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shujian felt that his vital essence seemed to be a little insufficient. He immediately took out a few spirit stones from the storage ring, crushed them, and absorbed all the origin to replenish his consumed vital essence. The most important thing in the spirit stones was the last bit of origin. In terms of preciousness, that little bit of spirit chi origin contained more spirit chi than dozens of spirit stones. In addition to that, Qin Shujian still had more than 20 spirit stones in the storage ring. He had taken these spirit stones from the mystic realm before he left, just in case he needed them. After consuming a few spirit stones, the vital essence consumed by his physical body was completely replenished. Qin Shujian continued to walk forward. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking ahead, it was full of void turbulence. But Qin Shujian could feel that the void turbulence here seemed to have calmed down a lot, and the void was filled with an invisible pressure. This pressure was very weak, but it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Qin Shujian was tired of the uniformity of the void turbulence. At this time, there was such a change. Qin Shujian's expression suddenly brightened. Godslayer also exclaimed softly and said, "The remnant pressure of an immortal. Either an immortal once stayed here, or the immortal's body exists in front of us. I didn't expect you to find it." He never thought that Qin Shujian would be able to find the body of an immortal. But now, Godslayer was not sure, because in his opinion, this was indeed the pressure of an immortal. Suddenly, Godslayer came up with another thought, a person of great providence. He had always thought that Qin Shujian might be the person favored by the providence of this era. Now it seemed to be the case. Qin Shujian was also excited. He continued to rely on Godslayer and walked forward in the void. His requirements were not high, and he did not want to get any powerful inheritance. Qin Shujian only hoped to get 1 or 2 drops of essence blood and then improve his strength. Even if he could not use it now, there would be a day when he could use it in the future. Star Sage's essence blood was so strong, but it was only at the Nirvana realm. Immortal's essence blood was at the Nirvana realm and reached another level. Godslayer did not say much about this matter. However, Qin Shujian was able to guess something. As he continued to go deeper, the pressure also became stronger and stronger. Originally, because the void turbulence was stable, the consumption was less. But now, facing this pressure, the consumption became even greater. That pressure. It made Qin Shujian's heart tremble. Immortal's pressure. Qin Shujian thought of this and could not help but ask, "Senior, are you sure that Immortal's combat power is at least 100,000, and at his peak, it's only about 500,000? Immortal was already dead. The rules were also broken. In other words, even if there was Immortal's body, it would only have a combat power of 100,000. But looking at this pressure now, Qin Shujian wanted to ask, was this really something that could be achieved with a combat power of 100,000? One had to know. Even though his combat power was close to 20,000, he could still feel the immense pressure coming from Chen Xiaobei's aura. If he really reached 100,000 combat power, was it possible to transform to this extent? Moreover, this was not the face of an immortal, it was just a remnant of the pressure. Godslayer said, "Of course. Although Immortal's minimum combat power is only 100,000, you have to know that the elites who can become immortal have already undergone a transformation and turned into an immortal body. That is an existence that completely transcends all races, a level of life above you. Immortal's combat power of 100,000 is not something that your Celestial's combat power of 100,000 can compare to. When you really reach that level, you will naturally understand. No matter how much you say now, it's useless. After Godslayer said this, he did not say anything else. Immortal was not that simple. Otherwise, there would not only be a few hundred immortals in the ancient times. In Godslayer's opinion, only when Qin Shujian reached Celestial Realm 10 and had Zhu Bing's help would he have a chance to fight Immortal. As for killing Immortal, it was almost impossible. To be able to fight, and to be able to kill. The two were completely different concepts. Qin Shujian was shocked by Immortal's strength, but the more it was so, the more excited he was. The stronger the opponent was. Then, if there was a corpse left, it would be more useful. After an unknown period of time. Along the way, Qin Shujian spent another 10 spirit stones before he finally arrived at a place. There. The void was chaotic, and the pressure had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even with Qin Shujian's strength, holding on for every moment was a great consumption. An hour later, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. It was not that he did not want to walk, but he really could not. Every step he took consumed a huge amount of true essence. Qin Shujian made a rough estimation. With his current true essence reserves, he would be exhausted after taking 10 steps at most. Once his true essence was exhausted, he would lose Godslayer's protection and his body would not be able to withstand the erosion of the void turbulence. At the same time, Qin Shujian also looked at the deepest part of the void turbulence. There seemed to be a blurry figure appearing. However, there was an endless void turbulence blocking it, making it difficult to see clearly. However, with just a glance, Qin Shujian felt a boundless pressure coming at him. Godslayer's tone became urgent as he said, "Kid, retreat quickly. There is indeed the corpse of an immortal here, but that immortal's strength is much more powerful than you think. You can't stay here for long. With your strength, even if you manage to reach there, you won't be able to touch this immortal. Retreat now and think of a way to come in the future." It was really an immortal, and it was not an ordinary immortal. That powerful aura made the god-slaying saber feel as if it was one of the top immortals in the heavenly courts in the past. But he was sure. This immortal's aura was extremely unfamiliar. In other words, this immortal was not an immortal of the heavenly courts, but a later expert who became an immortal and grew to an extremely terrifying level. Even if he had already died. However, that remaining stable pressure was still terrifying to the extreme. Without Godslayer saying anything, Qin Shujian had already retreated. If this continued, the true essence in his body would not be able to hold on. As for the spirit stones in the storage ring, he had to leave enough for himself to return the way he came. Qin Shujian was also shocked at this time, and he said involuntarily, "Senior, in your opinion, what is the strength of this immortal?" Strength is hard to say, but combat power is not something you can imagine. Godslayer's voice was extremely solemn as he said, "Immortal is just a general term for a realm. It doesn't mean that after breaking through to immortal, everyone is the same. In fact, there are differences between immortals. Obviously, this immortal has not just entered the immortal realm, but has cultivated to an extremely profound level. This strength is not as strong as the Emperor's, but it is definitely much more terrifying than the average immortal. With your current strength, even if this immortal has fallen, with a drop of blood, he can still suppress you. Before your combat power reaches 100,000, don't even think about coveting this immortal." As Godslayer spoke, Qin Shujian was already retreating. He took a deep look at the depths of the void turbulence, and could no longer see anything. But Qin Shujian understood. There was the corpse of an immortal, an extremely powerful immortal. This matter. Perhaps even the emperors did not know. In other words, the discovery here could very well be his own fortuitous encounter. 100,000 combat power. Qin Shujian silently muttered in his heart. His heart had already become firm. When he reached 100,000 combat power, he must enter here again. At this time, Godslayer said, and even if you reach 100,000 combat power, it is only a possibility. You may not be able to obtain this immortal's corpse. But if you can obtain this immortal's corpse, I can guarantee that the benefits will be beyond your imagination. Senior, what level of physical strength is needed to withstand the void turbulence? Qin Shujian asked. If his physical body could withstand it, he would not have to go through the trouble of borrowing Zhu Bing's help. Withstanding it with his physical body, it would not consume any ethereal force, and there was no possibility of not being able to withstand it. Godslayer said, when you can use your physical strength to withstand the Nine-Seal Dao instrument, you will have the capital to cross the void turbulence. Or when you become an immortal and transform into an immortal body, you will be able to do this. An immortal body is invulnerable to all spells. A mere void turbulence can be easily suppressed. Invulnerable to all spells? Qin Shujian thought of his Guiyuan ancestral codex, which had a special property of invulnerability. But obviously, invulnerability was at least one level lower than invulnerability. At the very least, Qin Shujian didn't feel that his current physical body could withstand the turbulence of the void. He silently memorized the location of the immortal's corpse. Qin Shujian immediately rushed back. Originally, he had only planned to go around a few times, but now, he did not know how much time he had spent. If he took too long and stood up the two elders of the imperial astronomer, then it would be difficult to explain. Also, Qin Shujian did not want a second person to know about the secret of the heaven and earth seal. The immortal's corpse. He was not prepared to share it with anyone else. It was his own opportunity. When there were only 3 spiritual stones left in the storage ring, Qin Shujian had returned to the place where he first entered the void turbulence. Immediately, he took a step forward. P.S. Support the original version, Chijian Chinese Networks. I am upright. Chapter 564. He came out of the void turbulence. Qin Shujian returned to the place where he had entered. Immediately after, he looked at the sky and found that not much time had passed. The Godslayer said, the void turbulence is different from other places. Even time is chaotic there. You seem to have been in there for a long time, but in fact, not much time has passed. After all, with your current realm, even if you walk normally, you can cross thousands of mountains and rivers in 2 hours. The void turbulence may be vast, but it's not truly boundless. The current Godslayer was no different from the roundworm in Qin Shujian's stomach. What was Qin Shujian thinking? He could basically know everything. Qin Shujian said, Senior, how likely do you think it is for others to find that immortal's body? It's unlikely. The Godslayer thought for a moment and said, although immortal's body is there, judging from the current situation of the human clan in the East Continent, no one should be able to cross the void with their physical body. As for using Zhu Bing to enter there, it will consume a lot of vital essence. No one may be willing to explore it. After all, the risk in the void turbulence is too great. Even Nirvana realm experts can't do it. Unless they focus on tempering their physical bodies, they can't. Hearing this, Qin Shujian felt a lot more at ease. If he remembered correctly, Zhu Bing of the Great Zhao dynasty was still suppressing the demon abyss. In fact, the human emperor did not have Zhu Bing with him. Otherwise, he would not have used Marquis Baiyun's Zhu Bing to deal with the demon clan. In this way, the possibility of the human emperor entering the depths of the void turbulence was not high. The only person who could enter was Marquis Baiyun. And there seemed to be no reason for Marquis Baiyun to enter the restriction of heaven and earth to explore. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian thought of another thing and said, if we break the restriction of heaven and earth, will it affect Immortal's body and make him appear in advance? Impossible. Godslayer simply denied it. In my opinion, if you want to break the heaven and earth restriction, you just need to open a hole and create a stable passage. If you want to flatten the entire heaven and earth restriction, unless you're an immortal, even a nirvana cultivator working with Zhu Bing wouldn't be able to do this. Unless that Nirvana Realm expert paid the price of his life to activate Zhu Bing's full power, only then would it be possible to suppress the entire space turbulence. After all, the reason for the formation of the void turbulence is because of the shattering of the natural order. With the shattering of the natural order, even immortals can wipe it out. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was completely relieved. As long as there were no problems, he was not prepared to share this opportunity with others. It would be awkward if other people found out. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. Not long after, Su Zhan had already flown over and landed beside him. Sect Master Qin, have you gained anything from observing the restrictions of heaven and earth during this period of time? Fragmented laws are too difficult to comprehend. I didn't gain much. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed. Su Zhan smiled and said, comprehending the natural order requires a gradual cycle. Sect Master Qin has reached the Saint Realm at such a young age. Your achievement is already unprecedented. Throughout the tens of thousands of years, no one can surpass you. In my opinion, Sect Master Qin, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before you can break through to the 7th level of the celestial being. He was really optimistic about Qin Shujian now. With his potential, a mighty figure would definitely not be able to stop him. Moreover, in Su Zhan's opinion, Qin Shujian might be able to reach the limit of the 10th level of the celestial being. Although there were mighty figures in the world. However, no one other than the Renhuang could truly reach this step. Thank you for your kind words. Qin Shujian smiled and cupped his hands. Then he looked at Su Zhan's expression and asked, Pavilion Master Su, are you here because the Imperial Court has sent the materials over? Yes. Well, we've been delayed for so long. Let's hurry up. Qin Shujian nodded. Calculating the time, it was less than 3 months. With his forging skills, he also needed to race against time. Then, the two left the heaven and earth restriction. On the other side, Su Zhan met Qin Shujian and Fang Yilan. When Qin Shujian arrived, Fang Yilan gave him several storage rings. There are things you need inside. In order to collect these things, the Imperial Court has spent a lot of effort. Although I know I shouldn't talk too much, I still hope that Sect Master Qin can do his best. It's best if you don't fail. I'll do my best. This old one thanks you. Fang Yilan bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Qin Shujian did not stop her. He took the storage rings and dispelled the master recognition mark on them with his divine sense. Soon, everything in the 5 storage rings appeared in his perception. They were all level 9 materials. And all of them were mainly ores, which could be regarded as excellent materials for casting a city. In addition to these, there were 100 spirit stones placed there. Qin Shujian consciously transferred the 100 spirit stones into his storage ring. He only brought a few spirit stones with him this time. In the end, he went through the void turbulence and almost used them up. Now he could get a little replenishment. After putting everything away, Qin Shujian said, I will start to cast a city tomorrow. 2 pavilion elders, please protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Sect Master Qin, do you need my help? Su Zhan asked. He still wanted to be an assistant. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, my forging method is only suitable for one person. Pavilion Elder Su and I have different paths. If we want to work together, the possibility of failure is higher. So Pavilion Elder Su might as well hold the fort. If I can't hold on, Pavilion Elder Su can help. He didn't refuse completely. No one was sure if he would need help when the time comes. If he said too much at this time, it would be awkward when the time comes. Hearing this, Su Zhan was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, since Sect Master Qin has decided, I have no objection. As for Fang Yilan, she also nodded in agreement. But just as Qin Shujian was about to leave, Fang Yilan took out a jade box from her storage ring. Sect Master Qin said that you need the blood essence of an expert. The jade box contains what you need. This is, Qin Shujian reached out and took the jade box. He could clearly feel that there was a violent force surging in the jade box, as if it wanted to struggle out. But the jade box's grade was not low, and there was a sealing method. So any impact of the force could not do anything to the jade box. Fang Yilan said lightly, "In the jade box, there is a drop of Demon Emperor's blood essence." Demon Emperor's blood essence. Qin Shujian's pupils shrank slightly. The Demon Emperor mentioned by Fang Yilan couldn't be the ancient Demon Emperor. In other words, the Demon Emperor's blood essence in the jade box was the Demon Emperor from more than 6,000 years ago. Was the Demon Emperor from more than 6,000 years ago strong? There was no doubt that he must be extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lead the demon clan to retreat into the Endless Mountains after being defeated by the human emperor. But at the same time, this Demon Emperor was also very weak. Because compared to the ancient Demon Emperor, this Demon Emperor was at most in the Nirvana realm, or even the 10th level of the celestial being. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the human emperor might have only succeeded in breaking through to the Nirvana realm in the last few thousand years. In this way, to be able to be defeated by the human emperor from more than 6,000 years ago, the Demon Emperor couldn't be a Nirvana realm expert. The biggest possibility was the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Maybe not even the 10th level of the celestial being realm. But no matter what, the blood essence of such an expert was naturally extraordinary. Although it couldn't be compared to the Nirvana realm blood essence of Star Sage, it was still the blood essence of an extremely powerful existence. Then, Fang Yilan took out the same 3 jade boxes. In each jade box, there is a drop of the Demon Emperor's blood essence. In the past, when His Majesty defeated the Demon Emperor, he only obtained a few drops of the other party's blood essence. Qin Shujian finally understood why the Demon Emperor died. Not only did he lose to the human emperor, but even his blood essence was beaten out by him. What was blood essence? That was the origin of a living being's body. Even the most powerful cultivator had a limited amount of blood essence in his body. Once the blood essence was exhausted, he would definitely die. Although it was just a few drops of blood essence. Perhaps more than half of the blood essence in the Demon Emperor's body had been sucked out. In this way, it was difficult for the Demon Emperor to not die. However, whether the Demon Emperor died or not had nothing to do with him. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the other party's blood essence was a good thing. If he could swallow it, it could also increase his strength by a lot. However, Qin Shujian only thought about it and didn't really do it. It wasn't good to take advantage of his own people. To a certain extent, Yuan sect and the imperial court could be considered allies. The next day, the 2 elders left the city and stood guard in the void. Qin Shujian walked in front of a city and used the law embodiment of heaven and earth. It was as if he was rebuilding Cold Mountain City. His vital essence turned into a sea of fire and swallowed the city in front of him. Seeing this scene, the 2 elders didn't speak. They only communicated with each other through divine sense. Sect Master Qin's method of transforming his physical body doesn't seem to be the usual method of a heavenly human cultivator. It's more like an unfathomable martial art. Suzhon, can you see anything? Suzhon looked angry. Then, he suppressed his anger and said through divine sense, "If you call me Suzhon again, I won't let you off." Then, he looked serious again and said, "If I'm not wrong, Sect Master Qin should be using the law embodiment of heaven and earth of the Heavenly Corpse sect. It's an extremely profound martial art. I've talked with Jiang Feng before. The law embodiment of heaven and earth is a martial art passed down from ancient times. If it can be cultivated to the Great Completion realm, its power will reach an extremely terrifying level." At this point, Suzhon paused and then said, "I've seen Jiang Feng use this martial art before, but it definitely didn't reach Sect Master Qin's level." In his heart, he was also very emotional. It had only been a few years since Qin Shujian destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect. In just a few years, after the other party obtained the law embodiment of heaven and earth, he had already cultivated it to an extremely profound level. Such a talent. It had to be said that it was extremely shocking. At this time, Qin Shujian was melting the city with all his strength. Compared to Cold Mountain City, The city in front of him was melting more easily. In just 2 or 3 hours, the city had already melted. Qin Shujian methodically threw in the corresponding materials and then used the vital essence sledgehammer to constantly hammer it. With the first experience, the second time, he was more confident. Bang! Bang! An earth-shattering sound, as the vital essence sledgehammer fell, resounded in the endless mountain range. At the same time, a vision that covered the sky also appeared. Su Zhong stared at the vision in the sky. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that his forging technique has really reached an extraordinary level. Every time he forged, a vision of heaven and earth will appear. When ordinary forging masters forged spiritual weapons, there would not be a vision of heaven and earth every time. On the contrary, for a vision of heaven and earth to appear, there were too many factors. For any forging master, as long as a vision of heaven and earth appeared once in a lifetime, it was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Just like Qin Shujian, there was only one explanation for the appearance of 2 heaven and earth anomalies after 2 rounds of forging. The other party's forging technique had reached an extraordinary level and was already compatible with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, every time he forged, a vision of heaven and earth would appear to celebrate. When he saw the vision of heaven and earth, Su Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. If there were no accidents, this forging would be a success. Because when a vision of heaven and earth appeared, unless someone interfered or the forging master could not persevere, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Su Zhong's heart was now very calm. What he had to do was to be vigilant of the surrounding environment to prevent anyone from coming to disturb him. Fang Yilan looked at Qin Shujian with shock in her eyes. She did not know how to forge one, but she could understand what the vision of heaven and earth meant. At this moment, Qin Shujian was completely focused on refining the city. He removed all the impurities from the materials so that it could reach a perfect state. Only the materials were perfect. Only then could there be hope of forging a top spiritual weapon. This was an inevitable process. Time passed by little by little. The forging process was carried out slowly. At this moment, any monster that dared to come within 10,000 miles of Qin Shujian was all killed by the 2 of them. In the endless mountain range, a group of players was hiding. Compared to a few months ago, Wang Renbin now seemed to have adapted to such a life. After staying in the mountains for a few months, he was no different from a savage. During this period of time, in the endless mountain range, there were no imperial court people chasing after them. Instead, there were a large number of monsters for them to hunt. Over and over again. Not only did the level of the players in this team not decrease, but it also increased. Wang Renbin sat on a big rock and looked at the others. According to the news, in 2 or 3 months, the heaven and earth restriction will be opened. The imperial court is now sending people to build a city there. If we want to sneak in, it should be time for the 2 sides to fight. When my cultivation is high in the future, I will definitely make a big fuss. Someone spat on the ground and said hatefully. Hearing that, the others did not say anything. Only a player said, "What's young Master Wang's plan?" The Wang family has already made arrangements. When the time comes, there will be experts to cover us. But before that, our realm can't be too low. The spirit martial realm is the most basic requirement. If we are lower than this realm, the chance of escaping in the chaos is too slim. Wang Renbin said calmly. This time, he left the eastern continent not only to avoid being hunted, but also because the Wang family planned to leave the eastern continent and go to the other 3 continents to take root. According to the Wang family's understanding in the real world, the players in the real world only entered the eastern continent. In other words, there were no players in the other 3 continents. Without players, it meant that the 3 continents were much less competitive. If the Wang family could go there first, they might be able to take advantage of the situation. At that time, the Wang family's power would spread across the 4 continents. In the real world, they would be able to cultivate enough experts. Now that cultivation was popular. Only strength had the right to speak. As for the other things, they were all empty. The Wang family was not weak now, but to say that no one could compete with them, they were still far from it. So, after the news of the 3 continents spread out, the Wang family had the intention to enter the other 3 continents. After all, a place without any players had unimaginable resources. Even if they were a few days faster than others, they could leave them behind. So, entering the 3 continents, 1 was to let Wang Renbin avoid being hunted by the imperial court, and 2 was to take the opportunity to go to the other 3 continents and develop their forces. This plan. The Wang family did not announce it to the public. Wang Renbin also understood in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. He looked at his cultivation method experience bar. Wang Renbin was a little relieved. Now the cultivation method experience bar of the Zhenwu chapter was almost full. If he killed dozens of real martial realm beasts, he should be able to break through to the spiritual martial realm. Once he broke through, he would be on par with the top players at this stage. Because after breaking through to the spiritual martial realm, the required experience had been greatly increased. According to the information provided by the Wang family, the experience from the first level of the spiritual martial realm to the second level of the spiritual martial realm was 3 times more than that from the first level of the real martial realm to the 10th level of the real martial realm. It was because of so many experience points. As a result, the current players were all stuck in the spiritual martial realm. There were very few who really stepped into the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. Thinking of this, Wang Renbin said, "You all report your current level and how much experience you have left to level up." After that, a player looked at his own attributes and said first, 9th level of the real martial realm, 3% to level up. 8th level of the real martial realm, 10% to level up. 10th level of the real martial realm, 7% to level up. 10th level of the real martial realm, 53% to level up. 8th level of the real martial realm, 15% to level up. 9th level of the real martial realm. All the players reported their levels. Hundreds of people, no one was lower than the 8th level of the real martial realm. Wang Renbin estimated and said, 10 players of the physical invulnerability realm, as long as they are careful, it should not be a big problem to kill the beasts in the first 3 levels of the spiritual martial realm. After that, he looked at the number of players in his team, which could be divided into 10 teams. Now there is not much time left. Let's take the 10th level of the real martial realm as the team and hunt the beasts in the spiritual martial realm. It's best to focus on the spiritual god. Don't touch the beasts above the flight realm for the time being. Wang Renbin said calmly. The lowest level of the flight realm beasts was the 4th level of the celestial being. It would be very awkward if they encountered one that could fly. The spiritual martial realm was divided into 3 stages. Only reaching the flight realm could cause a qualitative change. Before reaching the flight realm, it was not so difficult to attack the beasts in the spiritual god realm. The other players also nodded in agreement. With 100 people fighting the beasts together, the experience gained by splitting up was too little, and the resources could not be maximized. If they split up, the efficiency could be improved a lot. Especially during this period. The imperial court did not send many people into the Skyend Mountains to hunt them down. They did not need to stay in groups anymore. Splitting up would make their growth faster. Boom. At this time, a sound echoed in the world, coming from the depths of the Skyend Mountains. Many people's hearts trembled. A player said, "What is that sound?" "I don't know. It's strange." The other players also looked confused. When Qin Shujian built Cold Mountain City last time, there were no players to observe. In addition, Wang Renbin and the others had been hiding in the Skyend Mountains. Although they knew about the outside world, it was only one-sided and did not go too deep. Now, the sound coming from the depths of the Skyend Mountains was so strange to these people. Could it be that there is an opportunity for the strong in the Skyend Mountains? A player said in surprise and doubt. Wang Renbin stood up and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. His face was also very solemn. This sound seemed to echo in the world and directly hit people's minds. Not to mention anything else. Just by hearing this sound, Wang Renbin felt that his realm seemed to have loosened a little. When he looked at the progress bar of the cultivation method, he did not know when it had advanced by 1%. It was just that when the cultivation method advanced by 1%, when he listened to this sound again, the effect was much weaker. Suddenly, Wang Renbin's face changed and said, "Let's go. Everyone, let's go check out the situation together." He had a hunch. There might be a big opportunity this time. Although he also sensed a trace of danger in the dark. However, danger was also accompanied by opportunity. This sound was far away. Hearing it could improve one's strength. If he could listen to it at a close distance, wouldn't he be able to break through on the spot? Not to mention anything else. Just the point of breaking through the realm was enough to make people excited. Not to mention, there might be other opportunities in it. Therefore, Wang Renbin already had plans to get this opportunity in his hands. If he really succeeded, then, the pain of hiding in the sky and mountains for half a year would be completely compensated. Hearing this, the others did not object because many people also noticed the changes in their bodies. A player licked his mouth and said excitedly, "Listening to the sound can improve one's cultivation. If we listen to it at a close distance for 8 to 10 days, maybe we can all enter the spirit martial realm, and it's not as simple as the first level." That's true, but this sound is so loud that it might attract other people. Don't care, just be careful. The players in the team could not hold back the excitement in their hearts. Suddenly, led by Wang Renbin, hundreds of players went in the direction of the sound. Chapter 565. Not only Wang Renbin, even the other people who entered the Endless Mountains were attracted by this sound and then went in the direction of the sound. At this time, Qin Shujian was still forging. The sky was already covered with thunderclouds, as if something was brewing. Su Zhan and Fang Yilan looked solemn, both paying attention to Qin Shujian's movements. They were also alert to the changes around them. Although in their opinion, no one dared to disturb Qin Shujian now. However, there was no guarantee that there would be an unexpected accident. All of a sudden, Su Zhan tilted his head and looked in a certain direction. In his perception, there were many people coming this way. Not long after, in his sight, a group of hundreds of figures appeared. Su Zhan saw them, but they couldn't see Su Zhan. Variant humans. After seeing Wang Renbin and the others, Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly. The people in this world, as long as they encountered players, would instinctively distinguish them. At first glance, Su Zhan recognized the identity of Wang Renbin and the others. When he took a second look, the corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. TSK, not only are they variant humans, but also wanted criminals. Almost everyone in the Imperial Court knew the list of people who were wanted by the Imperial Court. Although Su Zhan didn't pay attention to this time, he had glanced at it. With the ability of a powerful person to remember everything, this glance was enough to engrave Wang Renbin's appearance deeply in his mind. It was fine if he couldn't see it usually, but as long as he saw it, he would be able to recognize the other party. Wang Renbin and the others. At this time, they didn't know that they had been discovered by Su Zhan. "Young Master Wang, the surroundings are too quiet. Yes, we have been walking for so long, but we haven't even seen a single beast. It's a bit unusual," several players whispered. Hearing that, many people's faces showed a dignified look. To be able to wander in the Endless Mountains for half a year, everyone would have a strong sense of vigilance. Or else, they wouldn't have lived until now, and it was impossible for them to have such a high realm. Wang Renbin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Send a few people to explore the surrounding situation. The others continue to follow me." He also sensed that something was wrong. However, the deeper he went, the clearer the sound became. It even gave Wang Renbin the urge to break through on the spot. In the face of such an opportunity, no one could remain calm. For Wang Renbin, nothing was more important than one's own realm. Even if it was a little risky, as long as he could obtain this opportunity, he would have the capital to leave other players behind in the future. Then, the players dispersed. The others also calmed down a little. If there were people guarding the surroundings, then if there was a problem, someone would definitely send an alarm. In this way, he could also foresee many troubles ahead of time. Subsequently, the group continued to move forward. The sound of the hammering had already reached a deafening level. Everyone felt the chi and blood in their bodies boiling. Their cultivation techniques seemed to be circulating involuntarily along with the frequency of the hammering. "Oh no, I'm going to break through." A player at the 8th stage of the true martial realm shouted loudly. Then, the others had no choice but to stop. "I'm going to break through too. I'm going to break through too." Then, a few more players yelled. They were all people who had reached the fulfillment of their current realm. Now hearing the hammering sound, unconsciously, their cultivation technique experience bar had been full. On the other side, Wang Renbin also found that his experience bar was full. For this, he had to stop for a while and break through his current realm on the spot. His cultivation technique experience bar was full. However, if he wanted to break through his realm, he still needed to run his cultivation technique to succeed. Or else, the subsequent experience points would exceed the full state and continue to stack on his current realm. Boom! A breath that was neither strong nor weak broke out. A player jumped up with a smile on his face. The 9th stage of the true martial realm, just listening to the hammering sound had saved him half a month's time. Such a good thing was hard to come by. After the first player succeeded in breaking through, a few more players broke through one after another. In the end, Wang Renbin also stood up from the ground with a faint smile on his face. Spiritual martial realm. Just now, he successfully broke through into the spiritual martial realm. As the first batch of players to enter the game, Wang Renbin's level should have been at the top. It was a pity. Since he entered the game and met the master of Liang Mountain Village, he had been killed several times in a row, causing his realm to stagnate. Compared to the others, he had already fallen behind. Now that he had broken through to the spiritual martial realm, he had finally caught up to the first echelon. A player was eager to give it a try and said, "Young Master Wang, should we stay for a while and wait for the other brothers to break through and then go together?" Wang Renbin glanced at the others and finally shook his head and said, "No, it's too big now. There might be other people going over. We have to race against time. There will be a chance to break through at any time. Maybe if we get that opportunity, we can all break through to a higher realm." The more he understood the importance of the opportunity, the more he was not prepared to wait. After holding it in for so long, Wang Renbin felt that his luck was about to change. Hearing that, the rest of the players did not object. It was also at this time. Suddenly, a player said, "Strange, why is the sky dark?" These words directly woke Wang Renbin up. It was unknown when. The sun in the sky had disappeared and was replaced by darkness. "Everyone, be alert." Wang Renbin did not understand the situation, but instinctively he sensed danger. However, not waiting for him to finish, he felt a terrifying pressure fall, and then, Wang Renbin completely lost consciousness. On the other side, Su Zhon slowly withdrew his palm, shook his head and laughed. "You still want to break through? I'm afraid you've lost your mind. It's a pity that the inhumans are immortal. If we don't kill these traitors, how can we dispel the hatred in our hearts?" As early as when Wang Renbin appeared, Su Zhon had already noticed them. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to see what these inhumans wanted to do. After hearing the conversation between the inhumans and seeing several inhumans break through, Su Zhon understood what these people were thinking. To this, Su Zhon had no intention of listening anymore. No matter how much he broke through, it was the same. In front of the supreme expert, the spiritual martial realm was an ant. With a palm strike, Wang Renbin and the others were all killed. There was only a large pit left on the ground, as well as some dropped equipment. Other than that, there was nothing else. After killing the inhumans, Su Zhon stared at them with his tiger eyes, his spiritual will spread out like a tide, and he said in an intimidating voice, "The Imperial Astronomer is working, no one is allowed to approach, otherwise, kill without mercy." Some people who were originally walking over. After hearing these words, they all stopped in their tracks. Imperial astronomer. These 3 words had an unparalleled deterrent power. A peak spiritual martial realm cultivator looked in the direction of the voice with a shocked expression. Imperial astronomer, why is there someone from the Imperial astronomer here? He couldn't afford to offend the Imperial astronomer, nor could he afford to offend the power behind him. That cultivator struggled for a long time before finally choosing to retreat. It was very obvious. He couldn't afford to offend the Imperial astronomer. As for whether or not someone was pretending to be the Imperial astronomer, this cultivator didn't doubt it at all. Because soon, news would spread that there was an expert from the Imperial astronomer in the Endless Mountain Range. If this news was false, then naturally, someone would come to clean it up. But if the news was true, at this time, whoever went over would be courting death. Su Zhon's words intimidated everyone. In the Great Zhao, the Imperial astronomer's name was only slightly inferior to the human emperor's. Other than this, no one else could compare to it. Even if it was the name of Yuan Zhong, it wasn't as effective as the Imperial astronomer. This was because the experts in the Imperial astronomer were the top experts of the human race. They even had experts at the almighty level. Yuan Zhong was powerful, including Qin Shujian. But Qin Shujian was only a sage expert and was much weaker than the almighty. To this world, strength was always the most important thing. The reason why the Imperial astronomer was so awesome was that they were stronger than 99.9% of the other powers. On the other side, a white light flashed. Wang Renbin and the others were all confused and didn't know what had happened. When they saw the system log, their expressions finally changed. You were killed by Su Zhon. Who was Su Zhon? No one knew. But there was one thing they knew. Just now, hundreds of them had been killed by an expert who hadn't shown himself. Until the moment of death, they didn't seem to realize it. This kind of strength was enough to make people tremble in fear. Su Zhon. Wang Renbin's face was as black as ink. The joy of breaking through to the spiritual martial realm had long flown away. He thought that he had finally broken through, but was directly beaten back to the original level. No. This was worse than being beaten back to the original level. Previously, he was only a few % of experience points away from the spiritual martial realm. Now, after this resurrection, he was directly back to the beginning of the 10th level of the martial realm. In other words, the hard work of leveling up in the first 1 or 2 months was all in vain. He went for wool and came home shorn. This made Wang Renbin a little breathless. If he was the only one resurrected, it would be fine. But this time, the whole team was resurrected. In other words, they had been wiped out. After being besieged by the imperial court so many times, they had never been wiped out. But this time, they were defeated by others. A player looked gloomy and said, "What should we do now?" Silence. Dead silence. No one answered this question. The loss of a collective level was really too great. Wang Renbin took a deep breath and calmed down his turbulent emotions. He said, "Follow the original plan, but we can't stay in this area. We have to change to another area. I suspect that the person who attacked just now is an expert from the Imperial Court." He couldn't help but doubt it. If it was not an expert from the Imperial Court, who would kill all of them directly without even showing his face? Such a deep hatred. Unless he dug up the ancestral grave, it would be a great crime of rebellion. In Wang Renbin's view, the so-called opportunity could be abandoned. It might be a trap. It was okay to fall in one place once, but he was determined not to fall for the second time. So, Wang Renbin decisively chose to fall in another place. 7 days passed. With Fang Yilan and Su Zhon guarding here, no cultivator could approach here. Occasionally, some cultivators who didn't listen to the advice and wanted to approach without permission were killed by the 2 of them. As the cabinet elder of the Imperial astronomer, how could the 2 of them be so soft-hearted? In terms of killing decisively, they were no worse than others. Every expert who was able to reach this stage had their hands stained with blood. Killing. That couldn't be more common. Qin Shujian was now wholeheartedly casting spiritual weapons. At this time, the outline of a majestic city had already appeared. Although it hadn't completely taken shape, the aura that suppressed everything had already been emitted from it. In the sky, purple clouds pressed down. The originally black tribulation clouds were directly dyed purple after gathering a large amount of lightning. In 1,000 miles, there was no distinction between day and night. The purple light was like a vision of heaven and earth, illuminating this part of the world. All the monsters who felt the fearful heavenly might were all scared to the ground or hiding in their own caves, not daring to show their heads easily. There were also some braver ones. They simply stayed away from here and didn't dare to come any closer. Qin Shujian held the vital essence hammer in his hand, and the star acupoints in his body were shining brightly. An unknown amount of time passed. The thunder tribulation in the sky was about to fall. Qin Shujian took out the jade box and then crushed it with his bare hands. A drop of golden blood appeared, and in an instant, it erupted with terrifying power. Roar! A huge phantom of a bull demon stood proudly in the sky. The bull demon's body seemed to be made of black iron, and its pair of giant horns seemed to be able to pierce the sky. Its eyes stared in the direction of the central province, and it let out an angry roar. Shi, Ying, Tian. The angry roar was full of unwillingness. Seeing the bull demon appear, Fang Yilan and Su Zhong both looked dignified. Although they knew that this was just a remnant of the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and it wasn't the real Demon Emperor at all. However, that aura of looking down on the world was still intimidating. Noisy. Qin Shujian shouted angrily, and directly punched out, causing the bull demon in the sky to almost collapse. Then, he punched out 2 more times, and forcibly suppressed the blood essence. If the Demon Emperor was reborn, Qin Shujian wasn't sure that he could suppress it. But how could a drop of blood essence be able to turn the tables in front of him? Qin Shujian could even refine the blood essence of a star sage. No matter how strong the blood essence of a demon emperor was, how could it be stronger than a star sage? But even so, when Qin Shujian suppressed the demon emperor's blood essence, he was also a little surprised by the demon emperor's strength. After so many years, this drop of blood essence still had such power. If he guessed correctly, the Demon Emperor should be an expert at the limit of the heavenly human realm when he was in his prime. But Qin Shujian didn't think too much about it. It didn't matter if it was or not. For him, it wasn't that important. After suppressing the Demon Emperor's blood essence, Qin Shujian directly integrated the blood essence into the city. Boom! The city integrated with the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and suddenly there was a terrible fluctuation. At the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky that had been brewing for a long time finally showed some movement. Crack! The void collapsed, and the purple thunder turned into a thunder dragon, and pounced on the city with its teeth and claws. Wherever it passed, the space was destroyed inch by inch. It was obviously a spiritual weapon, but the power of the thunder tribulation was much stronger than that of an ordinary Dao weapon. Su Zhong watched the scene in front of him without blinking. Especially when Qin Shujian suppressed the Demon Emperor's blood essence with 3 punches, he was even more shocked. Originally, Su Zhong thought that Qin Shujian's strength was not enough to suppress the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and he was ready to help. In the end, 3 punches. With just 3 punches, Qin Shujian suppressed the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and the remnant thoughts were directly destroyed. The strength that he showed was not as simple as a saint. The others didn't know how strong the Demon Emperor was. As an elder of the Imperial Astronomer, how could he not know? The Demon Emperor's strength in his prime had reached the limit of the heavenly human realm, and even a drop of blood essence could suppress an ordinary almighty. Qin Shujian could suppress the Demon Emperor's blood essence with 3 punches, which indirectly proved that his strength was more terrifying than an ordinary almighty. Before Su Zhong could think too much, the thunder tribulation had already fallen. The spiritual weapons tribulation was the last step. If it passed, it would be a success. If it was destroyed in the thunder tribulation, it would be a failure. Even in Su Zhong's opinion, Qin Shujian had almost no chance of failure. But when it really came to this step, he couldn't help but be a little worried. Boom! The thunder tribulation fell one after another. Qin Shujian waved the sledgehammer crazily and hit the city, helping the spiritual weapon to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation. The spiritual weapon was powerful. The biggest factor was the last tribulation. The tribulation. In fact, it was a test of heaven and earth for the spiritual weapon. Every time the thunder tribulation struck, it could dye the spiritual weapon with a bit of thunder power, and if this power was converted by the spiritual weapon, it could increase the power of the spiritual weapon. A top forger. At this time, the spiritual weapon could absorb the power of the thunder tribulation and maximize it. In this way, even if two spiritual weapons were of the same level, there would be a difference in level. At this moment, after integrating the Demon Emperor's blood essence, the city had reached the level of a top spiritual weapon. There were also differences in strength among the top spiritual weapons. What Qin Shujian wanted to do was to help this spiritual weapon as much as possible to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation, so that it could be considered a top spiritual weapon among the top spiritual weapons. Bang! 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 Boom! Every time the thunder tribulation fell, Qin Shujian would hammer 3 times. Each hammer could intercept 30% of the power of the thunder tribulation. After 3 hammer strikes, it would be 90%. This was the limit of what he could do at this realm. If he wanted to achieve 100%, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, he might have to upgrade the ancestral book of casting again. The thunder tribulation bombarded and turned this place into a vast thunder prison. A few days later, the thunder tribulation retreated and a city fell, glowing. Qin Shujian didn't cancel the divine power. Instead, he directly took out several spirit stones from the storage ring and crushed them in one fell swoop. A large amount of spirit energy swarmed over, filling up his true essence. Afterward, Qin Shujian rushed to the next city and continued to cast. The first city was cast. Qin Shujian spent a total of about 20 days. If the 4 cities were added together, it would be a total of 80 days. This was completely tailored to the time. Therefore, he didn't want to waste too much time. He didn't know if he had experience. When the next city was cast, Qin Shujian cast it to the point of attracting the thunder tribulation, which was 2 or 3 days faster than before. The jade box was shattered and the Demon Emperor's blood essence was released again. It was the same as before. It was roaring as before. This time, Qin Shujian directly stunned the other party when the Demon Emperor's shadow just appeared. Then, before it could react, he directly suppressed it. Boom! The thunder was like a prison, and the divine power was like the sea. The thunder fell again. Qin Shujian waved the sledgehammer. Midway, he took out a few spirit stones and crushed them, transforming the spirit energy into his true essence. The casting time could be shortened. But the time of the tribulation couldn't be shortened. The thunder tribulation came from the rules and couldn't be controlled by humans. The 2 elders of the imperial astronomer had completely become spectators, paying attention to the surrounding movements while watching Qin Shujian cast. Especially Su Zhong. Now, he was more and more impressed with Qin Shujian in his heart. Because no forging master could guarantee that he could create a top spiritual weapon with a 100% success rate. But Su Zhong saw such confidence in Qin Shujian. That was confidence in his own forging skills. This kind of confidence was something that no other blacksmith had. Perhaps those forging masters who had just stepped into the path of forging would have such inexplicable confidence, but as long as they failed to forge a magic weapon, this inexplicable confidence would disappear. There were very few forging masters who could maintain such confidence like Qin Shujian. Such a person. If he wasn't a newborn calf, then he was a top expert. Without a doubt. Qin Shujian belonged to the latter. Has he never failed since he stepped into the path of forging? Su Zhong couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart. If he had never failed before, then how terrifying would such a person's talent be? But if he had failed before, how could he maintain such confidence? Su Zhong didn't understand, because he couldn't do it. Soon, the thunder tribulation dissipated, and another spiritual weapon had been formed. Qin Shujian took out a few spirit stones to recover and immediately began to forge the next city. A few days later, the thunder tribulation brewed, and the essence blood of the demon emperor appeared again. This time, the essence blood of the demon emperor didn't roar, but looked at Qin Shujian and roared with an angry expression, "Human, who are you?" It seemed that the destruction of the previous 2 drops of essence blood had made this drop of essence blood sense. But at this time, Qin Shujian was completely immersed in the forging and turned a blind eye to the demon emperor. When the other party spoke, Qin Shujian suppressed it with 3 punches as usual, and then began the third tribulation. When the thunder tribulation dissipated, only 1.5 months had passed. The 2 pavilion elders looked calm, but only they knew the shock in their hearts. 1.5 months, without any rest, to forge 3 top spiritual weapons that were not much weaker than Dao weapons. Such means were beyond their imagination. After the 3rd city was built, Qin Shujian immediately built the 4th city. When the jade box broke again, the shadow of the demon emperor appeared. But this time, the bull demon didn't roar in anger, but looked at Qin Shujian inexplicably. There seemed to be something inexplicable in the huge bull's eyes. P.S. That's all. I'll talk about it during the day. Support the original, Chijian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Chapter 566. When the last thunder tribulation dissipated, Qin Shujian withdrew his celestial body and sat cross-legged on a city. Then, he took out the remaining spirit stones from his storage ring to recover his vital essence. But it was different from the previous violent absorption. This time, Qin Shujian only absorbed the spirit qi contained in the spirit stones, but did not harm his origin. Half a day passed. Most of the surrounding spirit stones dimmed. Qin Shujian saw that Su Zhong and Fang Yilan had already appeared in front of him. Immediately, Qin Shujian put away the spirit stones as if nothing had happened. Then, he stood up and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. The 4 cities have finally been forged. Although it lacks an innate embryo and can't reach the level of a spirit weapon. But I believe that the 4 cities are not much weaker than a 2-seal Dao weapon." Hearing these words, the 2 of them looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. It was not much weaker than a 2-seal Dao weapon. When they had successfully forged the city, they had tested it with a Dao weapon. In terms of defensive power, it was not weaker than a 4-seal Dao weapon. A top-tier spirit weapon. Although it had already surpassed the category of a high-grade spirit weapon and reached the level of a Dao weapon. But as the elders of the Imperial Astronomer, how could they not have any knowledge? A normal top-tier spirit weapon. At most, it was comparable to a 2-seal Dao weapon. But Qin Shujian had forged a top-tier spirit weapon that directly reached the level of a 4-seal Dao weapon. It was simply unheard of. It was not that they were short-sighted. It was because in tens of thousands of years, there had never been such a powerful forger in the human race. With the other party's forging methods, in the eyes of the 2, even if Qin Shujian was only a great cultivator of the divine martial arts realm, his status was much higher than ordinary mighty figures. The human emperor would definitely recruit him into the Imperial Astronomer. There was no other reason. Such a forger was even rarer than a mighty figure. If the other party could forge a large number of top-tier spirit weapons similar to the city in front of them, then the overall strength of the Great Zhao would definitely reach a higher level. When that time came, a person at the peak of the spiritual martial arts realm with a spirit weapon could suppress a person at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. A person at the peak of the divine martial arts realm with a spirit weapon had a chance to fight against a celestial being. Even if he had just become a celestial, he was still a celestial. The Great Zhao lacked diviners, but it did not lack strong practitioners at the peak of the divine martial realm. If everyone had a spirit weapon comparable to a 4-seal Dao weapon, it would be equivalent to the Great Zhao having a large amount of diviners. Su Zhong chuckled and said, "Does Sovereign Qin have any plans to enter the imperial court as an official? If you do, His Majesty will treat you as an elder of the Imperial Astronomer." "That's right. As long as Sect Master Qin is willing, This old woman can guarantee that you will become an elder of the Board of Astronomy. Fang Yilan nodded and said. Both of them really wanted to pull Qin Shujian into the Board of Astronomy. They believed it too. If the human emperor were here, he would do the same. Qin Shujian smiled and said, I'm used to being free. I don't like being tied down. That's fine too. If Sect Master Qin has any ideas in the future, you can look for this old man at any time. Su Zhon didn't force the issue. Although he hoped that Qin Shujian would join the imperial astronomer, he did not expect the other party to really agree. How could it be so easy to rope in an expert? Then, Qin Shujian said, the cities have been built. What happens next is not something I can control. The 4 cities have made the eastern continent's door impregnable. Sect Master Qin has contributed greatly. Fang Yilan praised. Qin Shujian smiled. Then, he looked at the cities and said, the 4 cities are the corners of each other. If an array grandmaster uses the 4 cities as the foundation of an array formation, he can set up a shocking array formation. Then the power of the 4 cities can be unleashed to the limit. In my opinion, there will be 4 celestial beings in the city at that time. With an army of 1,000,000, supported by the array, even a mighty figure can be killed. The 4 cities were not weaker than a 4-seal Dao weapon. In addition, with the help of the celestial beings and the army of 1,000,000, the power of the array would definitely soar. In Qin Shujian's view as a second-stage array grandmaster, such an array was enough to kill a mighty figure. However, he only gave a few words of advice, but he did not intend to set up an array. With his current means, Qin Shujian was confident that he could be called the best artificer in the world, but when it came to array, he was not so confident. In his opinion, there might even be a 3rd realm formation grandmaster in the imperial astronomer. Of course, these were just Qin Shujian's guesses. He did not have any practical evidence. On the other side, Fang Yilan also silently agreed. She was a 2nd-stage array grandmaster. Fang Yilan was not good at artificing, but she was very confident in array grandmasters. So, Fang Yilan did not ask Qin Shujian to help. When it came to setting up the array, she could do it alone. If Qin Shujian did it all, then the elders of the imperial astronomer would be too useless. The rest of the matter became simple. After the city was successfully built, Qin Shujian left the heaven and earth restriction. On the other side, Su Zhon immediately sent the news to the human emperor. But the next day, the human emperor came in person. Your Majesty. Both Fang Yilan and Su Zhon bowed. You may dispense with the formalities. The human emperor smiled, then turned to look at the cities. Qin Shujian's artificing skills are uncanny. His title as the best artificer in the world is undeniable. Artificing a top-level spiritual weapon with his bare hands. It took him a month and a half to build all 4 cities. Even the human emperor was astonished by this. Su Zhon said awkwardly, Your Majesty, you're so wise. Qin Shujian is indeed the best artificer in the world. The human emperor praised Qin Shujian, and Su Zhon looked a little embarrassed as well. After all, Su Zhon was the one who took the initiative to build the cities. However, in the end, he didn't help at all when the cities were being built. Qin Shujian did it all by himself. It was so embarrassing to say such a thing. The human emperor seemed to have seen through Su Zhon's thoughts, but he didn't press the matter. Crossing his hands behind his back, he said, Now that the cities have been built, Grand Secretary Fang will be in charge of the array for the time being. As for Grand Secretary Feng, he'll be here in a few days. When the time comes, you too must complete the portal. I want the people from the 3 continents to be unable to come out. Your Majesty, will powerful cultivators really attack us when the seal is broken? Su Zhon asked the question that had been bothering him. The human emperor looked at the seal with a brooding look in his eyes and said quietly, The seal is a form of protection for the East continent. That Chen River is there to stop the powerful cultivators from the 3 continents. Perhaps the people from the 3 great continents were already waiting there. They're waiting for us to break the seal and for the Chen River to disappear. Hearing that, Su Zhon looked at the seal as well. There was clearly nothing there, but in his eyes, It was as if he could see many experts with auras as deep as the abyss, staring at him. Get ready. This battle has dragged on for too long. It's time for a big fight. A faint smile appeared on the human emperor's face. He said, if we don't give it our all, we won't have another chance. What chance? The human emperor didn't say much. Su Zhan wanted to ask, but before he could, the human emperor had disappeared on the spot. The next day, the imperial court's army passed through the portal and set up camp in the 4 majestic cities. Each city covered an area of thousands of miles, and the city walls were hundreds of feet high. Besides that, the human emperor also appointed 4 saint cultivators as the city lords to guard the 4 cities. At this moment, the originally empty cities were now filled with millions of elite soldiers and 4 saint cultivators. The war hadn't started, but the murderous intent had already soared into the sky. Even if there were no powerful cultivators deliberately intimidating them, those monsters would consciously retreat when they sensed the murderous intent. A storm was coming. The imperial court had already spread the news of the war, and the powerful cultivators of the various sects had all received the order. Facing the 3 continents, the human race in the East continent was no longer divided into the cultivation world and the imperial court. In the eyes of the human emperor, the human race was the human race, and there wasn't much difference. As long as they were in the East continent, all the humans would listen to his orders, and those who dared to disobey would only have a dead end. To this, no sect or force dared to resist. Sectmaster, the imperial court has sent a message that when the war starts, we need to send 1 heavenly being, 10 divine martial artists, 100 spiritual martial artists, and 1,000 true martial artists. In the Yuan sect, Zheng Fang said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian's expression was normal as he picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down. It's about to start. Once the war starts, we can only win, and not lose. This is no longer a matter of the imperial court, but of the entire human race in the East continent. As a human sect in the East continent, we should do our part. It wasn't that Qin Shujian had a high awareness. It was that he understood that no egg would remain intact when the nest was overturned. Once the imperial court was defeated, or the door to the East continent was broken, the Yuan sect would be one of the first sects to bear the brunt. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire human race. After understanding the meaning of the restriction of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian no longer hoped that something good would happen when the passage to the 3 continents was opened. Once the restriction of heaven and earth was broken, the weak water would disappear. It would be when the war between the 2 sides began. At the same time, the moment the passage opened was also the most intense moment of the battle. Although Qin Shujian didn't see it with his own eyes, his 6th sense told him that a war was about to break out. Zheng Fang said, the other cultivators are fine, but our sect can't take out 10 great cultivators of the god martial arts realm. This was a very awkward situation. As a top sect, they couldn't even take out 10 great cultivators of the god martial arts realm. If it were other top sects, even the worst one would have the hope of taking out 10 great cultivators of the god martial arts realm. Only the 2 top sects of Baiyun Mansion were facing such an awkward situation. One was the Yuan sect, and the other was the Traceless sect. The Yuan sect had been established too recently, so they didn't have the time to cultivate so many experts. The cultivators below the god martial arts realm were fine, but there were only a few cultivators of the god martial arts realm. Even if the guests were included, the Yuan sect could only take out 5 or 6 cultivators of the god martial arts realm. As for the Traceless sect, that would mean that they were a proper new top sect. It had the name of a top sect, but it didn't have the foundation or influence of a top sect. The imperial court's order. It wasn't a problem for other sects, but for the Yuan sect and the Traceless sect, it was very awkward. Qin Shujian said calmly, it doesn't matter. I'll take Jiang Feng there when the time comes. If they couldn't take out 10 god martial arts realm cultivators, they could take out 2 celestial beings. 1 celestial being was more useful than 10 god martial arts realm cultivators. At the very most, Yuanzong had 3 celestials in his hands. It didn't matter if the god martial arts realm cultivators weren't enough. They could just take out the celestial beings. Hearing this, Zheng Fang didn't say anything more. As for what to do, Qin Shujian was the one who made the decision. Then, Zheng Fang said a few more things, then got up and left. Qin Shujian was still sitting in the courtyard, drinking spiritual tea. At some point, a person suddenly appeared and sat in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian paused for a moment, but soon came back to his senses. He poured a cup of spiritual tea for the other party and said with a smile, "Human Emperor, you've come a long way. I apologize for not going out to meet you. This cup of spiritual tea is my apology." The human emperor picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then praised, "It's worthy of being a spiritual flower nurtured by the celestial Eldar. It's enough to rank in the top 3 among the spiritual teas I've drunk." "Your Majesty, what are the top 3 and the other 2 that you mentioned?" "Let's not talk about those 2. They're extinct now. The spiritual tea in Sect Master Qin's hands is already number 1. The human emperor shook his head and said. At this moment, Qin Shujian's face was calm, but his heart was a little dignified. He didn't expect the human emperor to come here for no reason. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer's voice also sounded. "Kid, this human emperor of yours is not simple. The pressure I feel from him is as if I'm facing the immortals of the heavenly court in the past. Although he's only in the Nirvana realm, in terms of strength, he might be able to kill immortals." When he saw Qin Shujian, Godslayer thought that Qin Shujian was the person with the strongest talent and potential in the human race. He was the son of destiny of this era. But when he saw the human emperor, Godslayer hesitated. Because the human emperor in front of him also gave him great pressure. Killing immortals with a Nirvana realm cultivation. With such strength. It was also the top in ancient times. Godslayer thought that the current human emperor of the human race was just an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator. Looking at his current posture, he already had the demeanor of the former emperors. Even if it was a little worse. But that was also a matter of strength. For a moment, Godslayer was also a little confused. If Qin Shujian was the son of destiny, then what was Qin Shujian? The son of destiny. Only one would be born every 10,000 years. He was the one who was truly favored by destiny. In Godslayer's eyes, although the human emperor and Qin Shujian were thousands of years apart, they were actually of the same generation. The human emperor said, "Senior, why don't you show yourself?" Qin Shujian was taken aback by the sudden words. The god-slaying saber said, "He discovered me. What a strong perception. Fine, let me go out and meet this human emperor." Hearing this, Qin Shujian no longer hesitated and took out Godslayer from his sea of consciousness. When the human emperor saw Godslayer, his expression became solemn. He cupped his hands and said, "Zhu Bing greets Zhu Bing. May I ask what your name is?" "Godslayer." Godslayer replied indifferently. He calmly accepted the human emperor's salute. As the human race's Zhu Bing, Godslayer also had the right to accept it. The human emperor's expression changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Godslayer, one of the 3 Zhu Bing of the human race in the past." The Godslayer. "You've heard of my name?" Senior's name resounds like thunder. How could I not have heard of it? The human emperor said with some emotion, "It's just that I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see one of the 3 Zhu Bing of the human race with my own eyes." "You're very good." Godslayer replied indifferently and then returned to Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. The human emperor cupped his hands slightly as a farewell. Then he looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Sect Master Qin, you have a great opportunity to be protected by Godslayer. I'm also very envious. Your Majesty is too kind." Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He really didn't know how to respond to this topic. If he were to humbly say that a mere ancestral armament was not worth mentioning, he might end up angering the godslaying blade. If he accepted it directly, he would be too arrogant. So, Qin Shujian had to give an ambiguous reply and then asked, "May I know why your Majesty is here this time?" "I'm here to invite Sect Master Qin to join the Imperial Astronomer. I wonder if Sect Master Qin is willing?" I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I have no intention of joining the court as an official. Qin Shujian shook his head and refused. The human emperor looked regretful and said, with your casting skills, if you can join the imperial astronomer, you will definitely be more useful than a celestial being. If you are willing to join the imperial astronomer, I promise you the position of elder. The elder of the imperial astronomer will listen to orders and have absolute freedom. Sect Master Qin, you really don't want to consider it. If I have any ideas in the future, I will definitely explain it to you. Well, to each his own. I won't force you. The human emperor shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. As the human emperor, he had personally invited someone, and this was the second time after being rejected. He had already given Qin Shujian enough face. Since the other party didn't agree, the human emperor wouldn't continue to force him. This was the dignity of a saint emperor. He looked at the human emperor in front of him. Qin Shujian thought of the heaven and earth restriction and couldn't help but say, speaking of which, I have some questions that I would like to ask. I wonder if you are willing to answer them. What is it? If I'm not wrong, the heaven and earth restriction should be a means to protect the eastern continent. If the heaven and earth restriction is broken, does the current eastern continent have the strength to contend with the other three continents? Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. He didn't talk about the broken rules or the fallen immortal. If he said too much about these things, the human emperor would easily guess something. Qin Shujian wasn't going to share the remains of that immortal with others. At the mention of the heaven and earth restriction, the smile on the human emperor's face faded a little, and he said solemnly, Sect Master Qin, do you know why the humans and demons were on good terms in ancient times? Do you know why the other three continents attacked the humans? Please tell me, human emperor. Qin Shujian was stunned, then he cupped his hands and said. He had a premonition that he might know some secrets. In his sea of consciousness, the Godslayer's saber shook. He didn't fight with the myriad races to the end. Instead, he left halfway and went to heavenly Pattern Island. Therefore, he had no idea what happened to the myriad races. The human emperor seemed to be recalling something and said slowly, Senior Godslayer should have told you about the invasion of the demon abyss and the attack of the myriad races. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid you don't know everything. Simply put, in the face of the attack of the demons, the myriad races were defeated, the immortals died, and the heavenly court collapsed. The Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself and slashed out with his saber, shattering more than half of the world and breaking the connection with the demon abyss. Only then did he resolve this calamity. But similarly, although the demons retreated, more than half of the world was shattered. Hundreds of millions of living beings and many experts of the myriad races died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. From then on, the myriad races hated the humans because the Emperor of Heaven was from the human race. The human emperor's calmest words made Qin Shujian understand the tragedy of the battle back then. It also made him understand why the human race would turn against the other races. In the face of the demon abyss's calamity, the myriad races were defeated. In order to preserve the last hope, the Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself and billions of living beings of the myriad races to completely shatter this world and resolve the calamity of the demon abyss. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was silent. The Godslayer was also silent. Such an outcome was something they had not expected. The human emperor said, the world was shattered, and more than half of the myriad races were annihilated. The remaining races thought that the Emperor of Heaven had harmed the myriad races, so they hated the human race very much. Whether that was the case or not, it didn't matter. What the myriad races needed was a target to vent their anger. In ancient times, the human race was the top race and was respected by the other races. However, the Emperor of Heaven's saber cut off the ancient times and also cut off the glory of the human race, causing the human race to fall from its supreme position. But no matter what, the human race's foundation was still strong. However, in the face of the attacks of the myriad races, the human race retreated step by step. After the ancient war, the human race fell into the flames of war that lasted tens of thousands of years. In this war, The experts of the older generation of the human race kept falling, and the new generation of experts kept being born. It was not until the birth of an immortal in the human race that the situation was alleviated. However, the situation did not ease for long. Immortals were also born among the myriad races. In the end, the immortals of the human race and the myriad races led their respective races to erupt in a great war. This war destroyed the last foundation of the human race. The human emperor said slowly. Qin Shujian listened silently. He did not know the history of the human race. The human emperor said, "Do you know why no immortals have been born in the eastern continent after so many years? Is it related to that war?" Qin Shujian understood immediately. The human emperor nodded and said, "That's right. It's related to that war. In that war, the immortals of the human race understood that things were hopeless. In the end, they paid the price of their own death to cut off a part of the rules of the world, causing the rules of the world to no longer be perfect. At the same time, they shattered the rules of the world and summoned the water of the heavy river, completely isolating the eastern continent where the human race lives from the other three continents. This is the origin of the heaven and earth restriction. Then why does the demon race exist in the eastern continent? The demon race in the eastern continent is just a part of the entire demon race. The true foundation of the demon race has never been in the eastern continent. P.S. Forget it, I won't wait for the day. The third update is here. It's a total of 18,000 word. Chapter 567. In the courtyard. Qin Shujian sat opposite the human emperor. From the human emperor's words, Qin Shujian learned many things that he did not know before. The true foundation of the demon race was not in the East continent but in other continents. The demon race in the East continent. It was just a remnant of their power. At that time, the human race had just gone through a great war and did not have the extra strength to clean up the demon race in the East continent. In the end, the demon race in the East continent took advantage of the time when the human race was recuperating to attack and give the human race a painful blow. What happened after that was much simpler. In the face of the demon race's attacks, the human race retreated. That was because the human race had already run out of ammunition and food when they started the war with the three continents. However, the human race was a large race after all. During this period, some experts surged out one after another. Although they were defeated by the demon race, they were able to preserve their heritage. In the following tens of thousands of years, the East continent was the demon race's home ground. The human race was at death's door under the demon race's oppression. Although the situation was difficult, compared to the complete extinction of the human race, they still had a chance of survival. After the human emperor finished speaking, Qin Shujian said slowly, "Until 6,000 years ago, the human emperor rose and led the human race's experts to counterattack the demon race. In the end, they severely injured the demon emperor and drove all the demon race into the endless mountain range." More or less. The human emperor nodded and said, "The strength of the demon clan is very strong, and their foundation is not much weaker than that of the human clan. After the battle of the three continents, the strength of the human clan is inferior to the remaining demon clan. I have a question that I'd like to know. What is it?" The heaven and earth restriction can be opened. With the demon emperor's strength at that time and the heavenly demon temple in his hands, he should be able to open this passage if he doesn't care about the cost. You have to understand that it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The human emperor glanced at him and shook his head. The demon race is not united. After so many years, the demon race in the East continent has nothing to do with the demon race in the other three continents. If the human race is destroyed, the East continent will be the demon race's world. With the power of a single race, we can occupy the entire continent and recuperate. When we have enough power, we can break through the three great continents and face the experts of the three great continents with a strong stance. Wouldn't that be better? Qin Shujian could understand the demon race's actions. After all, there were only humans and demons in the eastern continent back then. The human race had been crippled in the previous battle. If the demon race could seize the opportunity to occupy a continent, wouldn't it be much better than returning to their own race? He could be a local tyrant in the eastern continent. If he returned to his clan, he might not have much say. Moreover, the ruler of the eastern continent was not someone a local tyrant could compare to. This place occupied a quarter of the entire heaven and earth. If they could develop safely here, after a period of time, the demon clan of the eastern continent might become stronger than the demon clan itself. When the time came, the east continent's demon monarch would be able to turn the tables and become the host. Furthermore, he would be able to use a huge force. This was the advantage. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't refuse. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the demon race had always had this wish. Even when the demon monarch was defeated and the demon race retreated to the endless mountain range, they had never thought of opening the restrictions of heaven and earth. Because in the eyes of the demon race, the human race was only strong in the human emperor, but how long could the human emperor be strong for? If the laws of heaven and earth were not complete, he was destined to not be able to become an immortal. A 10th level heaven being only had a lifespan of 7,000 years. Even if he used various secret techniques, he could only live for 10,000 years at most. For cultivators of the same realm, before they broke through to the immortal realm, the lifespan of the demon race was much longer than that of the human race. Under such circumstances, even if they endured, they could still endure until the human emperor died. As long as the human emperor died, what right did the humans of the eastern continent have to contend with the demon race? After all, the development of the demon race over the years was no joke. The human race was suppressed and did not have the chance to accumulate a foundation. However, the demon race had bullied the human race for so many years and took the opportunity to accumulate a lot of strength. As long as the human emperor was gone, the human race would definitely not be able to contend against the demon race. In an instant, Qin Shujian thought of the human emperor's fake death again. The human emperor faked his death. It was to lure out the rebellion of the human race and also to lure out the demon saint of the demon race. The main method was to weaken the power of the demon race so that the demon race would not have the chance to activate the heavenly demon temple with all their might. In other words, they would cut off the possibility of the demon race opening the restrictions of heaven and earth. In that case, even if the demon race was forced into a desperate situation, they would not have the chance to fight to the death. From the human emperor's words, Qin Shujian imagined many things. Only with such imagination did he truly understand the human emperor's plan. Seeing the enlightened look on Qin Shujian's face, the human emperor said, "There is no right or wrong in front of the race. There is no way to investigate what happened to the former emperor of heaven. As humans, we have to think from the standpoint of the human race. If the other races want to destroy the human race, then if the human race doesn't want to be destroyed, we have to destroy them first. We can't be careless in this race. The demon race wanted to destroy the human race. The human race also wanted to destroy the demon race. Even if a great battle broke out and countless living beings died, the human emperor would not waver at all. The current battle was for the better survival of the human race in the future. Qin Shujian thought of something and said, "The human emperor said before that if the immortals of the human race and the immortals of the other 3 continents fight, then the immortals of the human race will die, but the immortals of the other 3 continents will still exist. If we open the restriction of heaven and earth, won't we have the possibility of facing those immortals? Do you know how many years have passed since that battle?" The human emperor looked into the distance and said, "It has been 200,000 years since that battle." Qin Shujian frowned. What was wrong with 200,000 years? Before the human emperor could explain, Godslayer spoke first. The lifespan of an immortal is determined by the heavens, a total of 129,600 years. This is the lifespan limit of the laws of heaven and earth, and no one can break it. No matter which race or what heaven-defying divine medicine they have swallowed, in short, the lifespan of an immortal is 129,600 years. When the time comes, no matter how powerful you are, you can only turn into ashes. Before becoming an immortal, The lifespan of each race was different. For example, the Eldar of the demon race easily had a lifespan of 10,000 years, and had a great advantage compared to the human race. But once one became an immortal, this advantage would no longer exist. No matter what race. As long as one became an immortal, their lifespan would be fixed at 129,600 years, and there would be no possibility of improvement. This was the limit of the laws of heaven and earth. Unless one could transcend the laws. Otherwise, this was something that would never change. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also came to a realization. He finally knew where the Runhuang's confidence came from. 200,000 years had passed. Even if there were immortals in the 3 continents, they should have passed away. The remaining experts were at most in the Nirvana realm. The laws of heaven and earth were not complete, and no expert could break through to the immortal realm. As a result, the strength of the human race of the East continent did not seem to be that weak. The lifespan of the human race was short, but their cultivation was extremely fast. A few thousand years of recuperation was enough for the human race to produce many experts. This was the confidence of the human emperor, and also the confidence of the human race. Qin Shujian said, "Human emperor, now the human race of the 4 continents is only left in the East continent. Do the other 3 continents have some forces left, like the demon race?" The demon race could be divided, and there were so many humans. Perhaps the 3 continents still had some foundation of the human race. These were just Qin Shujian's own guesses. But in his opinion, the human emperor should give an answer. As a human, the human emperor obviously knew a lot of things. According to Qin Shujian's guess, the human emperor might be the reincarnation of an expert of that era, or he might have obtained the inheritance of the expert of that era, which was why he knew so many things. The human emperor said, "You can say that there are, but you can also say that there aren't." What do you mean? In the past, when faced with the coercion of the 10,000 races, some humans chose to resist, while others chose to betray. Speaking of betrayal, the human emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Those humans who were afraid of the 10,000 races betrayed them, so they took the initiative to leave the human race and called themselves the Protoss. In the war between the 10,000 races in the past, these traitors contributed much more than the other races. The human race. The Protoss. Qin Shujian's face was also slightly cold, and he said sarcastically, "No matter what, it's the same. They don't dare to attack the outside world, but they kill their own people more ruthlessly than others." Maybe. The human emperor shook his head and didn't want to talk more about the Protoss. At this point, Qin Shujian also understood. There were indeed humans in the other 3 continents. However, those humans had already betrayed them and called themselves the Protoss. In this way, they had nothing to do with the human race. You came out of the sea area, so you should have obtained some opportunities and inheritances. These things are your personal opportunities, and I won't ask you anything. The human emperor paused for a moment before continuing. "I only have one question to ask you. Are there any human ancestors in the sea area? Can they still fight for the human race?" "They can't." Qin Shujian shook his head. In Heavenly Rune Island, the human race did indeed have a lot of power. Not to mention others, there were a few of them every day. However, what kind of change could a few celestials make to the current situation of the human race? If Xia Chao could make a move, a 10th level celestial expert would be able to play a lot of role. However, it was obviously impossible for Xia Chao to make a move. If the other party wanted to make a move, it would probably be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, in Heavenly Rune Island, in addition to the human race, there were also the demon race and Eldar. The Eldar might not do anything to the human race, but the demon race might not be the same. If they really wanted to release the power of Heavenly Rune Island. At that time, no one could be sure whether it would help or hinder the Great Zhao. In Qin Shujian's opinion, perhaps the latter was the most likely. The human emperor said regretfully, "I thought that with Zhu Bing remaining, the human race should still have a lot of power left. But now, it seems that I was wrong. Just like the Eastern continent, That immortal thought that by sealing off the other 3 continents, he could buy time for the human race. In the end, he was suppressed by the demon race for a full 200,000 years. Qin Shujian replied indifferently. Regarding this, the human emperor could only remain silent. That's right. Even if there were human forces in the sea area, they would probably be struggling at death's door all these years. The human emperor knew best what was in the sea area. The human race hid there probably to preserve their bloodline. Qin Shujian was unwilling to say more, so the human emperor did not ask any more questions. However, if there was a chance in the future, he would personally enter the sea area. Then, the human emperor prepared to leave. He came this time to recruit Qin Shujian into the imperial astronomer, and to meet the Godslayer. Now that both matters were over, there was no need for the human emperor to stay. However, when the human emperor was about to leave, Qin Shujian said, "The Yuan sect can't send 10 divine martial artists. When the time comes, there will be 2 heavenly beings. I hope you understand." "I understand," the human emperor said calmly and then left the place. The next moment, the human emperor stepped into the air and left. Just as he came quietly, he also left quietly at this moment. Except for Qin Shujian, no one in the Yuan sect knew that someone had just come. Pretentious. Looking at the seat where the human emperor was sitting, Qin Shujian spat out 2 words. To be honest, he also wanted to be pretentious like the human emperor. The Yuan sect was so big, but the other party came and went as he pleased, as if there were no guards at all. The arrogance of the human emperor. Even Qin Shujian was a little envious. If he was strong enough, then it would not be the human emperor who came to the Yuan sect for a stroll, but he, sect leader Qin, went to the palace for a stroll. "Mu Yang, come out and talk." Qin Shujian put down his teacup and looked at the empty space. Then, a root appeared and transformed into Mu Yang's figure. "Sect leader, when the human emperor arrived, did you notice anything?" "No, I didn't notice it until he appeared." Mu Yang shook his head. He was also very surprised by the strength of the human emperor. As a heavenly being, Eldar, Mu Yang's roots covered the entire Liang mountain. As long as there was any movement, it would not be able to escape his perception. However, the appearance of the human emperor was not noticed by Mu Yang at all. It was only when the other party entered the courtyard and revealed his aura that he truly knew. Qin Shujian murmured, "Is the Nirvana realm really so strong? I failed in my monitoring. Please punish me, sect leader." Mu Yang bowed and accepted his punishment. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. The human emperor is very strong. You just entered the heavenly being realm. How can you be on par with him? It's normal that you can't detect him. During this period of time, how is your refining of the wood spirit heart? How long will it take for you to break through? The wood spirit heart of a half-immortal is very strong. I feel that in another year or so, I can break through to the 2nd layer of the heavenly being realm." Mu Yang estimated for a moment and replied. "However, although the wood spirit heart of a half-immortal is strong, it is not something that belongs to me. I have a premonition that this wood spirit heart will not allow me to truly reach the half-immortal realm." That was what he said. But everyone understood. Even if he could not reach the half-immortal realm, as long as he broke through to the 7th layer of the heavenly being realm, it was already a great fortune. Qin Shujian said, "If you completely refine the wood spirit heart, how long will it take for you to completely refine it?" "It's hard to say, but the stronger I am, the faster I can refine it. I should be able to completely refine it in about 10 years. "Good, refine it as soon as possible." Qin Shujian waved his hand and dismissed him. Then, Mu Yang bowed and dispersed his incarnation again. At most, he could refine it in 10 years. In other words, in 10 years, Yuan sect would have another almighty Eldar, and it would definitely not be an ordinary almighty. At least, it would be above the 8th or 9th layer of the heavenly being realm. After all, the power of a half-immortal was not a joke. Even if Mu Yang had only absorbed half of it, it would still be more than that. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. However, It would be good if there was another Almighty. Moreover, in Qin Shujian's opinion, although Mu Yang was an Eldar, he had a closer relationship with Yuan sect. After Mu Yang retreated, Qin Shujian's divine sense spread out, only to see the formation patterns appear in the sky above Liang Mountain. Then, Qin Shujian used his hand to tap on the stone table in front of him. An invisible wave spread out and spread to the entire Yuan sect. The formation patterns that appeared in the sky. At this moment, they were all hidden in the void. A large formation was quietly formed. This was the method of a second realm array master. Originally, Qin Shujian did not plan to set up too many formations in the sect, because with Yuan sect's current strength, they did not need too many defensive formations. However, after seeing the human emperor come and go freely, Qin Shujian completely changed his mind. At this time, even if an Almighty wanted to break the formation, it would be impossible for there to be no movement at all. If the human emperor wanted to sneak in, it would at least cause some movement. After doing all this, Qin Shujian took out the Godslayer and said, "Senior, can you tell if the human emperor is the reincarnation of an Almighty?" "No." The God-slaying saber shook his head and said, "I didn't sense that aura from him, but maybe he has completely refined it. If you want to know the exact answer, it's still the same. Only the mirror of past life can do it. However, even if he is not the reincarnation of an Almighty, he must have obtained an ancient inheritance. Kid, don't underestimate him just because he is only in the Nirvana realm. In terms of strength, this human emperor is not weak. If he can become an immortal, he might be able to grow to the level of an emperor. He's that strong." Qin Shujian was surprised. It was rare for the God-slaying saber to give such an evaluation to the emperors. The God-slaying saber said, "I originally thought that you were the son of Providence of this era. However, after seeing him, I realized that he was also a person with great providence. Perhaps both of them are the sons of Providence of this era. Speaking of which, it is strange that there are two sons of fortune in one era." Qin Shujian did not know how to answer. If one were to put it this way, the human emperor was the real son of fortune, and he was just an accident. After all, he was not originally from this world. He came here by accident and obtained all kinds of opportunities. "Senior, how much combat power does the human emperor have?" "It's hard to say. It's hard to estimate a person's combat power before they fight, but looking at his aura, I'm afraid his combat power is not lower than 100,000. 100,000? Qin Shujian was a little surprised. If the Nirvana realm had 100,000 combat power, then it would be more than that after breaking through to immortality. He knew that the human emperor was powerful. But he did not know that the human emperor had such a strong foundation. The Godslayer said, "Maybe 100,000, maybe even stronger. The immortals I told you about are at least 100,000. That's just the weakest immortals. They only broke through because of some lucky chance. A real immortal's strength is not that weak." The minimum combat power he told Qin Shujian about was the weakest immortal. A truly powerful immortal's combat power was not just 100,000. Originally, the Godslayer thought that Qin Shujian was still a long way from reaching the immortal realm, so he casually said the weakest immortal. The result shocked him. Now, Qin Shujian was only a celestial stage 5, but he already had a strong combat power. He was afraid that when he broke through celestial stage 7, he would be able to rival the weakest immortal. When that time came, the Godslayer was also worried that Qin Shujian would think that he had enough combat power and challenge an immortal. That would be fun. So, at this moment, the Godslayer was also telling Qin Shujian about the strength of immortals, so that he would not think that the strength of immortals was just that. No one knew what the Godslayer was thinking. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, you said that the lifespan of an immortal is 129,600 years. Is there no one who can truly live forever? Then what will happen if one breaks through the immortal realm and reaches a higher level? If there is really someone who can achieve immortality, why is there no trace of them now? There are many people in the world who pursue immortality, but there is not a single person who can achieve immortality. 129,600 years is actually a different kind of immortality for many people. The Godslayer said calmly. The definition of longevity was very vague. Maybe it was true immortality, or maybe it was just living a little longer. For an ordinary person who had a lifespan of 100 years, being able to live for thousands of years was also a kind of longevity. To be able to live for 129,600 years was an unattainable thing. As for what you said about breaking through to the immortal realm, there might be a realm above the immortal realm, but that is definitely not something you and I can know. Could it be that the emperors and the Emperor of Heaven have not broken through to the immortal realm? There are 9 levels of immortals. Most of the immortals of the heavenly court are in the lower 3 levels, and the powerful immortals are in the middle 3 levels. The emperors and the Emperor of Heaven are in the upper 3 levels. As for breaking through to the 9th level of immortal realm, is there a higher realm? No one knows about this. Perhaps the Emperor of Heaven has reached the 9th level of immortal realm and is already comprehending a higher realm, but those things are only known to the Emperor of Heaven. Now that the Emperor of Heaven has fallen, it is useless for you to ask me. If you really want to pursue it, why don't you break through and see for yourself? The Godslayer said. Immortals were divided into 9 levels. 1 step at a time. 129,600 years was a long time, but there were still many immortals who stopped at the lower 3 levels. Breaking through to the immortal realm. Every step required a great opportunity and unparalleled talent. Someone as strong as the ancient human emperor. As far as the Godslayer knew, the ancient human emperor had not reached the 9th level of immortal realm. He had once heard the human emperor mention that the ancient human emperor was in the 7th or 8th level. Too much time had passed. The Godslayer did not remember too clearly. There are 9 levels of immortal realm. Qin Shujian's eyes shone brightly. Then what realm is the immortal in the void turbulence at? Judging from his aura, he is still so strong after falling for 200,000 years. He might have already reached the middle 3 levels. The Godslayer was filled with emotion at the mention of that immortal. Any immortal who could step into the middle 3 grades had terrifying strength. In the primordial era. In the face of such a powerhouse, no one dared to be careless. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,